Chapter 445. Qin Zhe didn't know what to say. If he knew Chen Qingyuan before he got the system, and there was such a cute girl who wanted to sleep with him, he still wouldn't accept it. As a man with moral integrity, even if there were countless soft and cute girls throwing themselves at him, he would still be able to sit still. At most, he would be a little stiff to show respect. However, if he didn't get the system, he would be a loser. Would Chen Qingyuan still like him? In this world, there was someone who would always like you, no matter if you were a loser or a god, no matter if you were handsome or mediocre. Would there be such a person who would always like you? There was. Qin Zhe knew there was such a person. Chen Qingyuan saw that Qin Zhe was speechless and felt happy. She gnawed on the lamb bone stick with satisfaction, her white cheeks puffed up. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Shi, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly came over. Qin Zhe, sing a song for everyone. How about it? Qin Zhe glanced at her. Thousands of mountains and rivers are always love. How about 500 bags of night travel? Li Shi, how could Chen Qingyuan like such a bitch? Wasn't I just joking with you? Why did you hold a grudge until now? Qin Zhe saw Chen Qingyuan's hopeful eyes and his heart moved. He turned to Pei Ziki and asked, "Do you have a guitar?" Pei Ziki curled her lips. "No guitar, but I have a piano." Ding, Divinity Show. Host, please play a song and let the audience shout 666. Success will reward 70 points. Failure will deduct the corresponding points. Ding, Divinity Show. Host, please play a song and let Chen Qingyuan know the difficulty and retreat. Success will reward 100 points. Failure will deduct the corresponding points. In his mind, the system's voice suddenly sounded. It was actually a double mission. "You're too polite. Are you ready to give me a double kill?" The host finally has the desire to show off. Tears of joy. The system said. "Why are there 2 missions?" Qin Zhe asked. "Mission conditions met." The system said, "Don't you know what you're thinking?" Thinking back, he did have the thought of playing the piano to show off. Secondly, he wanted to sing a song for Chen Qingyuan, hoping that she would back off. Who knew that these 2 thoughts would be immediately captured by the system, and then a mission would be created. "Where's the piano room? I'll go and play." Qin Zhe looked at the soft girl, Chen Qingyuan. "I'll sing a song for you." Chen Qingyuan was stunned, and then her eyes sparkled. Pei Ziki said, "Come with me." She excitedly led the way, followed by Chen Qingyuan and Li Qian. When the little friends in the courtyard heard that Qin Zhe was going to play the piano, they all came to join in the fun. Li Donglai said, "There are too many people. Let's watch it in the living room." It's the same. The piano room was on the 2nd floor. Looking up from the living room, the 2nd floor was circular. The piano room could also be called a glass room. People in the living room could look up and see the scene inside. Qin Zhe pushed open the 2 glass windows so that the sound could be heard in the living room. The people in the living room saw the corner of the piano and Qin Zhe sitting at the piano with a straight posture. At the door stood Pei Ziki, Chen Qingyuan, and Li Qian. When Qin Zhe's hand touched the piano key, the song searched in the mall had been exchanged and poured into his brain. Without a trace of hesitation, without the slightest unfamiliarity, the soft sound of the piano with a full rhythm floated. Everyone in the living room couldn't help but listen attentively. The sound sounded like a piano, but listening to the rhythm, it sounded like the sound of other instruments such as organ, guitar. This level of imitation of the rhythm and sound of another instrument with one instrument was at the level of a master. When everyone thought that he was playing the piano, they heard his voice. It was a very pleasant voice. The organ in the classroom, ding dong ding dong ding dong. Like the sound of your confession, the movements have been very light. I smiled at your back when you turned around and left after delivering the letter. I like the concern in your delicate handwriting. A new song? Everyone was stunned. Many of them were Qin Zhe's fans and were familiar with all his songs, but this song was obviously a new song. Was it written on the spot again? Or was it a new song that hadn't been released? As expected of a fast shooter, he was as productive as a sow. Everyone was excited. Chen Qingyuan was overjoyed. Qin Ge said that this song was written for her. This was a love song, a proper love song. It seemed that Qin Ge still had her in his heart, but he was a bit pretentious and wanted to reject her. Chen Qingyuan's heart bloomed with happiness. Li Qian looked disdainful. The song was good, and the singer was talented, but why was he so hypocritical? Just now, he vowed that he didn't like Chen Qingyuan, but now he turned around and sang a love song for her. Days are like a merry-go-round, spinning in my mind. The scenes of you being good to me appear. You said that holding hands was a promise. But my dear, that's not love. Too beautiful a promise because too young. But my dear, that's not love. It turned out that this was not a love song. In the glass room, the three girls had the same thought at the same time. There was only one melody in Chen Qingyuan's mind. But my dear, that's not love. The happy little flower withered. The song ended. Qin Zhe felt good about himself, but the system didn't send a message that the task was completed. It was okay. He had encountered this kind of situation many times and had experience. Qin Zhe walked to the window and shouted down, "How was it?" Everyone applauded. "Yes." Qin Zhe said, "Is it good or not?" Everyone applauded. "Yes." Ding. Task completed. Reward: 70 points. See, the task was that simple. Amidst the applause, Qin Zhe walked to Chen Qingyuan and whispered, "This is my answer to you. It's the same as before." This was the second time he had directly rejected Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan lowered her head and looked at her toes, feeling a little sad. Just as Qin Zhe was waiting for the notification that the task was completed, she raised her head again. "Although I'm a little disappointed, I already knew this result. I've been rejected once. It's okay to be rejected again." After a pause, she said, "In a few years, you won't reject me anymore." As she spoke, she puffed out her chest. "Girl, where did you get your confidence from?" Ding. Task failed. 100 points deducted. Qin Zhe. It cost 30 points to redeem the song, and 100 points were deducted if the task failed. The total was 130 points. After deducting the 70 points he earned, he still had 60 points. It was a big loss for him to show off. Hope was always beautiful. For example, a group of people got rich first, and then another group of people got rich. Reality was always nonsense. For example, those who got rich would flaunt their wealth to those who didn't get rich every day. Qin Zhe knew a long time ago that the system's tasks weren't guaranteed to be completed, especially these kinds of tasks like, "Everyone is cheering 666, beat everyone up," and, "What kind of emotion do you make someone feel?" They were the worst. Pei Ziki bit her lip, wanting to say something. Li Shi looked at Qin Zhe and then at Chen Qingyuan. She thought to herself, "This guy is crazy. There's a girl who's throwing herself at him. It's not like he's asking you to marry her." From a woman's point of view, there was nothing wrong with it. In this era of gunfire, it wasn't necessary to be in a relationship and get married. Many men and women liked to be in a relationship, but they didn't want to get married. If they had slept with you, how could there be so many single dogs? From a man's point of view, I've slept with this girl before. It's so good. In fact, from a woman's point of view, I've slept with this man before. It's so long. It's not a loss. After all, it's a matter of pleasure. Men think they're taking advantage, but in fact, women are the same. Therefore, Li Shi thought that since the girl was so handsome, he should accept it. What would happen in the future? Li Shi's values were in line with the values of most women. After playing the piano, everyone continued to sing and dance. Chen Qingyuan's mood was obviously much lower. She sat silently on the side, drinking wine. Her back was thin and slender. Pei Ziki took out a big cake from the refrigerator. After eating and drinking, she ate the cake again. However, everyone drank a lot of wine and ate more meat. They couldn't eat such a greasy cake. Someone's face was smeared with cream first, and then they began to fight in the yard. You can't underestimate a woman's narrow-mindedness. Li Shi, who was sprayed in the face by Qin Zhe, held a grudge. She sneaked behind him and slapped the cake in her hand on Qin Zhe's face. Qin Zhe moved quickly. He tilted his head, grabbed her wrist with his left hand, and covered her face. Li Shi's beautiful face was suddenly covered with cream. It fell down her face and fell into her C-cup breasts. The girl was also tough. She glared at Qin Zhe fiercely, turned around, and went to the villa to wash her face in the bathroom. Pa! A piece of cream hit Chen Qingyuan's forehead. The girl, who was drinking silently, was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she felt very wronged and cried. The boys around her were very embarrassed. Pei Ziki put her hands on her waist and kicked each of them to vent Chen Qingyuan's anger. "I'll take you to the bathroom," she said. "No, I'll go by myself." Chen Qingyuan sniffled. A few minutes later, Qin Zhe also felt the urge to pee. He went to the bathroom in the villa. The 2 toilets on the first floor were full. He went to the second floor, and the toilets on the second floor were full. He went to the third floor and the 2 toilets on the third floor were still full. He tried to push Nan Man Pei's bedroom, but the door was locked. He couldn't get in. At this time, the door of the bathroom at the end of the corridor opened. Chen Qingyuan walked out with wet bangs. Her eyes were slightly red. "Are you okay?" Qin Zhe asked. Chen Qingyuan shook her head. She bit her lip and looked at him. Qin Zhe saw her red face and said, "Don't drink too much." "Okay." Chen Qingyuan nodded. When he walked into the bathroom, Chen Qingyuan suddenly shouted, "Qin Gu." Qin Zhe looked at her. "It's okay." Chen Qingyuan suddenly stopped talking. She lowered her head and hurriedly walked towards the stairs. Qin Zhe took out the large magic tool to pee. He lowered his head and glanced, from 100 Herb Garden to Sanwei Study. Back then, the old man always said that he wouldn't be able to achieve great things. After using the bathroom, he walked to the stairs. Suddenly, he heard a conversation. "Qingyuan, I've been chasing you, but you turned a blind eye. That Qin Zhe doesn't like you at all, but you can't wait to throw yourself at him. Go away. It's none of your business." "I'm not convinced. How am I worse than him? If you don't make it clear today, I won't let you go. Go and look in the mirror. How are you better than him?" Chapter 446. Qin Zhe stood at the corner and saw Chen Qingyuan leaning against the wall between the second and third floor. Yang Lingdong had his hands on the wall, blocking Chen Qingyuan. It was the legendary Caboden. When he watched TV dramas in the past, he always envied the male characters who Caboden. However, he didn't have a girlfriend and was a coward back then. He didn't dare to Caboden his sister, so every time he saw a Caboden, he would curse in his heart. Chen Qingyuan was also wondering why she fell in love with Qin Zhe. At first, it was in the KTV private room. Qin Zhe descended from the sky on a 7-colored cloud, and with a series of popping sounds, he rescued her from danger. If this was in ancient times, the girls would give themselves to him. Chen Qingyuan felt that she couldn't abandon the good virtues of her ancestors, so she secretly fell in love with Qin Zhe. Although she liked him casually, her love was very deep. Since then, Qin Zhe had been like a wild dog that had broken free of its leash. He was the fastest in the entertainment industry, the most accurate in the stock market, and the most ruthless in fighting. In the end, he was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Of course, she was attracted to such a man. There were many reasons for liking someone. The one that touched Chen Qingyuan's heart the most was still that time in the KTV. When she was at her most helpless and scared, her friends were all scared and were pressed to the ground. The only one who was tough was Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe had a cigarette in his mouth, like Sun Wukong holding the golden cudgel. Qin Zhe wore a pair of 100 yuan sneakers, like a monkey stepping on a rainbow cloud. Chen Qingyuan felt a sense of security. This was something she didn't feel from her parents who kept saying that they were good for her. Liking someone is a touching experience. Falling in love with someone was a trigger. "How am I not as good as him? Tell me, Yang Lingdong said loudly. "Are you as rich as him?" Chen Qingyuan asked. "My parents are rich." Yang Lingdong was unconvinced. "You're talking about your parents too. It's none of your business." "Isn't my parents' money my money?" "Your parents might not be your money. What if your father has an illegitimate child outside? Your parents are dead, and the money is your money. That's a matter of decades later." "Are you as handsome as him? Do you know how to play the piano? Can you write songs?" When Qin Zhe heard this, he beamed with joy. He thought to himself, Chen Qingyuan's only problem is that she's too honest. Don't say it out loud. It'll be embarrassing. Chen Qingyuan shrugged. "Look, you can't beat him in anything. Why don't you give me a reason to accept you?" Yang Lingdong muttered, I don't accept this. Aha! Qin Zhe walked down and coughed behind him. Yang Lingdong was so scared that his body trembled. He looked at him in horror. Are you trying to scare me to death? Yang Lingdong said angrily. I don't look scary. Qin Zhe touched his face. I just look scary. Yang Lingdong was speechless. Yeah, you're Qin Ji's boss. Are you older than him? Chen Qingyuan sneered. Why should I choose you and not him? How big is it? Yang Lingdong couldn't accept this kind of thing. Damn, big chest, you're wrong. Shouldn't you be suspecting that we're in a fake relationship? Chen Qingyuan turned to look at Qin Zhe. Damn, why are you looking at me? I'll tell you that my brother is huge. My brother can go from 100 Herb Garden to Sanwei Study. My brother can go 20,000 miles under the sea. My brother, shrouding the heavens. Qin Zhe regretted speaking up for her. After Eggy's awakening, his thoughts were unconstrained. Chen Qingyuan tilted her head as a bright idea came to her mind. She said, Yang Lingdong, give up. I can't sit on your seat. Qin Gu, you're hurting my heart. Qin Zhe. Yang Lingdong. Neither of them understood what Chen Qingyuan meant. They thought that she had said something bad. Anyway, this girl had a lot of bad words. Qin Zhe thought to himself, this girl is messing around. I can't do that. It's not the right time to use it. Don't be so smug. I won't give up on Qingyuan. Yang Lingdong turned and glared at Qin Zhe. His eyes were bloodshot. When he spoke, the strong smell of alcohol assailed their nostrils. Qin Zhe frowned. He knew that alcohol made people fearless. This guy was so stubborn and drunk. It was easy for him to do something impulsive. What if he dragged Chen Qingyuan into the bushes on the way home and attacked her crazily? Therefore, he felt that he had to interfere. You're young and don't learn good things. You'll die early if you push girls around. Qin Zhe patted him on the shoulder. Young man, listen to my advice. Go back. You can pursue her when you're sober. What's wrong with you? You don't like her and you're hanging on to her. Then don't hinder others from pursuing her, Yang Lingdong said loudly. Oh, you don't like her and you don't allow others to get close to her? Are you a pervert? Chen Qingyuan's eyes lit up. I didn't say that you can't pursue her. I said that you can come after you're sober, Qin Zhe explained. I'm very sober. Why do you care what I want to do? Yang Lingdong said agitatedly. You see, drinking makes you excited. You're not in the right state to talk about this, Qin Zhe said. Ha ha. Yang Lingdong said. Yes, I'm not as rich as you. I'm not as handsome as you. So what? Who do you think you are? Why do you care? Qin Zhe didn't say anything. Yang Lingdong patted his chest and said provocatively, hit me if you can. Qin Zhe. Yang Lingdong kept patting Qin Zhe's chest and continued to provoke him. Hit me if you can. Come on, hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Qin Zhe sent him flying with a slap. Yang Lingdong spun 365 times and hit the ground with his head. I thought such a cheap request was on TV. My horizons have been broadened, Qin Zhe said in surprise. Chen Qingyuan, Yang Lingdong. This guy covered his face and sat on the ground, dumbfounded. Qin Zhe kicked him. Are you awake? If not, I'll hit you again. Yang Lingdong. I'm awake, I'm awake. Yang Lingdong got up awkwardly. Qin Zhe kicked his butt again and he ran down the stairs. Chen Qingyuan blinked and hugged his arm. Qin Gu. Qin Zhe dodged. Chen Qingyuan didn't mind. In fact, she was very happy. See, men were animals who didn't mean what they said. They said that they didn't like her, but they couldn't bear to see other men get close to her. Men were also changed from eels, so as long as she continued to work hard, he would definitely be hers. The birthday party lasted until 10 in the evening. Everyone came in high spirits and left to their heart's content. How are we going back tonight? Qin Zhe asked Chen Qingyuan, who was sticking to him. Sister Li Qian found a designated driver. We'll take her car back. I also took her car when I came here, Chen Qingyuan said obediently. I'm going to be 18 soon. My mother said that when I'm an adult, she'll buy me a car. Chen Qingyuan suddenly blushed. I can do a lot of other things when I'm an adult. Qin Zhe pretended not to understand. Qin Zhe walked her out of the villa. On the way, Chen Qingyuan gave Li Qian a look. Li Qian rolled her eyes and walked forward, distancing herself from the two. Qin Ge, do you think that I'm still young so you won't accept me? Chen Qingyuan walked briskly. I have a girlfriend, Qin Zhe said. I know. I know you have a girlfriend. Can't you have a girlfriend? What do you like about me? I'm not handsome. Chen Qingyuan puffed up her cheeks and said indignantly, You're lying. Qin Zhe. After a while, Chen Qingyuan said sweetly, Well, if I get into Fudan University, you'll be my boyfriend, okay? Qin Zhe. It's none of my business whether you get into Fudan University or not. Chen Qingyuan bit her lip and said, Just say yes. That's what they say in the movies. Qin Zhe. Okay, if you get into Harvard, Cambridge or MIT, I'll be your boyfriend. Chen Qingyuan felt wronged. I'm not that smart. Since we're talking about this, I'll talk to you for a while. Qin Zhe sighed. Little girl, you're still young. You don't know what love is. You might admire me. After all, I'm handsome, rich, and talented. But this is definitely not love. Chen Qingyuan laughed. I like how shameless you are. Even my fart smells good. Yes, it smells good. Are you King crazy? Chen Qingyuan said seriously. After a girl turns 13, she knows what love is. So, Qin Ge, what you said is not reliable. I actually know what love is. Qin Zhe was concerned about another thing. So, a girl's first menstrual period is at the age of 13? How old was his sister at that time? He couldn't remember. He only remembered that his sister was crying. She felt cold all over and her limbs were weak. Qin Zhe was also scared to death. He ran to his mother and said, Mom, my sister's butt is bleeding. She's going to die. He should have just started elementary school. When Qin Baobao was young, she was really mischievous. Later on, she found out about the monthly hemorrhage, but she lied to little Qin Zhe and said, Last time, Big Sister went crazy while practicing martial arts and almost died. Fortunately, our mother's cultivation was high and she was lucky enough to heal her injuries and save Big Sister. At that time, the two of them were especially obsessed with Hong Kong martial arts dramas. After that, for a very long time, every time Qin Baobao had her period, she would run to Qin Zhe with a pale face and say, Brother, I'm going to die from qi deviation again. This time, I'm going to die. Qin Zhe was on the side, crying in fear. Qin Baobao said, Before Jejia dies, I hope to have some pocket money in my pocket, so that I can show filial piety to the king of hell. Qin Zhe gave all the pocket money he had saved to his sister. Time after time, his sister didn't die every time. Every time, Qin Zhe would give his sister some pocket money. But she still had to sing with tears in her eyes. I'm willing to do it for you, I'm willing to do it for you, I'm willing to give up my treasury for you, bastard. At that time, you could buy 5 spicy strips for 50 cents. Later, when he was in junior high school, Qin Zhe no longer believed in his sister when he learned about his period. Many girls have already gotten boyfriends. They laugh at me, saying that I'm a love-struck fool and brainless. Chen Qingyuan wrinkled her nose and snorted. Actually, they are the brainless ones. When I was in junior high school, my boyfriend liked to ride a motorcycle. I felt that it was very cool to ride on a motorcycle. I also rode on a boy's motorcycle before. I have to be honest about this. I was a little rebellious at that time. But I also took good care of myself. I had fun, but I didn't spend the night outside, and I didn't let men touch me. When I was in senior high school, they liked those guys with gloomy temperaments. They felt that it was a sign of maturity, scheming and shrewd. At this point, Chen Qingyuan giggled. But after I met you, I didn't like boys of the same age anymore. That Yang Lingdong just now was already not bad. But in front of you, he seemed particularly childish. While they were still pretending to be cool and proud of small things, you already had your own business. When they were still singing a few songs and feeling that they were outstanding, you were already a famous composer in the music industry. When they were still using tens of thousands of pocket money to show off their superiority in front of ordinary classmates, you were already worth tens of billions. Chen Qingyuan tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. You see, what reason do I have not to like you? Damn, I'm actually so outstanding. Qin Zhe thought for a moment and retorted, Because I'm old. You're still studying, but I've already entered the society. This is the gap brought about by age. It doesn't mean that they're worse than me. Chen Qingyuan sneered. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be able to reach your achievements in their lifetime. Even if they relied on me, they might not be able to reach your current height. Moreover, you're only 24. You graduated from college less than a year ago, and you're only 5.5 years older than me. For a girl, this is the best. Qinze said, but for a man, it's best for a girl to be 3 years older than you to hold a gold brick. Chen Qingyuan was about to cry. But I was born late. What can I do? Qin Gu was really an irredeemable sister complex. I know. It's because of your sister Bao Bao that you formed the idea of marrying a wife like your sister when you were young. But in a few years, I'll definitely grow into a big sister with long legs who can wear black stockings. I'm now 1.67 meters tall. It won't be a problem for me to grow a few centimeters taller in the future. I've checked online. A girl's bones will only close at 23 years old. Qinze said, yes, that's true. A boy's bones will close at 25 years old. No, how did you know? Who told you about marrying a wife like my sister? Chen Qingyuan said, Suyu told me. She said that you especially liked your sister when you were young and didn't like your sister. If there's good food, you'll give it to your sister first and give the leftovers to her. Qinze was speechless. I've been unknowingly betrayed by that brat Suyu. I really want to explode. As they spoke, they arrived at the villa's sentry post. Li Qian stood at the door and made a phone call to contact the designated driver. Is the designated driver a female? Qinze asked. No, female drivers are too scary. Chen Qingyuan shook her head. Qinze nodded and was about to turn back when he suddenly remembered something. He asked, Qingyuan, what did you mean by I can't do it? He felt that something was wrong. It was the intuition of an experienced driver. Chen Qingyuan blushed. Qinze was puzzled. Why are you blushing? I can't do it, Chen Qingyuan said. Yes, I can't do it. What's the problem? I can't do it. I can't do it. There's nothing wrong with that. Chen Qingyuan turned sideways and patted her perky butt. I can't do it. It's sitting, not doing it. With that, she turned around and ran away. Qinze thought for a moment. In that case, if she couldn't do it, it meant she was small. It hurt. It meant she was big. Qinze was speechless. Qinze's face was full of tears. Look at this little girl. Sister, you've lived 8 more years than her. It hurt. Chapter 447. Qinze stood by the sentry box and watched Chen Qingyuan and Li Qian get into the car. The engine started, the car lights turned on, and the BMW rushed out like a cheetah. He returned to the villa the same way he came. The birthday party was over. The staff of the barbecue restaurant carried the barbecue props and tables and chairs away, leaving the yard in a mess, including bamboo sticks, wine bottles, paper towels, and tableware. After the party, the place was a little bleak. Pei Ziki sat alone in the yard. Her back was thin, and she looked particularly lonely. Give me a hand. Let's clean up the yard. Qinze said, or, can you contact the property management? At this time, the property management probably couldn't be relied on. Nan Man Pei would definitely go crazy when he saw the backyard. Sister Man asked him to keep an eye on this group of brats, but it turned out to be such a mess. He couldn't explain it. Drink another glass. Pei Ziki turned around. Her face was as red as an apple. Very attractive. It turned out that she was sitting here in a daze. Qinze thought that she would feel lonely when she saw the scene. How much is this? Qinze put up a finger. 1. How about this? Qinze put up 2 fingers. 2. Then who am I? Little uncle. Qinze. It seemed that she was really drunk. Okay, I'll take her to the room and crazily attack her. Attack your ass. No one will help me clean the yard. Qinze helped Pei Ziki up, took her into the living room, and threw her on the sofa. Li Donglai also fell on the sofa. Before the birthday party was over, Li Donglai was already on the verge of collapsing. This guy drank like he didn't care about his life. He drank all the wine and went around in circles. He didn't refuse any foreign wine or beer. After all, young people had the mentality that if they didn't get drunk, they weren't men. The brother and sister lay side by side on the sofa. Qinze carried a big black garbage bag, a broom, and a dustpan in the backyard to deal with the funeral. The barbecue tools, tables, and chairs were provided by the barbecue restaurant. Now that they had been taken away, the burden was reduced a lot. Qinzhe mainly dealt with the garbage on the ground, as well as some disgusting vomit. Qinzhe had obsessive-compulsive disorder. For example, when he spanked his sister's buttocks, he wanted it to be even. The toothbrush in the bathroom must be facing the same direction, and the towel must be spread out and not wrinkled. The courtyard was in a mess, which made his obsessive-compulsive disorder very uncomfortable. Pei Ziki walked out with a small stool in a daze and sat down at the bottom of the stairs. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at Qinzhe with blurred eyes. "What are you looking at?" Qinzhe took the time to look back at her. "Look at you." Pei Ziki burped. "Why are you looking at me?" "I want to see how handsome you are and make Chen Qingyuan like you so much." "Can you tell?" "No." Qinzhe thought that this girl really knew how to say things that went against her conscience. Chen Qingyuan was much more honest than her. "I don't understand." Pei Ziki tilted her head and said, "What's the matter? Chen Qingyuan is not bad-looking. She's not worse than me, and she's soft and cute, unlike me. I'm actually very shrewish. I'm also dead set on you. Don't be a hypocrite. You must be very happy in your heart." Qinzhe straightened up, leaned on the broom, and touched his chin. "That's right. Why would I reject her? It's not like I have to marry her. It's not a loss to have a few times while I'm young." Pei Ziki gritted her teeth and said, "Scum. Look, I accept it. I'm scum. If I don't accept it, you little brats will say that I'm hypocritical." Qinzhe shrugged. "Forget it. I'm not interested in a small asterisk. What are you glaring at? You're just a little girl of 18 years old. You're not convinced? But the little girl will grow into a mature lady in a few years. She's very malleable," Pei Ziki said. "Ha ha ha, are you talking about yourself?" Qinzhe glanced at her small, protruding chest. "I'm not bragging. I've seen the whole process of a table tennis ball evolving into a football with my own eyes. At your age, you're only at this scale. You'll be a yo-yo for the rest of your life." Pei Ziki carried a small bench and chased him all over the yard. The two ran a few laps. Pei Ziki stepped on a puddle of vomit. She slipped and fell straight forward. Qinzhe reacted quickly and opened his arms to catch her. Pei Ziki blushed and looked up at him. Perhaps it was because she drank too much, but her blurred eyes were especially charming. Such an ambiguous atmosphere made Pei Ziki a little helpless. Qinzhe cleverly resolved the awkwardness. "Look, you pounced so hard, but you don't have the pleasure of dribbling the ball and hitting people." Pei Ziki was stunned for a few seconds and then exploded. "Qinzhe, go to hell." She made threatening gestures and scratched Qinzhe's face. "I'm a progressive youth of the new era who can always implement gender equality." Qinzhe pressed on Pei Ziki's head and gave her a push, causing her to fall to the ground. Pei Ziki was not angry. She patted her butt and bent down to pick up the small bench and walked into the villa. "Hey!" Qinzhe called out to her from behind. When she turned around, he asked, "When is your aunt coming back? Why is she so busy in the middle of the night? Don't tell me she's on a date with a man." Pei Ziki smiled faintly and teased, "Oh, you miss my aunt so much. Do you really want to be my uncle?" Qinzhe said, "Little niece, you've lost your semen." "Wretch!" Pei Ziki suddenly bent down and vomited. "Qinzhe." She had felt disgusted and uncomfortable just now, so she carried the small bench to the yard to get some fresh air. With such a fuss, her stomach was churning and she could not control it at all. Qinzhe spent 20 minutes cleaning the yard. He put the garbage into a bag and washed the vomit into the flower bed. He stood on the steps and swept the yard with his hands on his hips. It was neat and tidy. Very good. All that was left was to send the two drunkards back to their room and wait for Nanman Pei to come back. After that he could leave. Li Donglai lay down like a dead pig. Pei Ziki leaned against the sofa and frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Qinzhe picked up his good-for-nothing disciple. It was a little embarrassing to carry her like a princess, but it was the easiest way to support an unconscious person. Li Donglai wrapped her arms around Qinzhe's neck and looked up at him with misty eyes. After a while, she smiled shyly. "Qingguai. I like you, Qinzhe." Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki choked on a mouthful of saliva and coughed violently. It took her a long time to stop. She stammered, He said he likes you, Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Seems like maybe. Those are the words. Pei Ziki felt as if thunder had exploded in her head. She was flustered. Pei Ziki cried. You won't even let my brother go. He's still a child. MMP. Qin Zhe looked at Li Donglai sadly. How could a good young man turn gay just like that? If Sister Man knew, would she beat the shit out of him? A strange smell floated in the living room. It was the fragrance of soap. When the man was silent and the woman was crying, Li Donglai finally recovered and continued. Really, I like you, she burped and continued. This magnanimity. Qin Zhe, Pei Ziki. Qin Zhe carried Li Donglai up to the second floor in a single breath. His face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath. Qin Zhe placed Li Donglai down, and when he went downstairs, he discovered that it was raining outside. The courtyard was first filled with raindrops, as if thick ink had been thrown onto rice paper. Then, the torrential rain poured down. The white curtain of rain instantly blurred the outside world. Pei Ziki looked at the rain and was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, she thought of something. My aunt's clothes are still on the balcony. Help me take them back. Qin Zhe said. Where's the key? When he went to the toilet, he wanted to pee in Sister Man's room, but found that the door was locked. I have the key. It's on the bedside table in my room, in the second cabinet, Pei Ziki said. Sister Man's room. Qin Zhe's interest was piqued. Chapter 448. Go, it's raining so heavily, Pei Ziki urged. Her head was hurting and her stomach was hurting. She kept wanting to throw up, so she ran upstairs to collect her clothes. Qin Zhe turned around and jogged upstairs. He had never entered Pei Ziki's room before, but he knew where it was. Girls' rooms were usually decorated cozily, and Pei Ziki was no exception. The room was decorated with warm colors and light pink bedsheets. There were no stuffed bears or childish toys. There were some cute decorations, such as a glazed teacup with a beautiful warrior, a small table lamp, a rattan chair by the window, and a weight scale in the corner. This seemed to be a girl's standard. Both of his sisters had one. Every other week, his sister would weigh herself. If she found that she had gained weight, she would whine, "Oh, I've gained weight again. It's all Aza's fault." Qin Zhe would always comfort his sister. It means that your balls are inflated. It's a good thing. Qin Bao Bao would happily pretend to pout. You're so annoying. His sister would also weigh herself every other week. If she found that she had gained weight, she would sigh and say, I've gained weight again. Does Az like thin or fat girls? At times like this, Qin Zhe would be especially vigilant. He would say, Sister Ziwei, no matter if you're fat or thin, you're still electricity, light, and the only word. You're my little cutie. He couldn't be blamed for being mushy. He had learned his lesson. Once, Wang Zijin asked him this. Qin Zhe didn't think before answering, if you've gained weight, you should quickly lose weight. Of course, it's better to be slim. Wang Zijin pinched his waist and put on a fake smile. You think I'm fat? Qin Zhe endured the pain and said, No, Sister Ziwei is cute when she's fat. Wang Zijin changed it to Thomas's roundhouse pinch and said, You actually said I'm fat. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Zhe found the key in the bedside table and opened Nan Man Pei's room. A unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was faint and very special. It should be the fragrance of a perfume that Nan Man Pei often used. Some women like to use perfume to adjust the air in the room. For example, his family's maggot Bao Bao would spray her Dior perfume every morning. The first room they entered was a small living room. There was a genuine leather sofa of an unknown brand, a glass coffee table, and a tea tray. Sister Man was definitely a tea lover, and she often made tea. She placed the tea tray in the center of the coffee table, and small teacups were placed neatly around the teapot. Well, Sister Man also had obsessive-compulsive disorder. After passing through the small living room, the bedroom was inside. The layout of the entire suite had the unique elegance of a mature woman. Qin Zhe didn't know much about furniture and decoration, but at first glance, he felt that it was high-end and classy. No matter how pure a person was, they would still have a comfortable room and a comfortable bed. Opening the glass door of the balcony, a few clothes and women's underwear fluttered in the night wind. The window was open, and the rain was blown into the balcony by the wind, wetting the clothes a little. Qin Zhe put away all the clothes and threw them on the bed. Then, he glanced around the bedroom. Sneakily, he carefully opened the bedside table and rummaged through it, but didn't find it. The drawer of the desk was unlocked. When he opened it, there were documents and information inside, but he still didn't find it. Next was the wardrobe. He rummaged through it carefully, but still didn't find it. Qinzhe scratched his head. Sister Man, she didn't need a vagina? If she didn't need one, then so be it. But you don't even have one? She really didn't. Qinzhe rummaged through it carefully again, but still found nothing. Sister Man was still single, and Suyu also said that she didn't have a man. If she had a man, she wouldn't have used him as a shield. Since you don't have a boyfriend, you should have a vagina. You don't even have one. What kind of woman are you? What kind of woman are you? You don't even care about vagina. Finally, he looked at the safe behind the desk. Could it be hidden here? No, who the hell would hide that thing in the safe? Qinzhe was a little disappointed that he couldn't dig out Sister Man's little secret. Since he met her at the Huangpu River, her cold and strong aura had left a deep impression on Qinzhe. It was the feeling of a little newbie looking up to a big boss. At that time, Qinzhe was useless, not even a fast shooter. Qinzhe's mentality of digging out Nan Man Pei's little secret was like a loser curious about what a goddess looked like when she went to the toilet. This metaphor was not very appropriate. Anyway, that was what it meant. Sister Man was such a strong woman with a cold aura. If he could find something in her room, it would be very exciting. But there was nothing. He found nothing. Qinzhe couldn't help but think, Sister Man didn't rely on tools but her hands? I used my hands to achieve my dream. Is Sister Man so naughty? Bah. Stop it. Qinzhe was just on a whim, purely curious. There was no special meaning. If he couldn't find it, then forget it. It meant that Sister Man's worldview was very upright, even more so than a newspaper seller. Qinzhe was boiling water in the living room, preparing to drink a cup of tea to relieve his hangover. After that he would drive home. There were a few bags of tea under the coffee table, not too much, not too little. They were not canned tea leaves that could be bought in the market, but in plastic bags. They looked more like ordinary tea leaves that were fried by farmers. But with Nan Man Pei's status, these seemingly ordinary tea leaves were definitely worth a lot. Influenced by his grandfather, Qinzhe knew a little about tea leaves. When he was free, he would brew a pot of tea to drink. Sister Man preferred coffee because it tasted sweeter. The fragrance of top-grade coffee was not inferior to tea leaves. She loved vanilla latte the most. Before the water boiled, he walked to the balcony, opened the window a little, lit a cigarette, and looked out at the pouring rain. On a rainy night, one's heart would be especially peaceful. He liked the sound of the rain. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The raindrops pitter-pattered against the window. The wind passed through the glass and made a sharp whistling sound. Qinzhe held the cigarette between his fingers and looked into the distance. The world was full of the sound of rain. He seemed to be standing in the center of the world, accompanied by the sound of rain. It was a good time to pretend to be profound. If Chen Qingyuan saw it, she would be fascinated by him. The silver Maserati was parked in the parking garage beside the villa. Each villa was equipped with a small parking garage. Nan Man Pei opened a large black umbrella and stepped on the rain-covered ground with black high heels. Closing the door and locking the car, she walked into the villa with an umbrella. Nan Man Pei's height was undoubtedly tall among women, 1.7 meters, only a little shorter than Suyu. In terms of facial features alone, she was very beautiful, but compared with Qin Baobao and Suyu, who had flawless facial features, she was slightly inferior. But she and Suyu had attended several business activities at the same time. The eyes of the men present were always the first to look at her. This woman had an aura that was born to be the focus, as bright as a torch in the dark night. She was a woman in her early 30s, a ripe peach, slender and powerful legs, and a round buttocks that could always stretch her skirt. There was also a heavy and plump chest. Her body revealed a seductive style, but her temperament was cold and elegant. Qinzhe used to think that if Sister Man could put on gorgeous lipstick and black eyeshadow, it would be a rare visual feast. Nan Man Pei walked through the blue stone path beside the villa. The front door of the villa was basically closed. After entering the iron gate, she walked through the blue stone path from the right side to the backyard. Nan Man Pei glanced at the yard deliberately and nodded with satisfaction. It was very clean. The hall was brightly lit. Nan Man Pei closed the umbrella at the door and leaned against the door. The hall was also very neat. It was not messy like she had imagined, with pillows flying everywhere. There was also no trash. This made her, who was a clean freak, feel a little better. It seemed that inviting Qin Zhe was the right choice. He had always been reliable. Pei Ziki curled up on the soft sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Nan Man Pei woke her up. Pei Ziki rubbed her sleepy eyes. "Auntie, you're back?" Nan Man Pei smelled alcohol and frowned slightly. She was a woman who paid attention to health. She didn't smoke or drink. Even if she was busy, she would go home to sleep before 12 o'clock. Her work and rest were very regular. Except for her love of spicy Hunan cuisine, her diet and work schedule were impeccable. But since today was her little niece's birthday, she didn't care. Over the years, Pei Ziki and Li Donglai lived with her. They only went back to their father's house during the holidays. Both the brother and sister had stubborn tempers, heavy resentment and hostility. But she didn't have much time to accompany them over the years. "Why are you sleeping here? Where's Donglai?" Nan Man Pei asked. Li Donglai was drunk like a dead pig. Qin Zhe sent him back to his room. Pei Ziki said. Qin Zhe left. Pei Ziki looked at the time on her phone and said blankly, "I don't think so. It was raining. I asked him to help you put away the clothes, and then I fell asleep. Maybe he didn't leave. If he wanted to leave, he would have woken me up." Nan Man Pei nodded. "I'll go upstairs and take a look." Qin Zhe made the tea. It was boiling hot. He put it on the coffee table to cool for a while. Then he remembered that the clothes were still on the bed. His OCD was acting up again. He felt comfortable only when the clothes were neat. He went into the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed, and helped Nan Man Pei fold the clothes. In addition to the clothes, there were 2 pieces of underwear. One was black lace, and the other was blue. Qin Zhe noticed that Sister Man's underwear was so sexy. Underwear was essentially no different from clothes. There was nothing wrong with pursuing fashionable and beautiful underwear. It didn't have to be worn for men to see. It didn't mean that girls who wore cartoon underwear were pure. There was no cartoon underwear in the underwear closet for adult women. It felt great. It was a high-end product. Qin Zhe felt a similar feeling on his sister's and Sister Ziwei's underwear. During his 4 years in college, Qin Zhe did all the housework. He washed his sister's clothes. In fact, he just threw them in the laundry room and hung them up after washing. His sister was used to this. Sister Ziwei washed her own underwear at first. Later, Sister Ziwei also fell and pushed all the dirty and tiring work to Qin Zhe. How annoying. After a while, Qin Zhe's hands were covered with the traces of his sister's underwear. Qin Zhe touched his sister's underwear. It was like a sow wearing a crab bra, one set after another. However, other women's underwear except for his sister's and Su Yu. It was the first time Qin Zhe touched such a powerful thing with his own hands. It was a piece. Qin Zhe also found another thing. Sister Man's chest size was also D, and it was not smaller than his sister's. Usually, it couldn't be seen at all because of the clothes. Qin Zhe only knew that Sister Man was broad-minded. But subconsciously, he felt that his sister's chest was number 1. Only now did he find that it was not smaller than his sister's. He found it out by touching her underwear. After all, he was very familiar with it. He compared the size in his heart and immediately found it. At that time, Qin Zhe suddenly felt a shadow coming out of the corner of his eye. After a pause, he turned his head to look. Then, a very beautiful and melodic song inexplicably floated in his mind. The night is getting colder, the flowers fall into frost. His heart was cold. Chapter 449. Nan Man Pei's room was carpeted, so there was no sound of footsteps. Besides, the heavy rain outside disturbed Qin Zhe's hearing, so he didn't notice Nan Man Pei going upstairs and entering the room silently. Pei Nan Man, who was standing at the door, was dumbfounded. The moment she entered the room, the scene in the room was like this. A man was sitting on her bed, holding her bra in his hand, carefully observing and caressing it. Nan Man Pei hadn't watched any Japanese educational films. Otherwise, she would have immediately connected Qin Zhe with the men who loved underwear in the films. Man. Qin Zhe was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. He was comparing Nan Man Pei's size with his sister's, so he looked very carefully. Who knew that Sister Man Pei had seen everything at the door? How should he explain it? He couldn't explain it at all. Man? Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched. Man. Sister, let me explain, Qinzhe said. Explain what? Nan Man Pei glanced at the bra in his hand coldly. Explain why you molested my bra? I wanted to help you fold your clothes. Qinzhe said weakly. It was so awkward. Okay, you explain. Nan Man Pei raised her eyebrows. Qinzhe was suddenly confused. What was there to explain? How to explain? I just wanted to see if your breasts were bigger or my sister's. No, it was better not to explain. I just felt that the material of your bra was very good, so I couldn't help but touch it a few more times. That wouldn't do either. Wouldn't that make him an underwear thief? Explain. Why don't you explain? Nan Man Pei sneered. I didn't expect you to be like this, Qinzhe. Since he couldn't explain it, Qinzhe simply didn't try to explain it. He would just treat what had happened as a misunderstanding. Since you're back, then I should also go back, ha. Qinzhe threw away the bra in his hand and hurriedly tried to escape. Nan Man Pei's pale face was filled with anger. You want to leave without explaining clearly? This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. It was the first time a man dared to play with her underwear. Although she was stunned, it did not mean that she was not angry. For the sake of their past relationship, she did not fall out with him. However, Qinzhe, seeing that the situation was not good, planned to escape. When they brushed past each other, Nan Man Pei pulled Qinzhe. Then, without any warning, he grabbed Qinzhe's lower abdomen with a fierce kick. The moment Qinzhe was kicked away, he was still stunned. He was really surprised that Sister Man had such skills. He always thought that Sister Man was just an ordinary businesswoman. Although he knew about her background in the north, it should be because of her father. Sister Man only needed to be as beautiful as a flower. Moreover, her family suffered a great change in the past. Wasn't it supported by her ex-husband? Why does elder Sister Man have such sharp skills? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Qinzhe's body instinctively responded. The moment he landed, he supported himself with his arms and straightened his back. He stood up straight like a zombie in the movies. Nan Man Pei raised her eyebrows. She was a little surprised. She knew that Qinzhe was a man, so she punched him in the face. She had been curious about Qinzhe for a long time. When they first met on the Huangpu River, Qinzhe was just a rookie who had a rough understanding of internal martial arts. But at the end of last year, she heard from Suyu about the negotiation between Qinzhe and her ex-husband. Of course, she knew what kind of person her ex-husband was. His wild character was integrated into his instinct. Although he had been clean for many years, if he encountered something he could not solve, he would subconsciously use violence. This was a common problem for many people in the underworld. It was hard to change one's nature. But that day, Chao Bing was as timid as a dog in front of Qinzhe. He did not even have the courage to resist. Nan Man Pei had never tried to crush a bone porcelain cup with one hand. Maybe he could crush it, but it was definitely not enough. Maybe his finger bones would be broken. But Qinzhe easily crushed 2 cups in succession and completed the double kill. This was why Chao Bing chose to be timid. They were not at the same level at all. Qinzhe tilted his head. His fist brushed past Chao Bing's ear and missed. He put his palm on Nan Man Pei's lower abdomen and silently exerted force. Nan Man Pei felt that she was pushed back by a huge force. Seeing that she was about to fall, Qinzhe stepped forward and hugged Nan Man Pei's waist. Small waist. Qinzhe was surprised. Oh, he had discovered yet another woman with such a powerful thing like slim waist. In Qinzhe's not-so-rich life of reading women, he had only seen his sister's small waist. Women needed to exercise to have such a soft and elastic waist. They needed to keep working out for a long time. It was useless to just run. It was impossible to train to have such a soft and elastic waist. Is this little pervert flirting with me? Pei Nanman squinted her eyes and tightened her waist. She went from leaning backwards to standing upright. At the same time, she dribbled the ball and bumped into Qinzhe, causing him to stagger. Her elbow swept across Qinzhe's face. Qinzhe hit his head on the wall. Pei Nanman's face was expressionless as she tore a hole in her dress. If she didn't do that, she wouldn't even be able to perform a high kick. Again, she said. The two of them fought in the not-so-spacious bedroom. Her face and ears turned red as her flesh penetrated. Every attack was accompanied by the sound of panting. Every hit was dripping with sweat. The bed could not withstand their tossing and turning, and it creaked like a toothache. The two of them fought from the bedroom to the balcony and from the balcony to the living room. They even fought on the leather sofa for a few minutes. Qin Zhe tried his best to cooperate with Nan Man Pei. Sister Man seemed to want to fight with him for 300 rounds. Since Sister Man wanted it so badly, Qin Zhe would definitely give it to her. It was a good experience. He was deeply surprised by Sister Man's kung fu. It was super good. Between Sister Man and the goddess of war, only a sword was missing. In the living room, Pei Ziki was startled by the fierce fighting. She endured her headache and ran upstairs to check the situation. The scene in the room was like this. Her auntie, whom she had always respected, was lying on the sofa. One of her slender legs was held high in Qin Zhe's hands. Her nude-colored stockings were torn, her high heels were nowhere to be seen, and her skirt was torn. From Pei Ziki's angle, she could even see the color of her auntie's underwear. Qin Zhe was playing with her aunt's thigh with one hand. At least in Pei Ziki's eyes, he was playing with it. There was nothing wrong with it. His coat was gone and the collar of his knitted sweater was held tightly by her aunt. Her other hand was pressed hard on the sofa and she couldn't move. Pei Ziki, who had read a lot of romance novels, instantly imagined hundreds of plots where a domineering CEO forced himself on a naive and sweet female protagonist. Pei Ziki screamed and pounced on Qin Zhe. She punched Qin Zhe with her small fists. "You bastard, you scum, you scum!" Qin Zhe's face was filled with confusion. "Come at me if you want to. Let go of my aunt." Pei Ziki scratched her hair and face. "My aunt is still a child. Let go of me," Nan Man Pei said angrily. Qin Zhe pushed Pei Ziki away, got up, picked up his coat and put it on. Pei Ziki hugged Nan Man Pei with tears in her eyes. Pei Ziki cried. "Aunt, are you okay?" Nan Man Pei thought for a while. "Actually, Qin Zhe and I were fighting just now. Do you believe it?" Pei Ziki looked suspiciously at the scratches on Qin Zhe's face and Nan Man Pei's torn skirt. She cried. "Why are you still protecting this scum at this time? A real fight wouldn't be the same as the regular taekwondo sparring. Not to mention fingernails if necessary, one would even have to learn how to bite off the opponent's big guy. Such a unique skill." As she spoke, Pei Ziki covered her aunt's shirt, which had a few buttons blown off, and a large patch of white and black lace bra disappeared. Qin Zhe looked away regretfully. 10 minutes later, Qin Zhe sat in the living room with his upper body naked. Nan Man Pei sat behind him and applied ointment for him. Nan Man Pei used all her strength. She didn't go easy on him except for the vital parts. Qin Zhe, on the other hand, was dodging all the attacks. He fought back occasionally but didn't hurt her. After all, there was a big gap between them. If Nan Man Pei didn't use all her strength, the fight would be over in 3 seconds. If Qin Zhe used all his strength, he would finish the fight in 3 seconds. Therefore, he was always injured in this fight. Pei Ziki stood aside and stared at the bruises on Qin Zhe's back. She finally believed her aunt's words. If it was just force, it couldn't have caused so many injuries. It looked like they were caused by a fight. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were Nan Man Pei's close relatives. Although they rarely talked about their mother's family, it didn't mean that they didn't know anything. When Li Donglai was young, he had seen Chao Bing leading people to kill a few waves of ignorant foreign forces with his own eyes. He had also come into contact with the world. Although there was no such thing as leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls, kung fu that could take a person's life in 2 or 3 moves did exist. That was why he pestered Qin Zhe to become his disciple. Pei Ziki said handsomely, "You obviously wanted to take advantage of my aunt during the fight. Fortunately, I came early." Nan Man Pei looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe kicked her little butt and scolded, "Get lost. Don't you have school tomorrow?" Pei Ziki rushed over. Qin Zhe, who believed in equality between men and women, slapped her onto the sofa with a great monument-smashing hand. He even slapped his sister like that, not to mention a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. Pei Ziki cried, "Auntie," Nan Man Pei said softly, Go back to your room and sleep. Pei Ziki pouted and glared at Qin Zhe. Then she rubbed her butt and left. 11:45 p.m. Qin Zhe was drinking tea. Nan Man Pei changed into a nightgown. Why aren't you leaving? Are you going to spend the night at my place? Nan Man Pei glared at him. I feel that the smell of alcohol is still there. Drunk driving is very strict recently. Qin Zhe exhaled at Nan Man Pei. Smell it for me. Nan Man Pei tilted her head and said angrily, Do you believe that I won't beat you to death? Qin Zhe said, I'm not bragging. I've been holding back just now. Nan Man Pei said gloomily, How did you do it in half a year? Maybe I'm a rare martial arts genius. Qin Zhe was shameless. Who are you kidding? When I was 3 years old and learned the horse dance, you weren't even born yet. Not only was I not born, I wasn't even a little tadpole. Nan Man Pei was speechless. Who did you learn this from? A lowlife. The slender leg under the nightgown kicked over. Qin Zhe grabbed it and wondered, You learned the horse dance at 3 years old. Why aren't your legs thick? Nan Man Pei blushed and said angrily, Let go. Qin Zhe immediately let go. The two of them drank tea and did not speak for a long time. I started learning the horse dance at 3 years old. My father forced me to. Nan Man Pei played with the teacup with her fingertips. Her eyes were no longer clear. There were too many things in them, so complicated that it made people want to explore them. I was born in a big city in the north. My family is very famous in the area, and even in the nearby provinces. I lived with my nanny in a big house in the suburbs during my childhood. White walls and black tiles. The courtyard was eerie and there were 2 stone lions in front of the door. Qin Zhe subconsciously straightened his back. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Nan Man Pei's eyes were more attractive than ever. Chapter 450. Since the founding of the country had been in turmoil for a long time. From politics to the people's livelihood, from ideology to culture, everything was affected. The consequences of the turmoil on society were not short-term pain, but long-term pain. From fighting on horseback to ruling the country, crossing the river by feeling the stones, it had been a very long time. After the once beautiful ideals were ruthlessly attacked by reality, the old ideas were shattered, and the future was hopeless. Countless people lived in a state of confusion. Thus, many people had nothing to do and lived an ignoble life. They had hands and feet, but they were not willing to make a living. They were walking on a bright path, but they liked to take shortcuts. They were shameless and did not know what was good for them. Some people were forced by life, and some people were willing to fall. These people were called hooligans. From the 1970s to the 1980s, these groups gradually grew stronger by riding on the spring breeze of reform and opening up. The gradually recovering economy and the tiring suppression and regulation gave them the soil to nourish them. Among them, the North had the most. Nan Man Pei's father was born in the 1960s, was active in the 70s and 80s, and was shot in the 90s. Nan Man Pei had lived in a small town outside a small town in the north since she was born. She lived in a house with white walls and black tiles. She lived with her sister and an old nanny. When she was 3 years old, she saw her father for the first time. Her 10-year-old sister held her hand and waited for her father in the middle of the hall. When Pei Nanman was 3 years old, she had no concept or reference of a father at all. So when the man came and lifted Nan Man Pei up high, she was so scared that she cried and kicked the man's face with her legs. Big brother, are you okay? A confidant handed him a handkerchief. The man who got a nosebleed was not angry. Instead he laughed. My daughter is very strong. Ha! From that day onwards, Nan Man Pei was urged to practice martial arts because her father thought that she was good material for it. Computers needed to be learned from a child. Pooh! Martial arts needed to be learned from a child. It was also after that day that Nan Man Pei found out what kind of thing his father was. His sister said that this man called father, and the woman called mother, worked together to give birth to them. As for how they were born, Nan Man Pei didn't know and didn't think about it. Otherwise, his sister might say that they were born when they held hands. After all, it was impossible for her sister to know. She was only 10 years old at that time. His sister had also told him that there used to be 2 older brothers in the family, but they had died prematurely due to a gang feud. His mother had died of massive bleeding after giving birth to Nan Man Pei. Man, give Dad a few more years. Dad will bring you back to the provincial capital. The man patted her head and left. After that, every once in a while, the man would come to visit the two women secretly. He did not bring many people with him, only his confidants. He would come in the middle of the night and leave in the middle of the night. She would always bring snacks and toys for Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei had also stopped resisting at the beginning. Every day, he counted the days until he could see his father. Once, her father did not come. She waited from midnight until dawn in the middle of the hall and slept in her sister's arms. The next day, a boy knocked on the door of the big house. That boy was called Chao Bing. I'm your father's protégé. Chao Bing stood at the door of the inner courtyard with bags of gifts. The boy's gaze followed the figure of a little girl running under the flowering tree. He was slightly absent-minded. I have to interrupt, Qinzhe said. Chao Bing is a lolicon? He has no taste at all. Lolas are cute, but how can she compare to a mature woman? Teska she's mesmerizing. After saying that, he was kicked hard by Nan Man Pei. Who are you? The little Nan Man Pei turned around and put her hands on her waist. I'm your father's protégé. I lost my parents when I was young. Chao Bing said, Master Pei asked me to come over because I'm young and inconspicuous. Where's my dad? He's seriously injured and can't come. How could one not be attacked when one was in the pugilistic world? This was a common occurrence. People in the pugilistic world thought it was common, but their families didn't think so. That year, the 12-year-old sister was disgusted by this. You killed my brother in the past. Sooner or later, you'll kill us. After Chao Bing left, the sister said to Nan Man Pei in the house. Then I'll practice martial arts and protect my father. Nan Man Pei's answer was unexpected. The sister was so angry that she pressed her on the bed and spanked her butt. She told her that a girl should marry into a good family in the future and take care of her husband and children. She shouldn't be involved in fighting and killing. Pei Nanman grumbled unhappily. She said that she had never lost a fight with the boys in town. She started practicing the horse dance when she was 3 years old. 2 years later, every time her father came, he would teach her a move or two. It was more than enough to beat boys of the same age. When she was 6 years old, Nan Man Pei and her sister were taken to the provincial capital by their father. That day, a Santana that the people in town had never seen before drove over and stopped outside the town. In her father's words, he finally unified all the forces in the provincial capital and became a powerful person who dominated the province. Nan Man Pei was carried by her father and surrounded by dozens of henchmen. She was 6 years old and naive. She asked her father, "My sister said that my father's job is very dangerous. Why does he continue?" Her father pointed at the luxury cars. Man, look. These things were bought by our brothers at the risk of their lives. If you don't want them, others will fight for them. Nan Man Pei grabbed her father's clothes. Man, don't want them. There's no turning back. Her father said, "Others will not only take your things, but also your life. I have a group of uncles to take care of. They don't know how to do anything. They haven't been educated, and they don't even know how to write their names. They don't know how to do anything except walk this path." In this fictitious world, everyone is fighting for fame and fortune. There are so few winners and so many losers. It's not easy for me to get to where I am today. At that time, Nan Man Pei still didn't understand this era. Since then, Nan Man Pei lived the life of a rich young lady. She had followers everywhere she went. In the 80s, foreign goods that many rich people didn't have access to were already daily necessities in her eyes. When Nan Man Pei was 15 years old, she was already a beauty praised by everyone. That year, a young man visited her father. Her father was very happy and hosted a banquet to entertain him. During the banquet, her sister and the young man exchanged glances. After that, Nan Man Pei often saw her sister hiding in her room to write letters. One day, Nan Man Pei stole her sister's letters and ran all over the courtyard. Her sister chased after her. "Although I'm thousands of miles away from you now, my heart is full of longing for you. I wish I could turn into an eagle and fly to your side without stopping. You are my eyes, the moon in my heart. Without you, how can I be happy? Fong, I miss you more than anything." As Pei Nanman ran, she let out a barbell-like laughter. "Sister, I won't let you marry into the Li family. You're smart, You'll inherit the Pei family business in the future. I won't do fighting and killing. I'll do the killing. You'll be in charge of the ideas. Dad said so too. Besides, all the uncles are convinced by you. Compared to Nan Man Pei's athletic prowess, her sister was smarter and got into university. In that era where there were bumpkins everywhere, a university student in a gang that barely knew how to read was simply as dazzling as a female literary star. Later, that young man from the Li family came again. He and Master Pei had a big argument at home. Dad wants you to retire. If you retire now, you still have a chance to escape unscathed. If you're too late, he won't be able to protect you. Retire? How? If I retire, will I still have a chance to live? What about the hundreds of brothers? The impact this time is more terrifying than you think. It's not a small punishment. Do you want to eat peanuts? Then I'll change. There must be a way to survive. Those brothers have been with me for so many years. I can't retire just like that. It's no use. You're the center of attention this time. As long as you don't retire, the trouble will continue. My dad is going to move up a little. He can't give you any protection now. Do you know how many eyes are watching? The conversation ended on a sour note. Not long after, the famous Master Pei was captured and shot. The life of this ambitious man who had dominated the North for more than 20 years ended. In late spring, the young man from the Li family came again. He was here to take his sister away. He wanted to take away Nan Man Pei's last hope as well. That day, Nan Man Pei chased them out of the house. He drove for a few miles and stopped them. Sister, you can't go. Nan Man Pei stood in front of the car. He looked stubborn. Man, let me go. I want to go to the south with him. Staying here is not the life I want. His sister got out of the car. Dad has only been here for half a month. The people outside are all restless. They want to set up their own businesses and take away more than half of our business. You're going to leave them behind with just a few words? Dad is gone. Let his things disappear with him. It's not something we should bear. Nan Man Pei grabbed his sister's sleeve tightly. Tears streamed down his face. But I can't accept it. I can't accept it. In the end, his sister left. Outside the window, the rain gradually slowed down. Nan Man Pei held a teacup and was immersed in his memories. It had been a few decades since the 80s. It felt like a lifetime. When he looked back, things were still the same, but people had changed. Qin coughed. Looking at this scene, I suddenly have an idea. I want to sing a song. As expected, Nan Man Pei's attention was caught. Asking the world, is this the highest mountain? Ha! Or, is there another mountain higher than this one? Ha! Nan Man Pei was speechless. Qin asked hopefully, what do you think? Yes. It's great. My songwriting talent is recognized by the whole country. Yes. That's amazing. What kind of bullshit tea song is this? Are you comforting me or stabbing me in the heart? Are you trying to tell me that there's always a higher mountain and that my dad didn't regret his death? Forget it. I'll let it go for the sake of his kindness. Yeah. And what happened after that? Qin asked. Chapter 451. Nan Man Pei was in a daze. After that, I went home and thought about how to stabilize the situation. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. I'm afraid that everyone will kick a man who is down. My father has offended many people in the past few years, and he will definitely settle the score. At that time, I understood what my father meant. There's no way to retreat. There's really no way to retreat. But I'm not willing to leave the North just like that. This is the foundation that my father worked hard for his whole life. My 2 brothers died here. But reality left me with no way out. I can't support it alone. So I went to look for Chao Bing. At that time, his status in the gang was very high. He dared to fight and many people chose to follow him, supporting him to set up his own gang. When Nan Man Pei found him that day, the sun was shining brightly. He was tempering his body in the yard. Do you like me? Under the sunlight, the beautiful girl asked straightforwardly. Man, I've liked you for many years. Chao Bing stared at her. Okay, help me protect this family business and help me take back what my father lost. When I'm 20, I'll marry you. That year, she was 16 and Chao Bing was 19. In the next 4 years, with Chao Bing's help, Pei Nanman gradually gained a firm foothold. However, times were different. Every gangster was racking their brains to clear their names. Many of the profiteering grey industries were gradually being withdrawn from the stage of history. Man, the situation has changed. We have to give up some things to manage other businesses. Nanman Pei had no objections to what Chao Bing said. She had successfully protected her father's family business and didn't have a clean ending. As for Chao Bing, she was naturally satisfied. A woman didn't have to marry someone she liked, but she had to marry someone who liked her. Nanman Pei thought so at that time. Chao Bing was a person who cherished old relationships. He was adopted by Nanman Pei's father and was even more devoted to her. When she was 20, she married Chao Bing as promised. She thought that she would live like this for a generation, but in the second year of marriage, she found out that she was infertile. This caused a fatal crack in her marriage with Chao Bing. The next year, Chao Bing placed the divorce agreement in front of her. They said that you have a mistress outside? Nanman Pei didn't look at the agreement but stared into Chao Bing's eyes. I don't like her, but I need her father's help. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to clear our names. It's you, not us. Man, believe me. Give me some time, and I will divorce her. The person I love has always been you. Nanman Pei sneered. It's best if you have a son. Chao Bing, if you want to borrow a chicken to lay eggs, you have to ask for my permission. Chao Bing didn't say anything. Divorce is good too. I won't have to bear the pressure anymore. Nanman Pei signed the divorce agreement. From that moment on, she and Chao Bing had completely cut off all ties. She was angry at the betrayal, but she was not sad. Instead, she felt relieved. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. At that time, she understood that marrying the person she liked was far more important than marrying the person who liked her. Later, Nanman Pei came to Shanghai with a group of people who were willing to follow her and an unimaginable amount of money. From then on, she took root in Shanghai. Her grades were average since she was a child, but she was self-taught. With the help of the Li family, she completely cleared her name. With a solid foundation, she made a lot of money every day. Qin Zhe carefully observed Nanman Pei's expression, especially when she said that Chao Bing had seduced the daughter of the Shangguan family and became Chen Shimi. He felt that Sister Man Pei must be very hurt. She was such a proud woman. But she didn't. Maybe she was too shrewd and experienced, so she could hide her emotions in her heart. Qin Zhe coughed again. Sister Man, I have a sudden inspiration. Shall I sing a song for you to relieve your boredom? Nanman Pei nodded. Go ahead. I once loved a man. He said that I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I kept my innocence for him and closed the door of love. Qin Zhe nodded as he sang. That must be it. Otherwise, why didn't Sister Man find another man after so many years? Qin Zhe realized the truth. Nanman Pei was speechless. Omega winky face, it was such a fitting song. She was speechless. Hearing him sing like this, Nanman Pei felt that she was a pitiful person who had been abandoned by her lover. Thank you, but I am going to sleep now. Please get out of my sight. Nanman Pei grabbed Qin Zhe's collar and pushed him out of the room. The moment the door was opened, Qin Zhe and Nanman Pei were stunned. There were two little guys who were eavesdropping at the door. They were about to turn around and run away. Stop. Nanman Pei raised her eyebrows and anger flashed across her pale face. Who told you to eavesdrop? Pei Ziki lied through her teeth. Auntie, we didn't eavesdrop. My brother was too drunk and insisted on drinking. Li Donglai cooperated and fell into Pei Ziki's arms. Help me up. I still want to drink a bucket. Then the brother and sister acted and quickly scurried away. Qin Zhe was speechless. Nanman Pei was speechless. Qin Zhe looked at his phone. It was almost 1 in the morning. Li Donglai had already sobered up. Then, Sister Man, I will leave first. Qin Zhe stood at the door and said goodbye. Okay. Drive carefully at night. Nanman Pei nodded and said gently. Okay. Qin Zhe walked down the stairs and hummed a song. I once loved a man like this. You are still singing. Nanman Pei was angry. Qin Zhe changed the song. My balls are cold when the wind blows, 18 centimeters shake and shake. Thud. The cotton slipper hit the back of his head. Qin Zhe fled downstairs. Nan Man Pei hopped on one leg, picked up the slipper, and put it on. She rolled her eyes at Qin Zhe's running back. Charming. The next morning, when Qin Zhe accompanied Wang Zijin for a morning run, the kiss mark on his neck had completely disappeared. The two of them rested by the roadside. Wang Zijin stared at his side profile. What's with the scratch marks on your face? The scratch marks caused by Nan Man Pei had already scabbed over. However, with Qin Zhe's physique, it would take about 2 days to recover. A woman's scratch marks, to a certain extent, were no less lethal than a kiss mark. However, it depended on the location. If the scratch marks were on his back, Qin Zhe could type GG and pray that he would die a better death. Fortunately, it was on his face. Sister Man wasn't here yesterday. Her little girl, Pei Ziki, was dead drunk. I helped her into the room, but she resisted and scratched her face. He couldn't say that it was Sister Man who scratched her face. That would be a big misunderstanding. If he said that he and Sister Man had fought for 300 rounds, Sister Ziwei would imagine that they had fought for 300 rounds in bed. They didn't know that Sister Man was good at kung fu. During breakfast, Qin Zhe used the same excuse to persuade his sister. Baby Qin nibbled on a steamed bun. Her 2 feet were under the table, and her sparkling toes, which were painted pink, were fighting restlessly. Don't drink so much. Take care of your body. Qin Bao Bao tucked her hair behind her ear and took a sip of soy milk. There's a meeting in Tianfeng today. You should come too. Wang Zijin thought. This again. During this time, the company's restructuring was completed. The positions were more or less arranged. Some of the people with connections and parasites were fired. Now we need to improve our teamwork and integrate the new and old employees. Also, the company's scale has expanded. The finances are a bit strained. Qin Zhe frowned. Strained? How is it strained? How's Tianfeng's profit this quarter? Qin Bao Bao said, let's talk about it at the company later. After breakfast, he and his sister went to Tianfeng. As soon as they entered the office, an ordinary-looking assistant brought in the company's financial report and investment report for the previous quarter. It was Qin Zhe's first time looking at this. Usually, he only paid attention to the company's income. After he and Qin Bao Bao entered Tianfeng, the company's performance did improve. This was the benefit brought by him and Qin Bao Bao. Whether it was Qin Bao Bao's song copyrights, film and television works, or her connections in the entertainment industry and advertising business as a big shot, Tianfeng's business grew greatly. But for a big company to develop positively and healthily, it couldn't rely on 1 or 2 people. After all, it wasn't a studio. It needed a large majority of middle management elites. Tianfeng clearly lacked such elites. Excluding the commercial performances, commercials, movies, and variety shows that Qin Bao Bao participated in, the other celebrities didn't have much work to do. Li Wei, who was ranked second, didn't even have half of Qin Bao Bao's work. In Tianfeng's investment report for this quarter, they had invested in a total of 3 movies and 2 television series. The loss reached 10 million. Tianfeng's investment department and business department were too ordinary. Qin Zhe called his assistant. Announced that all department managers will have a meeting at 10 a.m. No leave, they must attend. 10 a.m. Conference Room 1. After the 2 entertainment companies merged with Tianfeng, the number of senior managers increased from 7 to 8 to nearly 20. The youngest department manager was in his 30s. Most of them were middle-aged men in suits. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao were the last to arrive. Qin Zhe sat at the head of the table. Qin Bao Bao sat on his left. He looked around at everyone. This is the first meeting of our company's reorganization. Everyone has seen me before, but this is the first time I'm meeting all of you. Let me first welcome our new colleagues. Clap, clap, clap. After the applause ended, Qin Zhe continued, there are 2 reasons for this meeting. Let's talk about the first matter. The personnel arrangements have been settled. In terms of business, we have to speed up. The bigger the company, the more expensive it will be. What do you all think about this? Tianfeng's marketing department manager suggested, CEO Qin, we can let CEO Qin hold another concert. It would be best if it was a national tour. After that, we can release the second album. Everyone nodded. If the concert was a success, it would mean a huge amount of income. Everyone had tasted the benefits of the previous concert. A national tour would be even better. With Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe together, they would be invincible in the music industry. Moreover, a national tour could promote the new album, killing two birds with one stone. Right now, Qin Bao Bao still held the new record for digital albums. No one had broken it yet. Some people in the industry said that perhaps only Qin Bao Bao could break the record. Qin Zhe furrowed his brows. His train of thought still hadn't changed. Tianfeng's scale was not big before. It was not a problem to rely on him and Qin Bao Bao to support it. But now that Tianfeng's scale had doubled, this model could no longer work. My sister and I have to work so hard to earn money to support your group of employees? Who exactly is working for whom? Chapter 452. Qin Zhe frowned. Is there anyone else who disagrees? After a long time, an unfamiliar guy finally said, Boss Qin, I think we can invest in a movie. Qin Zhe nodded and waited for him to continue. I believe everyone knows which is more popular between singers and movie stars. Among the stars, movie stars are always the ones who earn the most money and are the most famous. Singers are second. The cost and manpower that Chairman Qin spent on a nationwide concert tour was far less than a movie or a TV series that was popular in half of the world. For our company, filming a movie is obviously more profitable. It's better than a concert in all aspects, and it can also promote our company's own artists. It's killing several birds with one stone. Someone objected. Filming a successful commercial movie is actually more difficult than a concert. After the concert, there will be an album. Everyone knows that Boss Qin's songwriting ability is top-notch in the country. This is where our confidence lies. The unfamiliar guy said again, looking at all the movies that Boss Qin has taken on, every one of them is a hit. In terms of film and television, we are also confident. A good movie will bring more praise than a concert. Instantly, the meeting was divided into two factions. One supported the concert and the new album, while the other supported the movie. The former had more support than the latter. Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, the combination of two Boss Qins represented a surefire way to make money without any pressure. Qin Zhe gestured with his hand, and all the arguing stopped. He looked at the guy who suggested the movie. What's your name? Wei Xiang. Wei Xiang said. Wei Xiang. Hey, Xiang? Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Wei Xiang. Why did he suddenly feel that Qin Zhe's face was distorted? Yes. Qin Zhe announced, next, we will prepare to film the movie. I will write the script, and the production team can start preparing. But next time, I hope you can come up with your own script and independently produce a good movie. The national tour and the new album can be discussed after the movie. Now for the second thing. Qin Zhe glanced at everyone. Does everyone feel a little crowded? Someone laughed. Boss Qin, we are already looking for a new company address. Qin Bao Bao suddenly interrupted. It is a little crowded. We can consider reducing the number of senior managers. The meeting room suddenly fell silent. When Qin Zhe was in the company, he always led the meetings, but most of the time, it was Qin Bao who dealt with these guys. Her words, to a certain extent, were more alarming than Qin Zhe. My sister's idea is also my idea, Qin Zhe said. Everyone looked at each other. Pa! Qin Zhe threw the financial statements and performance report on the table. Look at your profits for this quarter. You lost 10 million renminbi. Indeed, this amount of money was not much. There were many people who had invested in a lousy movie and lost hundreds of millions. But in April, our movie If I Become Memories made a profit of 600 million yuan at the box office. This profit is included. If you deduct the money earned from this movie, you'll lose 610 million yuan. He slammed the table with a loud bang. Are you all King trash? Answer me. The original staff of Tianfeng lowered their heads. The managers of the other two companies were gloating. Last quarter, the entire company lost 10 million yuan. If not for this movie made by me and Qin Bao Bao, if it was the original Tianfeng, they would have declared bankruptcy. Since Qin Zhe took over Tianfeng, the company had made a total of 1.2 billion yuan in 3 quarters. Last quarter, some investments made money, some made losses. After deducting from each other, the final result was a loss of 10 million yuan. This year, Tianfeng started to expand rapidly. The number of projects they invested in was more than 10 times that of previous years. The more projects they invested in, the more losses they incurred. Part of the reason was because they had to pay for their expansion. Another part of the reason was that the original staff of Tianfeng were indeed a little weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been half dead in the past. Since I took over Tianfeng, from Qin Bao Bao's first concert until now, the projects that made the most money were all done by her and me. I want to ask, what about you guys? Did the projects you completed alone make any money? How much did you lose? Has anyone calculated it? There's no need to calculate it. Let me tell you. A total loss of 1 billion yuan. If you cut off all the projects you invested in, Tianfeng would have made 2 billion yuan since last year. Tell me, what use do I have for you? This was a little too much. For example, if a company had 10 projects, some would make money, some would lose money. It was inevitable. But as long as it was profitable in the end, it was a successful investment. But this group of people from Tianfeng disappointed Qin Zhe too much. He didn't expect them to make much money, but at least they wouldn't lose so much. It's been almost 9 months. The school fees should be enough, right? Have your results improved? Is it worth the 1 billion yuan school fees? Unknowingly, Tianfeng had become the weakest of the 3 companies. Since the establishment of Baozi, Qin Zhe had made more than 30 billion yuan, although not all of it was his money. It was his biggest treasury now. Purple Crystal had the biggest potential and would become the most profitable company in the future. But Qin Zhe valued Tianfeng the most. Not only because of his sister, but also because of the mission from the system. He had to make Tianfeng a top 3 entertainment company in the country within 2 years. It was almost a year now. Let Qin Bao Bao hold a concert and release a new album. Not a bad idea. Quick money, no pressure. You just have to do the chores. Qin Zhe glanced at the people who agreed with the concert. Tell me, who is the boss? Who is working for whom? The last sentence was shouted. Even Qin Bao Bao was shocked by him. The air in the meeting room froze. This was the first time since the 2 Qins had joined Tianfeng that they were so angry. The company doesn't keep idle people, and we don't need incompetent people. Qin Zhe's voice was calm. From now on, all the departments in Tianfeng will implement an assessment system. Those who make losses for 3 consecutive months will be fired. There will also be assessments in the departments. Those who make losses for 3 consecutive months will be fired. Those with the most outstanding performance for 3 consecutive months will be promoted to department manager. The relevant details will be sent to your email in 2 days. Those who are incompetent will be fired. This includes the general manager. You will be excluded from the projects that Qin Bao Bao and I are involved in. If the company's profits are negative for 2 consecutive months, the general manager will be replaced. Qin Zhe stared at Zhang Fu. Do you understand? Zhang Fu's face was slightly pale. He nodded vigorously. Understood. One more thing. Qin Zhe said, from now on, everyone is a member of Tianfeng. You better treat everyone equally. If I know that you favor the senior members of Tianfeng, you will write your own resignation letter. The new management staff's eyes lit up. Zhang Fu said, understood, Boss Qin. Don't think about fishing in troubled waters. The era of Qin Bao Bao and I carrying the company's performance is over. You guys should think about it carefully. Also, I will announce one more thing. All management staff, your salary will be increased by 10% and your bonus will be increased by 20%. All right, dismissed. Back in the office, Qin Zhe sat on the sofa and rubbed his temples. With his ability, managing a company of a few hundred people was actually a bit difficult. It had only been 10 months since he had upgraded from a salted fish to Hei's king. Unless he was a legendary reborn big shot, even with the system, it was impossible for him to become a Superman in a second. Well, the system was still a low-level ass. At this time, the existence of an elite management staff was crucial. If only there were a few more management talents like Su Yu. His sister and Wang Zijin were already working hard to change and learn, but they still needed time. Grinding an iron rod into a needle was not something that could be done overnight. Qin Bao Bao sucked on a lollipop, straddling his lap, and gently rubbing his temples. Sister will help you rub them. Qin Zhe closed his eyes and enjoyed his sister's service. Don't be so troublesome. Tianfeng is already doing very well. No, I want to surpass Star Art in the next year. Qin Baobao was moved and shook her butt. You want to vent for sister? It's been so long. Qin Zhe, he thought, as long as I catch up with Star Art, I'll be almost done with the mission. It has nothing to do with sister. Here, I'll reward you with a lollipop. A lollipop was put in his mouth, and Qin Zhe subconsciously sucked it. Then he reacted and opened his eyes. Sure enough, the lollipop in his sister's mouth was in his mouth. Aren't you disgusting? Qin Zhe said angrily. Aya, after eating sister's saliva for so many years, now you know it's disgusting? Doggy, you've changed. Qin Baobao complained. As they were talking, the office door was knocked a few times. Qin Baobao's posture did not change and she said crisply, Come in. The plain-looking assistant came in with a few documents. Seeing his sister straddling his brother, he was stunned. When he saw Qin Baobao rubbing Qin Zhe's head, his expression returned to normal. The whole company knew that the siblings had a good relationship and were used to their intimate way of getting along. Although this posture was a little ambiguous, it looked very natural with the way she rubbed his temples. Qin Zhe threw the lollipop in his mouth. Who let you in? Go to the general manager's office tomorrow and ask Zhang Fu to change his assistant. The plain-looking assistant stood at the door, feeling wronged and at a loss. Qin Baobao said softly, You can go out first. Boss Qin is in a bad mood. What he said just now was out of anger. In an instant, Qin Baobao's image changed from a seductive vixen to a bodhisattva shining with love. The female assistant was so touched that she almost cried. As soon as she left, Qin Baobao's smile changed from a kind one to a fake one. He pinched Qin Zhe's ear and smiled. Do you want to change your assistant? Qin Zhe straightened his neck. Change, too insensible. Thomas twisted. Say it again, do you want to change or not? No, I'm not changing. Sensible. Qin Baobao reached out and touched his head. Qin Zhe had a lot of complaints about the plain-looking female assistant setting. Tianfeng had two female assistants. One was a 40-year-old aunt, and the other was a 30-year-old mature woman. But their faces were too plain. Moreover, one of them already had a child in junior high school, and the other had a family. Qin Zhe basically did not communicate with them other than when they were working. Purple Crystal Technology also had two female assistants. They had the same formula as Tianfeng and the same taste. He wondered if Wang Zijin had discussed it with his sister. Baoza had a female assistant, and she was super beautiful. That was Su Yu. This one was even worse. Why do you need a female assistant? I'm enough. She always said that. I've never thought about having anything with a female assistant, but there are eye-catching vases everywhere I go. How nice is that? Qin Zhe yearned to have one or two tall and beautiful female assistants by his side every time he went on a business trip. They would wear a suit, and their long legs were wrapped in black stockings. It would be best if they wore glasses. Just thinking about it made him happy. Today he would take Xiaoli out. Tomorrow, he would take Xiaohua out. After that, he would take Xiaomei out. Now, he did not even bring his assistant or secretary with him on business trips. It was an eyesore. Chapter 453. This dream was the same as a man's martial arts dream when he was young. Qin Zhe also dreamed of going out one day, surrounded by luxury cars, lackeys, and 2 or 3 beautiful female secretaries. That was how those acting tough on TV acted. Beautiful female secretaries were the standard. Su Yu, Qin Baobao, and Wang Zijin were all very beautiful. Any one of them could satisfy his requirements. But the way the sisters were used was different from the female secretaries. And when he went out with the sisters, he should be the one being their lackey. It was impossible to change secretaries. It was probably impossible in this lifetime. Qin Zhe knew how to choose from the question in front of him. When we bought the 2 entertainment companies, we already had this idea. But wasn't it too rushed? Qin Baobao slid down from his lap, took off her high heels, and sat with her legs curled up. Sister's posture was especially seductive. It showed off the curves of her exquisite body. It's been 9 months. They haven't changed much. I'm very disappointed. If I didn't see this quarter's report, I wouldn't be like this, Qin Zhe said. Choosing to buy the entertainment companies was to expand the company's manpower. Tianfang was like a pool of stagnant water. It was difficult to revive it without introducing fresh water. But Qin Baobao half knelt on the sofa, her eyes watery. You were so domineering just now, like a domineering CEO. Then is there a reward? Qin Baobao kissed him on the cheek. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. Here too. Qin Zhe tilted his head. Qin Baobao blushed. She hit his head with a karate chop and kissed him again. Qin Zhe was a little light-headed. I seem to have run out of facial cleanser at home. Qin Baobao. I'll buy you a new one later. Sister didn't seem to understand my hint. Sister is really a refreshing stream of female drivers. No, she's not a female driver. She doesn't even have a driver's license. At this time, he missed Wang Zijin and Su Yu, who could joke with him. However, it was because Sister didn't know anything that he liked to flirt in front of Sister. It was very exciting. For example, Sister, I want to use facial cleanser tonight. His sister didn't know anything. She might even stupidly bring him some facial cleanser. For example, Sis, I haven't been in a daze recently. His sister didn't know anything. For example, Sister, I've thought it through. Have you thought it through? His sister still didn't know anything. Another example would be, Sis, I used to find your stuttering annoying, but now I find it quite comfortable. No, this was too explicit. His sister would beat him to death. There was another knock on the office door. After Qin Baobao said, "Come in," Mou opened the door and came in. Chairman Qin, what do you think about the new movie? At least tell us what the theme is so that the production team can prepare, Mou said. Tianfang had several directors, some of whom were even more famous than Mou. But none of them were able to get Qin Zhe's attention, so Qin Zhe still chose to use the familiar Mou. Qin Zhe had already thought about this question. Journey to the West, he said. Ha! Mou was stunned. The theme is based on Journey to the West, Qin Zhe said. The theme of Journey to the West. This has already been filmed too many times. Mou frowned. In recent years, there have been many such themes. It was okay in the past, but now they can't sell anymore. The audience is tired of the aesthetic. A few years ago, Sun Wukong's 100-meter dash to the White Bone Demon and Tang Sanzang sweeps the Spider Demon didn't do well at the box office. And last year, there was another movie, The Unspeakable Story of Zhu Beiji and Guanyin Bodhisattva. It attracted a lot of attention at first, but after it was released, the audience said that the plot was tired of the plot and it was not funny. The box office was a flop. Nowadays, office workers are under a lot of pressure at work. They like movies, TV series, and novels with light and funny themes. So we'll take this route as well, Qin Zhe said. Then, we'll discuss it after you've written the script, Chairman Qin. Mou knew Qin Zhe's temperament. To work with him, all he had to do was follow his orders. Qin Zhe nodded. Go out first. I'll write the script for you in 3 to 2 days. Mou nodded and left. You know how to write a script? Qin Baobao didn't believe him. Nope. Then why did you boast about making a movie? You're so thick-skinned. It's not that I'm boasting, but the current film industry is too materialistic and superficial. Directors are no longer artists. Screenwriters are no longer writers. A bunch of stars who have only made a few comedies are blindly arrogant and change careers to become directors. There's a pile of bad movies. Qin Zhe shrugged. Since the threshold is so low, why can't I be a screenwriter? Then write the script. I'll see if I can play the female lead. Qin Baobao looked at him with disdain. Then don't come. I'll find Li Wei to play the female lead. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. I can find someone else to do the sex scenes and kissing scenes. I'm tired of working with you all the time. Ha! You want to do a sex scene with Li Wei? Qin Baobao was furious. She straddled her brother and strangled him. You black-hearted maggot. Say that again and I'll fire Li Wei right now. You're the one who doesn't want to do it. Didn't I say I'll read your script? Who wants you to read it? It's up to you. No, there are kissing and sex scenes. No one else can act. Not even a stunt double. Why? You black-hearted maggot. I knew you had feelings for Li Wei. I'll beat you to death today. A few minutes later, the arrogant sister pressed Qin Zhe down on the sofa, like a mermaid that had been thrown ashore and was struggling with all her might. Get lost. I don't want you to act anymore. I won't let you live in my house. Qin Bao Bao felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Her sister's dignity was shattered again. You're asking for it. Qin Zhe snorted. Qin Bao Bao felt that it was embarrassing to be bullied by her brother on the sofa. She sniffled and sobbed quietly. Qin Zhe was speechless. Don't you know how to coax me? You've never been fierce to Wang Zijin. You black-hearted maggot. Qin Bao Bao cried and scolded at the same time. It was as if she had been wronged because Qin Zhe treated Wang Zijin well. He forgot that his sister was a girl after all. She would cry whenever she felt wronged. She would only cry in front of him. Fortunately, he was good at coaxing his sister. He leaned over to his sister but was pushed away by the angry Qin Bao Bao. After a few times, he simply reached out and hugged her legs. He carried her and put her on the coffee table. The sister and brother faced each other. Her long legs hooked around his waist. Qin Zhe grabbed 2 tissues and handed them to her. Don't be angry. You can read it after I finish writing the script. Qin Bao Bao twisted her waist, indicating that she did not want to accept his tissues. Qin Zhe understood and helped his sister wipe her tears. Look, your eyeshadow is smudged because of your crying. He saw that his sister was stunned and then angry. The witty Qin Zhe immediately added, You don't need eyeshadow at all. Sister is the most beautiful. Makeup is just superfluous. Qin Bao Bao sniffed and snorted. Near the end of work, Qin Zhe suddenly received a call from Su Yu. Husband, I have a cold. His voice was thick and nasally. His sister, who was holding his arm, had sensitive ears and vaguely heard a woman's voice. Who's calling? His sister asked vigilantly. Su Yu, she's sick. Qin Zhe replied. At the same time, he also told Su Yu. My sister is on the side. Put away your words. Are you better? Qin Zhe frowned. No, I didn't go to work today. You didn't notice. Su Yu felt wronged. I'm very dizzy. Do you want to go to the hospital? Qin Zhe said. You take me there. Okay. Hanging up the phone, he said, Su Yu has a cold for a day. She's uncomfortable. I'll take her to the hospital. Qin Bao Bao reluctantly said, She has a cold. Why is she looking for you? Doesn't she have a family of her own? Qin Zhe was silent for a moment. She has a bad relationship with her family. She has lived alone for many years. Su Yu's situation, except for Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei, few people know. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Then you go. Qin Zhe smiled and touched his sister's dog head. Sensible. Qin Bao Bao was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. She was retaliated against. Just in the office, she said the same words and did the same action. So she chased Qin Zhe and beat him. Since the story of laughing and touching a dog's head came out, touching the head has become a way for the brother and sister to compete. Qin Bao Bao always felt that if her head was touched, it would become a dog's head. Qin Zhe always felt that it wasn't impossible for him to accept this. Chapter 454. Qin Zhe drove to Su Yu's apartment and took out the key to open the door. It was more convenient for him to come to Su Yu's place than to go back to his own home. He had to go through 3 procedures of fingerprints, electronic passwords, and keys. Qin Zhe almost trotted all the way and hurried here. Unconsciously, Su Yu had a pivotal position in his heart. It was no longer the simple pity of the past, but more fetters that were difficult to give up. The well-decorated apartment was brightly lit, and the sound of the game came out of the bedroom through the sound system and floated in every corner of the room. Qin Zhe's anxious mood was like a warm fire in the desert and was extinguished by a bucket of cold water. He walked into the bedroom with his mouth twitching and saw a woman with long hair squatting on a chair, wearing a purple nightgown, playing a shooting game. Her slim figure swayed from side to side with the shooting action of the game character. Su Yu loves to play games, and playing games is a good way to pass the time. Qin Zhe recalled the first time he played a shooting game. It was the same. The character in the game shuttled through the rain of bullets, and he kept dancing on the soft chair of the internet cafe. He couldn't stop at all. Su Yu played a shooting game that was currently very popular. That's not the point. Don't you have a cold? Don't you feel dizzy? Qin Zhe's 2 fists turned on Su Yu's temples. Pain, pain, pain. I'm dead. Suyu cried. The character she controlled was killed. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll beat the shit out of you today. Chinzei said angrily. Suyu didn't have the guilty conscience of a liar at all, but cheekily said, "You are my medicine, and it works in a day." "I'll fuck your mother." Chinzei burst out swearing. "It's not enough for you to fuck me, and you don't even let my mother go? Beast." Suyu covered her mouth and looked shocked. Chinzei. Damn it! His brain was shaking, and he wanted to beat her. Suyu was getting more and more naughty. After they were really familiar with each other, her cold goddess style was completely thrown away. A cold beauty is not in line with Chinzei's taste, but if Suyu can occasionally maintain that state, he will have a very good experience. One's body is upright and one's mouth is bad. Obviously, his body was honest, but his mouth was stubborn. With a red face, he pretended to be indifferent and said, "I don't need your big magic tool." Another example was wearing a female teacher's uniform, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and wearing black stockings on her long legs. She stepped on his chest and said coldly, "Bah, scum! I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. You are naughty with me." Chinzei sneered, picked her up from the chair and walked to the bed. Suyu's pale face panicked. Her two long legs kicked wildly as she begged for mercy. "Good man, please let me go." Boom. The whole person was thrown on the soft bed and bounced a few times. Then, there was a continuous slapping sound in the room, as well as Suyu's moaning and begging for mercy. After that, Chinzei stood up and stood beside the bed. Looking at the messy bed, he nodded with satisfaction. He was experienced in spanking. Suyu covered his buttocks and sucked in cold air. A man who hits a woman has a small penis of 5 centimeters. Suyu was not convinced and cursed. "Are you still naughty with me?" Chinzei was enraged. Come over here. I have a jar of homemade chewy wine. It's sticky and very sexy. 1 sip and you'll gasp for breath. 2 sips and you'll feel waves. 3 sips and you'll fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the newspaper seller." Suyu immediately flinched and stuck out her tongue at him. Since Suyu was fine, Chinzei was relieved. Her buttocks were also spanked, and he couldn't bear to blame her again. "You're fine, I'll go back first. Pay more attention to your body these days. Spring is not only the season for animals to mate, but also the season for viruses to be ashamed and impatient." Chinzei said. "No." Suyu rushed to the edge of the bed and grabbed his hand, looking pitiful. "How long have you not been with me, and you don't come to the company? You have no conscience and bad guy." Saying that, she wiped the tears that were forcibly squeezed out. Chinzei's heart softened. "Okay, I won't go back tonight. I just have to write the script." It was easy to explain to his sister. As long as he really had something to do, his sister would not care about not going home at night. After all, he stayed up late to write the script, which was what the scriptwriters did. Usually, if he was outside and did not go home to sleep, it would definitely not work. And if his sister had no opinion, she had always disguised herself as a gentle, considerate, and sensible Sister Ziwei. Even if it was just to compete, she would also say that she had no opinion. Chinzei called his sister and said that Suyu was not feeling well and sent her to the hospital. He had to stay here and write the script. His sister really agreed, and she was very considerate to tell him to rest more, pay attention to his body, and don't stay up all night to write the script. Chinzei sat in front of the computer and raised the corner of his mouth. He had figured out the way to deal with his sister and Sister Ziwei. Thinking of those years, he had been tricked by his sister since he was a child, and finally, the tables had turned. Thanks to the system, thanks to its IQ upgrade gift pack. System aside, I have been reduced to the tragic situation of occasionally mentioning it. Chinzei's eyes suddenly glanced at Suyu's sly smile, sneaky, like a little fox whose trick succeeded. This smile, this expression so familiar. He thought of his sister. Not good. My salted fish Sei has been tricked again. I don't know when it started. After Chinzei found out the depth of Suyu, Suyu also understood his strengths and weaknesses. She began to become like her sister, liked to trick him. Knowing that Chinzei had no resistance to acting coquettishly and cute, no matter what, as long as she whined and acted coquettishly and cute, Chinzei would follow. Maybe she learned it from Qin Bao Bao, or maybe Suyu discovered it herself. Anyway, she has learned how to trick Chinzei. For example, Just now. Suyu immediately put away her sly smile and looked serious. System. Give her a hose wisdom subtraction. I don't want a woman who is too smart. The system ignored him. Suyu, who didn't catch a cold, ran to the kitchen and made 2 cups of coffee. She sat beside him with the coffee in both hands, chattering and bragging to him that the coffee beans were sent by a foreign friend. It was super superior, and it was not comparable to the fake coffee in the market. Then she bragged about her coffee-making skills. First of all, the coffee beans were ground, not put in the machine, but she specially bought a small tool and ground it into powder by her own precious little hands. It's delicious. Suyu finished, blinked her eyelashes, and looked at him expectantly. Well, without your coffee I can't live. Qinzhe nodded perfunctorily. Exaggerated. Suyu rolled her eyes. But the flying eyebrows and the upturned mouth betrayed her, and there was a little sweetness in her heart. For the man she likes, even if she knows that it is exaggerated sweet words, women have no resistance. Suyu is even more so. As long as Qinzhe says that he needs her very much and can't leave her, Suyu will be happy to explode, because in these 20 years of life, no one thinks that she is very important. Qinzhe concentrated on writing the script. The movie was found from the Points Mall. Usually, as long as he opened the 3D projection interface of the Points Mall, he can listen to songs, watch movies, and watch small H movies, but others can't see it. There was a period of time when Qinzhe would occasionally open a small H movie and watch it. He would watch the naked teachers moaning and moaning. All the other salted fish would secretly watch it while he was the only one who could watch it openly. He was the king of the salted fish. Until one day, Qinzhe suddenly woke up and felt that poverty limited his imagination, so he no longer used the Points Mall to watch movies. Occasionally, in the dead of night, he would watch a few movies with great energy. He found that the database that the system packed from an unknown world, the movie has very similar development rules with his world. He realized that whether it was movies or cartoons, the quality and plot of the old movies were far better than the new ones. The production and special effects of the new movies have improved, but the plot and logic are not as good as the old movies. Lack of ingenuity. When commercial movies become mainstream, the selling point of the movie will change from quality to flow of small stars. Qinzhe spent 100 points to convert the movie into a script mode and then copied it into the movie. Other systems could just connect directly to the network and transmit the information over here. Low system, there is an invisible gap between its existence and this world. Everything has to go through Qinzhe as a transit station. In the words of the low system itself, I am safer because I am not in this world. If the situation is bad, I can run away. Other systems can't do it because space ability is my innate skill. Leave the group. It's a shame. Writing the script. In the process of copying the script, Suyu has been teasing him, either rubbing his thigh with her feet or blowing into his ear. Qinzhe glanced at her, a pair of well-proportioned slender legs under the nightdress, got up and went to the bathroom. I'm going to take a bath. The hot water splashed against his body. Not only did Qinzhe's anger not subside, but it also burned like a raging fire. Counting the time, he hasn't had in-depth communication with Suyu for a long time. She was busy these days, and Qinzhe himself was also busy. After taking a bath, he found Suyu sitting in front of the computer, typing. She was still writing novels, and Wang Zijin told him about it. After knowing the power of the river crab great god, Suyu gave up writing very H and very violent novels, and turned to writing sweet love novels. Qinzhe specially went to read it. It was too ugly, and it didn't feel good at all. The male and female protagonists were stuck together all day long, either kissing or having sex. Suyu no longer described the sex plot in detail and omitted 500 words. The male protagonist did not have a poisonous tongue, the female protagonist did not show her divinity in front of people, the two were like a pair of teddy bears, and the plot was very boring. This kind of book can only be made into a TV series or a movie. Did you save it for me? Qinzhe asked. Suyu was stunned, looked at him blankly, and asked, Didn't you save it yourself? Qinzhe suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. You won't close it without saving it, no, even if you don't save it, there will be a pop-up prompt when you close it. Suyu scratched her head. I don't know, I closed the software directly in the background. Qinzhe. You closed it directly in the background, did you do it deliberately? I worked hard to write the script for half an hour, and you ruined it all. Qinzhe scolded. Why are you so fierce? Suyu was not convinced. I saved it for more than 20 years, and you poked it with a needle. I didn't say anything. I'm so generous. She was righteous. Qinzhe. Damn it. Speechless. No, why was it a needle? Chapter 455. Perhaps one is marked by the company one keeps. Suyu was now full of flirtatious words. Most of it was learned from Qinzhe. Unlike Qin Baobao, who occasionally swipes Weibo, Suyu usually goes to work, goes home, plays games, visits forums, and spends most of her time on the internet. In the eyes of Qin Baobao, how can the internet be more comfortable than flirting with her brother? Wang Zijin was considered as someone who started later but reached first. Half a year of working as an editor and chief editor had allowed her to evolve from a newbie to a veteran of the internet. However, Sister Zijin would not be full of flirtatious words. She remembered her own persona. She was the noble Zijin, gentle and generous, with an extraordinary bearing. How could she say flirtatious words? Suyu asked, "What are you doing writing the script? Are you going to make a movie again?" Qinzhe nodded. Yes. Suyu's eyes lit up like xenon lights, shining and jumping. I'll do it, let me do the heroine. Qinzhe refused. No, the heroine has to be played by my sister. Suyu suddenly stood up from the chair and looked down, arms akimbo. Your wife is not as good as your sister in your heart? You are not my wife. Qinzhe rolled his eyes. Suyu raised her foot and kicked, crying, Qinzhe, you ungrateful bastard. The chair was too soft, and she stood high. Because Qinzhe dodged, Suyu, who kicked the air, fell forward. Qinzhe hurriedly caught it. If this exquisite and flawless face were to be damaged, wouldn't it be a great loss? He picked up Suyu, threw her on the bed, and took off her clothes. You go away. I'm not your wife. Suyu curled up, holding her chest and staring. You don't have to treat me as your husband. You think I'm a beast. Qinzhe rushed up. Help! I'm molesting you. No one will come to save you. If you come over again, I'll bite my tongue. You still want to bite your tongue? Eat my lollipop. The two of them were having a great time. Don't make trouble. Suyu pushed Qinzhe away. Her clothes were messy, and she said angrily, I don't really want to do it now. I'm not in the mood. Help me up. I'll write a chapter first. F***ck your sister. I have inspiration now. I want to come up with a plot. You can think of your own ideas. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. I won't let you in. Suyu closed his legs tightly. But it didn't matter. Qinzhe had a piece of siege wood that was thicker than Su Lai's. Suyu saw that the situation was not good and rolled on the bed. It was difficult for heroes to roll. What the F***ck? There was no way. Qinzhe could only let him go, and Suyu happily ran to the computer to write. Qinzhe lay on the bed and smoked a cigarette in loneliness. The system, which had been lurking for a while, suddenly popped up, you should leave the group. How embarrassing. Qinzhe was speechless. Was it taking the opportunity to take revenge? Why bother to make things difficult for salted fish? Qinzhe sincerely apologized. I was wrong. I thought I would never complain about you again. The system ignored him again. At 10:30, Suyu wrote for an hour, climbed into bed happily, and hugged Qinzhe. I'm done. Suyu said expectantly. You go away. I have a headache. I don't want to talk to you. Qinzhe said. Don't be angry. You're a man. Suyu said. Man. This is the reason why you let me hold it for an hour? Well, the effect is great. I feel that the world is dull now. I want to write the script. If you haven't slept after writing, we can talk about something else. No. Suyu tried to act coquettishly. Suyu suddenly said, one up and one down is not class oppression. Build a harmonious society. Qinzhe subconsciously replied, a few in and a few out is not a barbaric invasion. Create a new generation of people. Suyu smiled and said, come on. Qinzhe. Qinzhe sighed and said, you're really naughty. Qinzhe held Suyu and attacked wildly, hitting tons of damage in 10 minutes. Suyu's blood was thin and she couldn't bear it. She gasped and said, I can't bear it. Hey, I haven't used my big move yet. Then you can do it today. No. We're not romantic at all. Qin stopped attacking and said, "How do you want to be romantic?" Suyu gasped and said, "I'll be more romantic, you slow down." Qin, "Let's just take a break and I'll treat you to a double egg ham." Woo woo woo. After that, Suyu rushed to the bed and found a cigarette from Qin's coat. Her curvy back almost made Qin move again. She took out a cigarette, bit it in her mouth, lit it, and then stuffed it into Qin's mouth. Snuggling in Qin's arms, she said coquettishly, "Hey, give me the heroin." No. Qin still refused. "Give me back the cigarette." Suyu grabbed the cigarette angrily. Qin turned his head and avoided it. He said helplessly, "The investment in this film will be relatively large. In fact, we can do special effects, but the funds are used on the actors. Qin Bao and I don't need to be paid. We can save a lot of money for special effects. I estimate that the movie will be made within 500 million yuan. This is not a low-budget movie. The heroin really can't be given to you. We can't afford to burn so much money. You just think I'm not professional." Suyu was not happy. "It's a fact, okay?" Qin rolled his eyes. "Believe it or not, I'll cut off your baby." Suyu reached out and tried hard in the quilt. "Hiss," Qin said angrily. "Pinch, see who regrets it." Suyu. She admitted defeat. "Then at least let me play the second female lead. I've seen the bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach." Qin Bao was also not professional at that time. "If she can play the second female lead, then I can also play it. I'm not worse than her. I have to say that your acting talent is really not as good as my sister's. I, Suyu, am not weaker than others in my life." Qin thought to himself, "Where did you get your confidence from? My sister is a professional actress. Although she didn't have a professional background and has never acted before, she has always acted with me in real life. She has acted for more than 10 years and almost fooled me. Looking back at your life, when you were sad, my sister pretended to be cute and pitiful in front of me. How can you compare with her? Then I'll see when the time comes and assign you a supporting female lead." Qin said. "As for the supporting female lead, her acting skills don't need to be very good. She just needs to be online. She can just cut a few more times on the set and correct it little by little." Suyu climbed up the pole. "Is there a kissing scene?" "Yes. But not with the protagonist, but it doesn't matter, just use a stunt double." "Is there a bed scene?" "This is not." Suyu thought about it and looked very reluctant. "Then I'll try it, just as honing my acting skills. In the future, I will be the heroine myself." "Sister, please give up writing novels. Give up film and television adaptations." "Yo, this call is so cool, say it again." Although Suyu likes to stick to him, in fact, she is older than Qin and 2 years older than Qin Bao and Wang Zijin. Qin was very cooperative and called a few times, for a siscon. Cross it out. For a siscon, whether it's a Lolita or a soft girl, they can't make any waves in his heart. Being able to call sister to the woman around him anytime and anywhere, this is the most basic accomplishment of a siscon. Qin has always felt that those who like Lolita and soft girls, in fact, like their cuteness, take them home as mascots. Therefore, he advised Lolita and soft siscon to repent. Suyu frowned and suddenly retched. "What's the matter?" Qin asked with concern. Suyu waved her hand, lifted the quilt, and ran naked to the toilet. Qin hurriedly put on a nightgown, and then found a clean nightgown from the closet and chased into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Suyu leaned over the toilet and vomited. Qin put on a nightgown for her and patted her back gently. "What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable?" Suyu finished vomiting and stroked her stomach. "It's just uncomfortable. I want to vomit." Qin said, "What did you eat for dinner?" Suyu said, "I had porridge at night, and I retched in the afternoon." Qin was surprised. "Is there such a situation recently?" Suyu said, "Occasionally." Qin was shocked again and said in his heart, "It shouldn't be. I might be pregnant." Suyu seemed to have a telepathic connection. Go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow." Qin was a little overwhelmed, and his stomach full of complaints and flirtatious words disappeared. No wonder people said that every child was caught off guard. And it was true. He was not mentally prepared at all, but if Suyu was really pregnant, he would have to take responsibility. Qin Zhe was happy and nervous. Even if he would be dried up by his sister at home, this kind of thing must not be backed down, otherwise, if Suyu gave birth to a little salted fish, the little salted fish would look for his father. The little salted fish swam and saw Old Wang, and said excitedly, "Uncle Wang, are you my father?" Old Wang said, "No, I'm the father of Datu's son." The little salted fish swam and saw Old Lord Taishang, and said excitedly, "Are you my father?" Old Lord Taishang said, "No, I'm Red Boy's father." How pitiful. Suyu said happily, "My stomach has been uncomfortable these days, and I always feel like vomiting. It's easy to be full if I eat too much, so I have porridge for dinner." The more Qin Zhe listened, the more he felt that something was wrong and asked, "What's the adverse reaction?" "After eating, I feel bloated and uncomfortable, and sometimes it hurts, and there's chest tightness and inexplicable hiccups." Qin Zhe looked at Suyu's tongue coating, and his face turned stiff for a second. Suyu said happily, "I must be pregnant." "No. You're not pregnant. You have gastric problems." Qin Zhe covered his face. "Fortunately, it's just early symptoms. Go to the hospital tomorrow to get some medicine. Pay attention to your diet during this period. Maybe it's because you're too busy with work that you didn't eat on time. Leave Baozi to me first. You take care of your stomach." "No, I don't have gastric problems. I'm just pregnant." Suyu said that she couldn't accept this truth, and her small fists pounded on Qin Zhe's chest. Her posture was just short of dubbing, "Give me back my child, give me back my child." The blue veins on Qin Zhe's forehead jumped. "Your child is in your stomach? You must have eaten irregularly these days, and your work pressure is great, so you have gastric problems." "How do you know I have gastric problems?" Suyu asked. "Go to the hospital tomorrow and you'll know." Qin Zhe said, "I've exchanged for the primary proficiency in Chinese medicine, and I can still see this little problem." As a result, Suyu ignored Qin Zhe all night. She also took out a new quilt from the cabinet, covered herself with a bed, and then left Qin Zhe to see the back of her head. In the middle of the night, Qin Zhe was kicked awake and opened his eyes. Suyu's two legs were kicking, the quilt was kicked to the ground, and her mouth murmured as if she was fighting with someone. Finally, she stopped and frowned. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "It's probably a dream. No one stole your child, because you don't have it at all." He held Suyu in his arms and felt a little distressed. Chapter 456. Suyu woke up in the morning and subconsciously touched her side. She didn't feel anything. She sat up in shock and found that her husband was gone. Huge disappointment surged from the bottom of her heart. Suyu curled her lips, scratched her messy hair, and then sighed. She wished she could be with him all day long. "It's good that he's gone." Suyu suddenly rolled her eyes. Last night, she had a dream that she had given birth. She was lying in the hospital bed, looking at the cute baby, showing a motherly smile. At this time, Wang Zijin suddenly rushed in from outside. Looking around, her eyes fell on the child and she sneered, "You, a concubine, dare to give birth to a child. You're lawless. Come on, take the child away. The concubine's child will be raised by the legal wife, and he will have to call me mother in the future." With that, Qin Baobao ran in, picked up the child and ran away, making a tractor-like laugh as she ran. "You can't beat me in the game, and I'll take the child away from you, ha ha ha." Suyu cried and chased out, fighting with the two women, but she was weak and the child was finally taken away. Suyu, who had a mental breakdown, ran to Qin Zhe and cried, "Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao took our child away. You go and get him back." But Qin Zhe didn't promise her. Qin Zhe said, "You, a concubine, have no right to raise a child. The child will live with a legal wife in the future." Suyu was very sad. She thought that she could only have Nan Man Pei as her best friend, so she ran to Nan Man Pei to help her. But this year, Guzi changed, and so did Nan Man Pei. She said, "I can't have children, why can you? You deserve it. You should be a childless woman like me in the future." After that, Nan Man Pei laughed with his hands on his hips. "Our friendship is over." Suyu covered her face and cried. Suyu felt that she had been abandoned by the whole world, as if she had returned to her childhood, when her parents divorced and were sad and scared. She sat on the ground and cried. All the dreams came from the shadow in her heart. Last night, Qin Zhe was scared out of his wits. He was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly punched or kicked. His heart ached for her and he didn't want to wake her up. He had been helping her wipe her tears and had wiped a few kilograms. He thought to himself, "What the hell? What kind of dream are you having? There's more water above than below." In fact, Suyu had long accepted the reality. She was not stupid. She did not have gastric problems before, so she thought she was pregnant. After her beautiful dream was shattered by Qin Zhe, she checked the adverse reactions of gastric problems on her phone before going to bed, as well as the adverse reactions of pregnancy. Pregnancy would not cause hiccups and stomach distension for no reason. The child was not really in the stomach. "I feel so thirsty." Suyu got out of bed, poured a cup of warm water from the table, and gulped it down. It seemed that he was really sick. He was not this thirsty when he woke up. She heard the sizzling sound of hot oil coming from the kitchen. She was stunned, and her beautiful face instantly bloomed with a sweet smile. She trotted out of the room on her slippers. In the kitchen, Qin Zhe was making breakfast, but what attracted the hungry Suyu was not the fragrant breakfast, but Qin Zhe's dressing. He was bare-chested, wearing an apron, and his strong figure could make the girls infatuated. "Wait a minute. Breakfast will be ready soon." Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at her. Suyu had messy hair, wearing a spaghetti strap nightdress, and the shoulder strap slipped down, and half a ball of snow could be seen vaguely. Suyu walked behind him, her cold fingers stroked his muscular back, and swallowed her saliva. "I'm starving, I want to eat you now." Suyu squinted and smiled. It said that women are very tempting in uniforms. It turns out that men are also delicious in uniforms. "Dead man, you deliberately seduced me." The word, dead man, was very spiritual. Qin Zhe said, "Uniform your sister, don't say it, I have goosebumps." The apron was also a kind of uniform. Qin Zhe used to see this kind of uniform when he looked at the Japanese with critical eyes. But if the character wearing the apron was replaced by him, he couldn't think about it. If he thought too much he would collapse. Suyu hugged Qin Zhe's waist and licked his back. She found that Qin Zhe was shivering. She suddenly smiled and licked a few more times. "Go on, why don't you lick it?" Qin Zhe said. "Shouldn't you say, yamit, question mark?" Suyu was stunned. "If I don't shiver, how can I lie to you? Go on." Suyu held the fruit plate and gnawed the apple. Qin Zhe cut the apples, pears, and bananas in the refrigerator into pieces and prepared them as snacks after breakfast. "Why don't you wear clothes?" Suyu chewed the fruit. Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at her with a strange face. Suyu was stunned, and then reacted, her whole face flushed. Qin Zhe had a mischievous smile on his face. "Is the apple sweet? Is there a lot of water?" Suyu kicked him hard. Last night, when the two were deep in communication, Suyu was afraid of making the sheets wet. Suyu was very smart to cushion Qin Zhe's clothes under her body. When Qin Zhe saw it the next day, he found that the clothes had become diapers. He washed the clothes and hung them on the balcony. Breakfast was millet porridge with leek scrambled eggs and double egg ham. He said that he would treat Suyu to double egg ham, and a man has to keep his word. "I may not be pregnant." Suyu sighed. "Puff. I said you have gastric problems. Is your child in the stomach?" Qin Zhe laughed. Suyu rushed over, pinched his face and said angrily, "Don't you know whether my child is in the stomach or not?" Qin Zhe didn't argue with her. At home, it was his sister, or Sister Ziwei. When it came to Suyu, they could fight equally. His relationship with Suyu gradually warmed up in the argument. "Well, that's it. You rest at home today. You don't have to go to Baozi's place." Qin Zhe drank millet porridge. "I'll leave it to you." Suyu nodded cleverly. "I won't go either. I have to write the script and try to finish it today. The sooner the movie starts, the better. After the movie, my sister will hold a concert and release an album." Qin Zhe said. "Ha! What about the company?" Suyu frowned. "The company has no major decisions recently. We don't need to see it in person. If there's something, let someone call. Actually, there are a lot of things that you don't need to do personally. There are so many managers in the company, and each of them gets 1,000,000 yuan a year. If they can't even operate normally, what's the point of keeping them? We're not a state-owned enterprise with vermin everywhere, nor are we a family business where relatives of the emperor walk around everywhere. Those who can go up, those who can't go down. Qin Zhe added, just like us. Su Yu glanced at him and said carefully, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Qin Zhe sighed, I'm angry because of Tian Feng and that bunch of trash. I finally understand why Sister Man can't help Tian Feng. There are too many mediocre people and too few elites. Qin Zhe roughly explained Tian Feng's situation, including how he flew into a rage at the meeting and implemented the management assessment system, and how he lost 1 billion yuan to that bunch of mediocre people after he entered Tian Feng. Su Yu gloated, haha, Qin Bao Bao, that useless thing. She can't even manage a small entertainment company. Serves her right. She stole me. She stopped abruptly. It was just a pipe dream. But that dream was so infuriating. Everyone bullied her. Don't talk about her like that. Qin Zhe frowned and said, she's not a management professional. She's also a newcomer in the entertainment industry. It's already very good that she can manage the company well. In terms of business, she's the strongest in the company. If it's just a studio, she can manage it very well. If it's a company, she's actually very tired. And I'll just mention the assessment system. She'll be responsible for the details. Su Yu snorted and said, I haven't married you yet, and you're already in a hurry to speak for your sister-in-law. When I marry into the Qin family, what if she and your mother gang up to bully me? She automatically ignored Wang Zijin. Su Yu had always been like this. She valued the enemy in terms of tactics and despised them in terms of strategy. My mother won't bully you, but my sister will probably kill you. Qin Zhe muttered. What are you muttering about? Nothing. After breakfast, Qin Zhe went back to his room to write the script. He had read a lot of scripts. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach, and If I Become Memories, were 2 movies that he had invested in. Qin Zhe had read the scripts, and he always remembered them in his mind because he had a photographic memory. It was another benefit brought to him by The Times Are Calling. The system said that the brain and the body were proportional. The better the body, the stronger the memory, thinking, and logical ability. Indirectly, it confirmed the theory of refining essence into qi, and refining qi into spirit. In addition, he kept eating skill books and slowly developed his brain. His memory was now very good. He could remember things he had seen for a long time, and the shelf life was longer than that of ordinary people. It took him an hour to write down the script, read it over and over again, and figure it out. It was certainly impossible to completely copy the original work. Many things had indeed been eliminated by the Times. He had to make some improvements on the original plot and modify some lines. With the foundation of winning an award in junior high school and the foundation of the article on the bulletin board, he had no pressure to modify the script slightly, and he could make the movie better in details. But he suddenly regretted his promise to hand in the script in 3 days. Other screenwriters, in order to write a good script, often crazily look for inspiration, and it takes a long time. If I hand in the script in 3 days, will it seem that I am too fast? At that time, I will have to bear the title of super fast gunner in writing scripts. Oh my God, I was too pretentious at that time. Su Yu was sitting in the living room watching TV. The computer was occupied by Qin Zhe, so she could only watch TV to pass the time. By the way, she was thinking about her novel. Recently, she had sent the manuscript to the group. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin had all kinds of demeaning, saying that it was too sweet and not exciting at all. But when she wrote the novel, she automatically got into the role, and involuntarily wrote the plot as sweet as glue and paint. This was not good. She had to change it. Otherwise, even if the novel was written, there was no hope for it to be adapted into a movie. Her cell phone rang. Su Yu lowered her head and took out her cell phone from her trouser pocket. It was Qin Bao Bao who had her in the group. Qin Bao Bao never talked to her privately. She basically said something in the group. Su Yu felt that this was very good. Funny, as if no one wanted to have any friendship with you. Are you dead? If you are not dead, answer me. Qin Bao Bao was sharp-tongued. If you have something to say it. Su Yu argued. Where is my brother, at your house or at the company? Qin Bao Bao asked. Guess. I guess your sister. Qin Bao Bao, speak with some respect, you little bastard. Su Yu, speak with some respect. Looking for Qin Zhe, right? He is in my bed. Qin Bao Bao. Hee hee. Wang Zijin, who rarely spoke, suddenly spoke. Apparently, she had been paying attention to this topic. Hee hee. Qin Bao Bao. Someone is infatuated again. Wang Zijin. Don't be so harsh. It is her freedom to be infatuated. Qin Bao Bao. Ha ha ha. Wang Zijin. Ha ha ha. Su Yu's head hurt, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She strode into the room and took photos of the shirtless Qin Zai's back. Who asked you to rob my child? Who asked you to bully me? Chapter 457. Su Yu rushed to the room and raised her mobile phone to take a picture. Just then Qin Zai, who heard the footsteps, said without looking back, I found a suitable role for you. Click. He heard the sound of a shutter. The sound of a shutter. Qin Zai turned his head sharply and saw Su Yu holding her mobile phone to take a picture of his back, and his heart trembled. Su Yu had a criminal record, and more than once. She liked to take photos to show off, but later promised Qin Zai that she would not take photos and send them to her circle of friends. What are you doing? Qin Zai panicked. Taking a picture. Su Yu said. And? Send it to the group. Su Yu said angrily. What the hell? Comrade Su Yu, please put down your phone. Qin Zai quickly dissuaded. Which group? No need to guess, it must be his harem group. Bah, it must be the group where his sister and the others are. Qin Zai asked Su Yu to leave the group more than once, but she always perfunctorily took off her skirt. Since Su Yu has always been well-behaved, Qin Zai became careless for a long time. Sure enough, things like chat groups are a time bomb. No, your sister always bullies me. Su Yu said. My sister bullies you. Why do you send me a picture? Qin Zai stuttered. Is it? Su Yu also knows that I have a sister complex? She and Wang Zijin bully me together. Su Yu said. They are really hateful. They are all black-hearted. Yes, they are all black-hearted. So I want to send a picture. You can't send it. Qin Zai said in his heart, I am not ready to commit seppuku. Su Yu thought about it and said in her heart, I don't have children yet, and I don't have enough chips to kill Wang Zijin. Now is not the time to launch a general attack. Then promise me two things. I won't send a picture. Su Yu raised her mobile phone. Otherwise, I will send it now. Say it. In the future, you have to stay at my place for one night every week. You have to stay at Baoza every Wednesday. Every week, you have to take one day off to go shopping with me. Now, enter the group and help me scold these two black-hearted maggots. Qin Zai was speechless. Are you sure it's two things? Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were chatting in the group. After Su Yu did not reply, they lost their goal and started a civil war. Qin Bao said, Zijin, I'll be filming with A's soon. Wang Zijin. Oh. Qin Bao Bao said, it's different from last time. We have to go to other places to film. This time, the production will take a long time. It might even take a month or two. Wang Zijin. So. Qin Bao Bao. You stay at home alone. Pay attention to keeping warm. Remember to eat. Remember to wash your clothes. Call me if you're lonely. A's and I will take photos for you. Oh, by the way, if you're tired of eating takeout, go to my parents' place. We're all family. Don't be embarrassed. Wang Zijin. At this time, Nan Man Pei couldn't stand it anymore. What a good girlfriend. Su Yu. What a good girlfriend. Qin Bao Bao immediately turned the gun. Oh, here comes the man crazy. Su Yu. You're the man crazy, your whole family is man crazy. Wang Zijin. Get out, you're the man crazy. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao. Why are you so excited? Su Yu and Nan Man Pei were both silent. It seemed that Qin Bao Bao didn't know about Qin Zai and Wang Zijin. Su Yu glanced at Qin Zai and held back. She quietly sent a private message to Nan Man Pei. Sister Man, what do you think is going on? Qin Bao Bao doesn't seem to know that Wang Zijin is his girlfriend. Nan Man Pei. It's not seems, it's very obvious. Su Yu. Why? Nan Man Pei analyzed. Maybe she's dating her best friend's brother. She's too embarrassed to say it. Su Yu. Bah, hypocrite, I dare to say it. Nan Man Pei. Because you're not Qin Bao Bao's best friend. Su Yu. This is good news. It turns out that Wang Zijin is also not a legitimate girlfriend. Then I have more courage. She's just a girlfriend in name, and she's very sneaky. Nan Man Pei was silent for a long time. The rich circle is really messy. Are you tired? What's so good about Qin Zhe that you're so dead set on him? What's not good about him? Tell me. Nan Man Pei thought for a moment. Too unmanly. Su Yu. Wow, the electric motor is unmanly? The man who killed your ex-husband with one slap, unmanly? Sister Man, you're just jealous of me. Nan Man Pei said angrily. Why would I be jealous of you? Do you want to die? Su Yu. Why are you so agitated? Nan Man Pei. Switching back to the chat group, Su Yu sent a series of chuckles. Filming a movie is good. I've been watching Actor Self-Cultivation recently. Sure enough, it attracted the topic. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin ridiculed. You still haven't given up? Don't count on that lousy book of yours. Don't think too much. Su Yu angrily said. Really? If the novel doesn't work, I can change it. Take it slow. I'm mainly improving my acting skills now. For example, I've booked a role in the new movie. Qin Bao Bao. Wang Zijin. Su Yu's eyebrows rose. Tian Feng's new movie. Qin Zhe promised to book a role for me. Qin Bao Bao. I'm afraid you've lost your mind. Wang Zijin. You've lost your mind. Qin Zhe joined the chat group. A notification popped up in the group. Su Yu pulled Qin Zhe in. Su Yu. Qin Zhe fight with them. Qin Bao Bao. Fight with who? Wang Zijin. Fight with me. Qin Zhe. Don't be like this, I'm just a salted fish. Qin Zhe. Ah, hello sisters. Anyway, the group was full of sisters. Su Yu glared at Qin Zhe. Didn't he say that he would help her scold them? Why did he give up as soon as he opened his mouth? Qin Bao Bao asked directly. You agreed to let Su Yu act in the movie? Qin Zhe said weakly. Yes, yes. Wang Zijin. That's not the right answer, I'll give you another chance. Qin Zhe said weakly. Sister Ziwei, listen to me. Seeing that her man was so disappointing, Su Yu said. Nonsense, I have a place in the new movie, this is an unshakable fact. It's even firmer than one country, two systems. Qin Bao Bao. How about I give you the female lead role too? Su Yu. Okay. Scatter flowers. Qin Bao Bao sneered. Why don't you rise with the wind and soar 90,000 miles into the sky? Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao was furious and Qin Zhe. What do you say if she wants to act, I won't act. Su Yu. Bye-bye you. Qin Zhe. Oh, I already agreed with Su Yu, it's not good to change your mind. Wang Zijin. I suddenly have a bold idea. Qin Zhe. Go ahead. Wang Zijin. Reserve a role for me, I want to act in the movie too. Su Yu was the first to object. No, you can't act. Qin Bao Bao. I'll say the same to you. Also, Wang Zijin. Don't interfere. She and her brother's filming and traveling was not going to be ruined by these two little cheese. The three women quarreled in the group. Qin Zhe said weakly, let's talk about it, don't quarrel. Qin Bao Bao. Get out of here. Wang Zijin. Don't talk. Su Yu. Kiss me. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin. Huh. System notification. Su Yu withdrew a message. Qin Zhe sighed faintly and clicked on Nan Man Pei's private chat. Sister Man, what should I do? Salad. You're the oldest sister in the group. Nan Man Pei was silent for a long time and directly sent a voice message. Qin Zhe is reminding me that I'm old, do you want to die? Qin Zhe said in his heart, you're 31 this year. You should accept your fate. No, I mean you're the most considerate and steady. Give me an idea. Who gave you the illusion that, I'll give you an idea, ? Nan Man Pei said, however, I do have an idea, do you want to try it? Please say. Do you want to change your name to Qin Outyan, ? Our friendship is over. Salted fish is not my fault, it's all the system's fault, it's too low, it didn't even learn Ho's wisdom subtraction. This is the passive skill of the flirtatious system. Qin Zhe said in the group, don't quarrel, how about this, everyone act together, I'll arrange the roles for you. What do you think, sisters? If it wasn't for the last sentence, it would seem very imposing. Qin Bao Bao. No. Wang Zijin. No problem. Su Yu's heart moved. No problem, 2-1, that's settled. Qin Zhe. That's fine, that's it. But Su Yu and Sister Ziwei can only play supporting roles, and there are not many scenes. After all, you lack acting skills. Su Yu's mouth twitched, and she suddenly found an opportunity. It turned out that Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were best friends, and they were not really united and friendly. It meant that she could operate well and stir up conflicts between the two. Several classic idioms appeared in Su Yu's mind. Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, take advantage of both sides, make distant friends and attack near friends. I'm really witty. Chapter 458. Hey, wait a minute, if you all follow me to shoot, who will be in charge of the company? Qin Zhe reacted and asked in the group. For a moment, there was silence. Don't pretend to be dead, please speak. Qin Zhe continued to speak. After a long time, Su Yu said, I'm sick and need to recuperate. Leave the company for now. Wang Zijin. Leave the company for now. Qin Zhe. Sister Ziwei, didn't we just acquire a technology company? You seem to be unable to leave. Wang Zijin. It's okay, as long as the programmers keep working overtime and make the client, that's all they have to do. If there was no cooperation project that needed the boss's signature, then the boss was actually very relaxed. It just so happened that Bowser and Amethyst had just acquired the company and were in the accumulation stage. There were no major projects or decisions. All right. Qin Zhe compromised. He put his mobile phone aside, lit a cigarette, and continued to revise the script. Su Yu stood behind him, hugged his neck from behind, and said sweetly, What is my role? Qin Zhe turned his head and blew smoke at her. Go away, I'll show you when I'm done with the script. Su Yu threatened, then I'll send the photos to the group. As soon as she finished speaking, she was pressed on the bed by Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe shook his hand. If I don't hit you, you'll go to the roof and tear the tiles. Su Yu said angrily, You're so rude to me, why don't you do it to your sister? She was just saying it. In fact, she didn't dislike Qin Zhe spanking her at all, and she felt quite good. Qin Zhe smiled proudly. You don't know why my sister's butt is so perky. Su Yu. What about her breasts? Su Yu asked. Qin Zhe paused and said, Tolerance is great, maybe my sister is more broad-minded than you. The two were chatting when an advertisement page suddenly popped up in the browser, and a deafening sound came out through the sound system. One cut for $999. Become a tycoon in a second. Tonight at 8 o'clock if you're a brother. Come and chop me up. Qin Zhe rubbed his temples. Where is Lightning Shakyamuni? Help me persuade Gu Tingle, Zhang Jiahui, Chen Xiaochun, and Lu Yi, these 4 internet addicts. I've had enough. Give them a profound reformation, lightning strike technique. Qin Zhe's phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was his grandfather calling. Hello, Dad, why are you calling me? The old man sighed. It's all your fault. Qin Zhe. What the F***CK? The old man said. Yes, you're right. Qin Zhe was speechless. Old Master said, Bao Bao said that you guys are going to film a movie. Yes, once the script is done, we'll start preparing for the movie. Your mother also wants to go with you. I really had no choice but to be forced by her. Ha! Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. I don't understand her either. When she heard that you guys were going to film a movie, she was especially excited and said that she wanted to go with you guys. The old man was confused. I just called to tell you. You agreed? Qin Zhe was flustered. His mother had seen the youth romance film that he and his sister had filmed. So, this time, she was worried and wanted to come to the set personally to supervise? If I can't film a kissing scene with my sister, then what motivation do I have to film? If she leaves, what will I eat when I get home from work? Instant noodles? The old man said in a bad mood. I also think it's not good for Mom to follow. Qin Zhe was suddenly revived. How can she run away with us? You're still at home. Mom is too insensible. You should scold her and make her give up on this idea. The old man said. Your mother is a little stubborn this time. Qin Zhe said. You're the head of the family. If she's disobedient, you can teach her a lesson. Don't give me and my sister face. The old man was speechless. Qinzhe said, women can't be spoiled. If you don't punish them, they'll go to the roof. After that, he glanced at Su Yu, who was lying on the bed. Su Yu rolled her eyes at him and gently kicked him. The old man was speechless. Qinzhe said, Dad? Say something. The old man said, Hey, why are you so naughty? You're deliberately making fun of me, right? It's been decades. When have you seen me teach your mother a lesson? If I could be tough in front of her. I mean tough, I wouldn't have sold the house and carried more than $1 million in debt. Hey, you old salted fish. Qinzhe comforted him. Dad, I'll talk to Mom? The old man smiled with relief. It's good that you know what I mean. Qinzhe was speechless. You just called to throw the blame on me, right? The old man sighed. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I really can't beat her. When I was young, I couldn't beat her. When I grew up, I still can't beat her. Qinzhe understood instantly. The old man was indeed a cultured person. Without showing the mountain and the water, he could tell the true meaning of men and women. It was amazing. Dad, you still have ideas. I have something to ask you. Qinzhe glanced at Su Yu, ran out of the room, ran through the living room, and went into the kitchen. What's the matter? The old man was very happy. In the past year or so, his confidence had been repeatedly damaged by his son, and his father's dignity had been seriously damaged. It was a very complicated psychology. The old man hoped that his son would be successful, but one day, when his son was so awesome that the old man had to look up to him, the old man would feel that he had no dignity at all. Su Yu and Wang Zijin keep quarreling. What should I do? Qinzhe whispered. He habitually consulted his father for advice when he couldn't solve the problem. The old man was silent for a while. How far have you and Wang Zijin developed? Qinzhe said. Still the same. The old man scolded. You're a good-for-nothing. Ahem. The old man said, the son has grown up. Don't ask your father. 3 women make a show. There's also my sister. Ahem. Qinzhe said, my sister and Sister Ziwei are best friends. She always helps her. A showdown? No, you don't have the guts. Qinzhe's smile was full of MMP. No one knows a son better than his father. You can do it yourself. Dad can't give you any advice on this kind of thing. It still depends on your fate. Although in today's society, mistresses and lovers are everywhere, and many women are well aware of it, but they pretend not to know how they operate. Your father has no experience. The old man said. If you have experience, my mother will explode. Dad, you won't scold me? Qinzhe said. There's nothing to scold. Other people's children have changed girlfriends several times. What about mine? One refuses to date no matter what, and the other is even more useless. He hasn't even brought home a girl since he was young. The old man complained. I have something to ask you. Qinzhe hesitated. Say it. If my sister falls in love with a man like me, I mean a man like me who's in a mess. Break his leg. But my sister still likes him. You say it as if I don't dare to break her leg. Qinzhe forced a smile and said, Dad, when the time comes, you must call me. I'll help you. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, his knees went weak. This old fox, after talking for so long, it was as if he didn't say anything. He even sent him to persuade Mom. Qinzhe dialed his mother's cell phone. Mom, what's up? Mopping the floor, Qinma said. Dad said you want to go to the set with us? Can't I? We're shooting a mythological movie this time. We have to shoot scenes everywhere. It's tiring. You're already so old. Don't follow us. It's so tiring. Mom also wants to go and have a look. Qinzhe knew what was going on. Sure enough, Mom was afraid that they would make another unsightly movie. It seemed that the last movie had a great psychological shadow on Mom. We're shooting the theme of Journey to the West. I'll play Sun Wukong, and my sister will play Immortals. Qinzhe hit the nail on the head and pointed out the key of the problem. Qinma was a little hesitant. Besides, Su Yu and Sister Ziwei will also go. They all have roles, Qinzhe added. Qinma thought. So it's Journey to the West. Everyone in the world knows that Sun Wukong doesn't get close to women. The 7 fairies can't move because of him, and he only knows how to eat peaches. Hearing that Su Yu and Wang Zijin would also go, Qin Ma was relieved. Well, take care of yourself. Qin Zhe hung up the phone happily. Done. Qin Zhe returned to the room and saw Su Yu sitting in front of the computer reading the script. Looking back, she said sweetly, I want to play the heroine. Qin Zhe knocked on her head. Why are you so annoying? If you say no, then no. Acting coquettishly, almost catching up with her sister. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe finished the script. Su Yu was lying on the bed looking at her mobile phone. Under her nightdress, 2 slender and well-proportioned legs were pleasing to the eye. Qin Zhe slapped her ass. Get up and change your clothes. Let's go shopping. Su Yu's buttocks were very good, but the waves were not as obvious as her sister's. Many women did not have that soft and elastic touch. Qin Zhe drove her to the pedestrian street and put on a mask and sunglasses. With his status today, it would be very troublesome to be recognized in the long stream of people. The star effect was very terrible. Su Yu's appearance was not inferior to her sister's, but she walked on the spacious but fast-moving pedestrian street. At most, she received the appreciation or wretched sight of male comrades. She had a B-cup, a pair of long legs, a small slender waist, and a naturally beautiful face. If she didn't insist on comparing with Qin Bao Bao, she was basically invincible. Su Yu took him into various clothing stores and shopping malls. Except for buying a flashy old yogurt in a glass bottle on the roadside, she didn't spend a penny. She ate half of it with a small spoon, said it was not delicious, and threw it to Qin Zhe. Qin, professional eating sister Saliva, Zhe. In addition to obsessive-compulsive disorder, Qin Zhe also has misophobia. Unfamiliar women, even if they are too beautiful, he will not eat other people's saliva. He and Su Yu can no longer be described by the word familiar. A day as husband and wife is 100 days of grace. They can't count clearly. Wang Zijin had feelings for him over time, and he also had feelings for Su Yu over time. Before knowing Su Yu, he had been living the life of Zheng. After knowing Su Yu, he was living the life of Kuan. Of course, their fetters and entanglements have long been not a simple physical relationship. Until passing by a women's clothing store, Su Yu saw a light green hat outside the floor-to-ceiling window. She was so excited that she pointed to the hat and jumped. Husband, I want to buy it, I want to buy it. Qin Zhe's face was black. He couldn't help but think of Su Yu's operation at the annual meeting. Qin Zhe's bad temper must not be tolerated. Her green hat was later secretly taken out and thrown away by Qin Zhe. Needless to say, he must be thinking of letting Wang Zijin wear it when filming a movie soon. Chapter 459. Qin Zhe finished editing the script on the 3rd day and felt that he had removed all the flaws in the movie. He immediately printed out the script and drove straight to Tianfeng Film and Entertainment. When he arrived, he immediately called for a meeting with the production team. Mo was actually quite free these few days. Tianfeng had set up a professional film production team. The equipment and personnel were all the most advanced and complete. Qin Bao Bao was very willing to spend money in this aspect. She had always been a spendthrift. Dozens of people in the production team were ready. They knew that Boss Qin was going to shoot a new movie. Unlike the last time, which took half a month in Shanghai, this time, the filming might take a longer time. The longest was 3 months. The shortest was half a year. As for the specifics, they had to read the script first to know. For wuxia and xianxia movies, the most troublesome thing was to set the scenes and special effects. A big production referred to this aspect. As for sci-fi movies, they relied entirely on special effects. All the scenes could be set up with money or be made with computers. The personnel and equipment were already made, so there wasn't much preparation work. Mou was in the production team's exclusive office. He sat down to drink tea and smoke with the heads of the production team. The head of lighting, the head of props, the head of logistics, the assistant director, etc. The assistant director said, Director Mo, Boss Qin can write the script in 3 days? Why don't I believe it? The scriptwriter nodded. 3 days is too exaggerated. Although we have Journey to the West as a blueprint, we can't possibly copy the original book completely. It has long been overdone. In recent years, there have been movies based on Journey to the West, but they all ended up being terrible. Even if Boss Chin can write the script in 3 days, it won't be able to escape the rut. Sigh, when the time comes, we scriptwriters will have to suffer. We don't even know how to help him change it. The other team leaders were much more relaxed. These weren't their concerns. Whether it was the script or the filming, it had nothing to do with them. However, the head of logistics was a little worried. I don't know what Boss Chin's requirements are for special effects. If it's just average, our company can do it ourselves. If it's a step up, we'll have to find someone. The head of props exhaled a puff of smoke. Don't worry, the special effects in the country are just like this. Can we make it into a Hollywood effect? It's just barely passable. If Boss Chin wants to talk about it, you can explain to him that it's like this in the industry. Mou glanced at him and sneered. If you don't come back with the right attitude, I'm afraid the position under your butt will be unstable. The props boss was taken aback. What do you mean? Mou warned. A few days ago, CEO Chin flew into a rage during a meeting with the higher-ups. These days, he came up with a high-level assessment system. You haven't seen how angry he was during a meeting. I'm a famous director, and I was lucky enough to be in there for half an hour. CEO Chin definitely wasn't just talking nonsense this time. Coincidentally, there are new employees joining. There are more people, but there won't be many positions. I'm sure you're no stranger to the intrigue in the workplace. Don't even talk about your positions being coveted. You might not even be able to sit firmly in the general manager's position. So if you want to continue working in Tianfeng, you'd better buck up. Don't be as perfunctory and casual as before. Mou flicked the ash off his cigarette. This is a piece of advice. They looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. How about Tianfeng Entertainment? If it was before Qin Zhe and Qin Bao took over, perhaps no one would agree. At most, they would get a decent salary. Since the second half of last year, although the monthly salary hadn't changed, the quarterly bonuses had increased by several times. And after the meeting a few days ago, all the employees' salaries had increased by 10%, and their bonuses had increased by 20%. At this moment, the office's landline rang. They looked and saw that the number was from the CEO's office. CEO Chin asked the people in charge of your production team to come to conference room 3 for a meeting, the CEO's assistant said. CEO Chin has finished writing the script? Mou asked. I don't know. Just come, the assistant said in annoyance. She really didn't know. She had a good relationship with CEO Chin in the company, but her relationship with the other CEO Chin was just so. No, it couldn't be considered so. She didn't speak more than 10 sentences to Qin Zhe every day. However, the female assistant with average looks realized that the more awkward her relationship with CEO Chin was, the more CEO Chin appreciated her. It was like seeing a mother's soul. Conference room 3 was a small conference room for department meetings. It could seat up to 10 people at most. Mou and the others knocked on the door and pushed it open. Inside the office, the two Chins were sitting side by side. The charming female Chin was hugging her brother's arm and leaning against him. Her other hand was swinging like a knife, as if she was enjoying chopping off his head. Qin Zhe had a helpless expression on his face. His sister was furious because of Su Yu and Wang Zijin's participation in the movie and wanted to settle the score. Everyone looked down and pretended not to see anything. They were used to it. When they were filming If I Become Memories, they were the same. The sister often beat the younger brother, and the younger brother was also very cheap. He always liked to tease the sister. Qin Zhe glanced at everyone and threw the whole box of cigarettes to Mou. Mou understood and gave one to everyone. Although there was a smoking ban, they could still smoke behind closed doors. It seemed that no one followed small rules, especially in the eyes of the rich and the privileged. They didn't commit big crimes and did as they pleased. Mou said, CEO Chin, have you finished writing the script? Qin Zhe immediately threw the printed script over. Take a look. There was a thick stack of several copies. Mou and the scriptwriter took a look first, and the rest were passed around for everyone to read. The few of them looked at each other and understood what each other meant. He was indeed a fast shooter. Everything was fast, so fast that it made people doubt life. When he wrote songs, it made the composer doubt life. Now that he was writing a script, it made people doubt life. Being a fast shooter was a talent. They had to be convinced. For a long time, MOU and the scriptwriter didn't speak. This script was refreshing, especially some of the funny and humorous scenes. The script was written with a sense of humor. The two of them had also studied comedy movies, so there were some parts that they couldn't accept. The scriptwriter hesitated. CEO Chin, this script looks quite interesting. But... He hesitated for a moment. Isn't it a little improper? Chairman Chin was displeased. Nonsense. How can my script not be serious? This is a very serious script. MOU. Old MO had a stomach full of complaints, but he didn't know what to say. First of all, the name of the movie was A Chinese Odyssey to the West. It was indeed the theme of Journey to the West, but the plot was completely unrelated to the famous novel. It was obviously a comedy in the disguise of a famous character. It was fine if the plot was unrelated. In recent years, many scriptwriters had been working hard to break through the constraints of the original novel and create a new style of Journey to the West. But it was too daring to do such a spoof in Qin Zai's script. Tang Sanzang was a talkative and filthy joker. What the hell was he doing? He was an eminent monk, all right? What? The wife of the Bull Demon King had an affair with Sun Wukong. Was he more delicious than dumplings and more fun than sister-in-law? That was too damaging. Damn, Sun Wukong actually had a real girlfriend, and she was a fairy. Sun Wukong was a stone monkey. How would he know about such a thing? He didn't even touch the 7 fairies. Don't tell me the 7 Calabash brothers, or else I'll. Not even the 7 Dragon Balls. Degree? Journey to the West was secretly a satirical novel about society, but on the surface, it was a hot-blooded inspirational novel about subduing demons. No matter what, it had nothing to do with a romantic drama. Someone quickly pressed down on Wu Chingan's coffin lid. Mo Yusin sighed tiredly. President Qin, isn't this too disrespectful to the original work? Qin Zai said angrily, poverty has limited your imagination. It is precisely because of your thinking that it has been difficult to jump out of the mold of Journey to the West. Besides, isn't a bold subversion also a kind of breakthrough? I feel that my movie will be popular. It won't be a problem for it to be popular for more than a decade. The scriptwriter almost laughed out loud. He did not deny the excellence of the script. If it was made into a movie, it might be a successful comedy or commercial film. However, it would be a joke to say that it would be popular for more than 10 years. You're shooting a fast food comedy, not a literary film, okay? Under the condition that the style and plot remain the same, the scriptwriter will help to see if there are any flaws in the script. If there are none, there is no need to change it. Don't add feet to a snake. Then, Qin Zai looked at MOU. We will start the casting in the afternoon. The male and female roles will be played by me and Qin Bao Bao. In addition, I want to reserve 2 roles, Guanyin and Xiangxiang. You could not object to the boss's request back then. The role of Guanyin was reserved by Qin Zai for Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei dressed up. She would be devastatingly beautiful. Moreover, she had a dignified temperament and was very suitable for the role of Guanyin. The key was that Guanyin was just a walk-on. The role of Xiangxiang was reserved for Su Yu. She would have more scenes, but this character's personality was not clear and there were no highlights. Even if she had more scenes, the audience would not care about her. Therefore, the requirements for acting skills could be lowered. Moreover, if Su Yu played this ordinary role, there might be an unexpected surprise. I want to reserve the second female role for Li Wei. As for the other roles, priority will also be given to the artists under the company. Speaking of this, Qin Zai looked at his sister. How many artists do we have in our company? Qin Bao Bao looked up and said, there are about 10 of them. There are 3 B-list celebrities, and there are about 11 or 12 C-list celebrities and small celebrities. Do you want the newcomers who have not debuted? Qin Zai shook his head. No newcomers. Director Mo, let all the artists who have no announcements gather at the dance studio at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I want to cast. He hoped that there would be a few good seedlings in this batch of artists. Chapter 460. After the meeting, Qin Zai sat down and smoked. He was thinking about where to shoot the movie after it started. Although the production crew would take care of it, if he was not satisfied with their choice, he could move the place he liked. Qin Bao Bao held her phone and ordered takeout. Her pink-painted fingers swiped the phone in boredom. What should I do? There's nothing I want to eat. Qin Bao Bao said gloomily. Then, do you want to try a lollipop? Qin Zhe suggested. What lollipop? Who eats lollipops for lunch? What are you saying that I don't understand? Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and gave him a light chop before continuing to look at her recipe book. Let's order a Hu Jianren. Qin Zhe said. Hu Jianren is not delicious. Qin Bao Bao said with a smile. Let's order a monkey programmer. Not a bad idea. Monkey programmers have a small belly with thick fat. It's very fragrant when roasted. It's better than pork belly. Qin Zhe talked nonsense seriously. Order a spicy single dog. I haven't eaten dog meat in my life. Qin Bao Bao was enraptured. Dogs are humans' best friends. Single dogs are still dogs. They can't be eaten. Qin Zhe said. After that, he looked at his sister strangely. What are you looking at? Qin Bao Bao asked. Nothing. Qin Zhe shook his head. His sister was also single. Why would a single dog make things difficult for a single dog? In the end, his sister, who had a phobia of choices, did not order takeout because she could not decide what to eat. They talked about the production of the movie. Qin Zhe did not intend to make a rough production of the special effects. Even if he had to spend money, he wanted to make a special effect that was 100 yuan. It would be better than the 50 yuan special effects. For sci-fi, xianxia, mythology movies, the quality of the special effects would directly affect the box office and reputation. After coming into contact with the entertainment industry, Qin Zhe realized that it was not that China could not make good special effects. Many Hollywood movies' special effects were commissioned from China. The price was cheaper than their local production team, but the effect was not bad. Everyone knew the reason why the 50-cent special effects were ridiculed. The funds were all spent on popular young men and female celebrities. What about the theme song? Qin Bao Bao rested her chin on her hand and stared at the song. Her sleeve slipped down, revealing a white and tender arm. His sister was such a great beauty, and her every movement exuded a strong charm. This was probably the meaning of the saying, "She sure's heart is sick, and her ugly heart is beautiful when people see her." As for women with average looks, even if they pretended to be coquettish, they would only be reduced to imitating others and making a fool of themselves. Fortunately, Qin Zhe had enough resistance and would not be aroused by his sister's usual seductive behavior. Scratch that out, throbbing. His great salted fish technique was trained to resist his sister's charm. Let her be beautiful, like a salted fish caressing the hills. She had great responsibilities. Salted fish shone in the great river. The great salted fish technique. 20 words mantra. I have the ending song, but I don't have the interlude. Qin Zhe frowned. Thinking back for a moment, that film seemed to have a song that served as the ending song, theme song, and interlude. Why don't we use the theme song of the classic original as an interlude? Qin Zhe asked, how do you sing the theme song? Qin Bao Bao cleared her throat. May I ask where the road is? Qin Zhe suddenly interrupted. Jade is under the crotch. Sorry, it's a habit. Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother in a daze. She probably felt that there was some meaning in this sentence, but she could not see through it. It was undeniable that the naive sister unintentionally revealed her innocence at this time, had a fatal attraction to the strange uncle. In the afternoon, in the dance studio, except for the artists who were running outside for work, the rest of the artists were basically all here. The second-tier Li Wei was one of the roles that had been decided internally, so she did not need to come. The other two second-tier artists also came. There were a total of 7 or 8 people. The women all had makeup on. The beautiful ones with good figures could be found everywhere. The staff brought over office chairs and tables for them. They poured tea and served fruit platters. The tea leaves were bought by Qin Zhe from Shujia town. In order to gather enough tea boxes and distribute them to the employees, Qin Zhe spent a lot of effort. The more he talked about it, the more tears he would cry. Everyone was a celebrity, so they could not just stand there. In this group, most of them had interacted with Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao before, but they were not friends. They were now employees of Tianfeng. What kind of relationship could an employee have with their boss? Moreover, when Qin Zhe came to Tianfeng, he would just lock himself in the office and whisper sweet nothings to his sister. After a while, the door to the dance studio was pushed open. The staff came in with the scripts and handed them to the celebrities. Boss Qin said that you can read the scripts first. After reading them, you can compete for the role if you feel that it suits you. The staff spoke valiantly. He rarely had the chance to give orders in front of this group of celebrities. After about an hour, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao finally came to the dance studio. Very tacitly, the man's gaze fell on Qin Bao Bao, while the woman's gaze fell on Qin Zhe. The two of them came together like a scenery. An hour is enough for you to have a preliminary understanding of the roles in the script. Qin Zhe said, then let's start with Tang Sanzang. Everyone would pick a role from the script. After finding the role they liked, they would spend some time to think about it. An hour was enough for them to have a rough understanding of it. It did not matter if they did not have a rough understanding. It meant that they did not have the talent for acting. They would be eliminated. Actually, Qin Zhe already had an idea for the role of Tang Sanzang. It was a B-list celebrity under Tian Feng, Zhang Qilong. Compared to the respected veteran actors in the entertainment industry, this uncle was not as good as them, but he was definitely good at acting. Moreover, he had experience acting in comedies. He was very suitable. Qin Zhe looked at him. Zhang Qilong felt Qin Zhe's gaze and was stunned. He said, CEO Qin, I think I'm suitable for the second male lead. Qin Zhe. For the second male lead, Qin Zhe wanted to find a more famous veteran actor in the entertainment industry to work with. Okay, then you try acting. He had to give him a chance. The result was unexpected. He acted quite well, making Qin Zhe's eyes light up. To be able to figure out the role to this extent in an hour, he was very good. Is there anyone who wants to compete for this role? Qin Zhe asked. Another uncle-level veteran actor expressed that he wanted to challenge, but the effect was not amazing enough. There was a big gap between him and Zhang Qihua. The second male lead will definitely be Teacher Zheng. Qin Zhe made the decision. There were some problems with the casting process. Qin Zhe was not satisfied with the results of the auditions of several celebrities. He realized that most of the celebrities were carrying the image of idols and acting happily. It was difficult for them to pull their faces down. Either that, or their acting was too exaggerated. Teacher Yi, your Tang Xuanzang is a little cheap. When he was telling the joke, he was too serious. And when it came to the thunder part, your performance was too exaggerated and deliberate. At this time, you should be serious, Qin Zhe said. The middle-aged teacher Yi sighed helplessly. He felt that he had already figured out the initial stage of this role thoroughly. He did not expect CEO Qin's requirements to be so high. The other celebrities also frowned secretly. As an experienced actor, he was not convinced. CEO Qin, why don't you give us a demonstration? Qin Zhe snapped his fingers. Everyone's eyes lit up and stared at him in unison. Qin Zhe's acting was very good. Everyone who had watched his movies knew that. But so far, no one felt that he had the ability to act at the emperor level. They also wanted to see how Qin Zhe would act this scene. If he did not act well, there was no reason to blame others. Qin Zhe took a step back and leaned against the wall mirror. He raised his hands and pretended to be tied up. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he took a deep breath. Be careful. Suddenly, he shouted, giving everyone a shock. Qin Zhe's expression was serious, and with the anxiety of I am the people, he shouted, There's thunder, it's raining, collect the clothes. Everyone. He said such a shocking line in a serious manner. Teacher Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. It felt different, and looking at everyone's speechless and laughing expression, wasn't this the effect he wanted? CEO Qin, I understand, he said. Qin Zhe nodded, expressionless, and continued, Next, Princess Iron Fan. No, you have to act as a noble Mrs. Niu. Although she has an affair, it doesn't prevent her from forgiving the old cow with a noble attitude. So you can't be too wanton. She is Mrs. Niu, not a flirtatious slut outside. Still not. You have to be charming and noble. Your current appearance reminds me of the female streamers on the internet. CEO Qin, why don't you demonstrate? After being ridiculed continuously, the beautiful female star couldn't stand it anymore and rolled her eyes at Qin Zhe bitterly. Qin Bao Bao frowned. That's why beautiful female stars, other than herself, were so annoying. They kept throwing flirtatious glances at my A's. Qin Zhe snapped his fingers again, indicating that there was no problem. This time, everyone was full of interest, wanting to see how he would act as a woman. Qin Zhe waved at Qin Bao Bao, asking her to cooperate with him. This scene was Princess Iron Fan whispering to the main character. Qin Bao Bao quickly glanced at the script and nodded, indicating that she was ready. Qin Zhe's face instantly turned cold, making everyone think of the word cold. Tell me clearly, what happened? I said it before, sister-in-law. The cold expression melted and she said angrily, You called me sister-in-law? Sorry, it should be Mrs. Niu. With a bitter expression she said, In the past, when we watched the moon together, we called her little sweetheart. Now, the newcomer is better than the old, so we call her little sweetheart. Little sweetheart? With a sad and charming expression she said, Do you really think that I worked so hard to come here for this stinky cow? Everyone in the room slowly shuddered. They saw charm in CEO Qin's expression. Oh my God, a man could show the charm of a woman so vividly. It was so eye-catching. Qin Bao Bao slowly shivered. That's it, do you understand? Qin Zhe looked at the female star who played Princess Iron Fan. Understood. At this time, the door of the dance studio was pushed open, and a tall girl stood at the door. She was between 20 to 25 years old, but there was a strong charm in her eyes, making her look more mature. Seeing everyone turn around, the tall girl was a little embarrassed. Qin Zhe asked, You are? The tall girl bit her lip. CEO Qin, my name is Feng Rue. Chapter 461. Feng Rue said, I just signed a contract this year. Then, she bit her lip and looked down at her toes. Qin Zhe, so? Then what? Did you suddenly barge in to ask for my autograph? Qin Zhe was confused. Ah! Feng Rue gathered her courage and said, Boss Qin, I graduated from Beijing Film Academy. I heard that you are going to make a new movie, so I want to try. She was about 1.65 meters tall, which was considered tall for a girl. Her features were delicate, and she had a cute round face, but she had a mature charm. Qin Zhe looked at her and nodded slightly. She was indeed qualified to be in the entertainment industry. In the workplace, she was a beauty that could make male colleagues stiffen and respect her. What role do you want to play? Qin Zhe smiled. Can I read the script? Feng Rue said. Qin Zhe handed her the script and said, Go to conference room 3 and wait for me. I'll find you when I'm done here. The stars in the room looked over and frowned slightly. This girl named Feng Rue violated the taboo of the workplace. Newcomers trying to stand out. These resources should have been given to the stars in the room. Feng Rue was overjoyed, but she suppressed her excitement and nodded hard. Don't worry, Boss Qin. I'll try my best. I haven't agreed to let you play the role yet. Qin Zhe smiled gently and said, Okay. Feng Rue blushed and walked away shyly. The auditions continued until 4 in the afternoon. The roles with more scenes were more or less settled, but they were only preliminary. There would be changes later. Except for the first male lead, the second male lead, and the second female lead, the other roles were not guaranteed and could be replaced at any time. Qin Zhe announced that the auditions were over and he and Qin Bao Bao left first. When they passed by conference room 3, they heard a sweet and flirtatious voice. The words were familiar and flirtatious. Qin Zhe remembered that they were the words he added after editing the script. Then he remembered that there was a newcomer waiting for the audition in the room. How's the practice? Qin Zhe pushed the door open and entered. Chairman Qin. Feng Rue, who was engrossed in her performance in the conference room, was pleasantly surprised. She felt that she might not have a chance today. Qin Zhe might have forgotten about her. After all, he was the president and was very busy. Or maybe Mr. Qin just thought she was interesting and wanted to tease her. Qin Zhe had indeed forgotten about her. He only remembered her when he passed by the door of the conference room. Do you have any characters that you like? Qin Zhe sat near the door of the conference table. He habitually took out his cigarette case but didn't smoke. Lady Chun Shirsan, Feng Rue said. This girl's cup size was not big, but her ambition was not small. Lady Chun's screen time was definitely not less than the second female lead. It was really risky to let a newcomer play such an important role. Sure, you can pick a scene about Lady Chun, Qin Zhe said. No problem. Feng Rue nodded. She acted out a part of the plot, and when it was over, she looked at Qin Zhe expectantly. Qin Zhe rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. She was indeed a graduate of the Beijing Film Academy. Her acting skills were really good. Although there was some exaggeration of a stage play for a comedy, it added a lot of points. But the character of Lady Chun Shursan was slightly modified by Qin Zhe. She changed from a cold and ruthless demoness to a slightly dirty demoness. Under her murderous appearance, she would occasionally say some dirty words. Therefore, although Feng Rui's image fit the role of Lady Chun Shursan well, mature and gorgeous, there seemed to be something missing inside. Qin Zhe said, "I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer correctly, you pass the audition." Feng Rui was a little nervous, but she nodded. "Explain the meaning of the sentence, 'an old chicken with 1,000 miles of ambition,'" Qin Zhe said. "Huh." Feng Rui was stunned. Qin Zhe repeated it. "Mr. Qin, you said it wrong. It's an old steed with 1,000 miles of ambition, right?" She said. "Okay, I got it." Qin Zhe sighed. "Next question. Please analyze the sentence, 'I made a friend at the subway entrance.'" Feng Rui was stunned. Sure enough, this woman was not suitable for the role of Lady Chun Shursan. "I'll start now." Feng Rui panicked when she saw Qin Zhe's disappointed face. "No need. I know what I'm doing." Qin Zhe said. "Then did I succeed?" "I'm sorry. You failed." Feng Rui was about to cry. "Mr. Qin, please give me one more chance. 3 days. Give me 3 more days and I'll definitely understand this role." Feng Rui said unwillingly with a bitter face. "You have to know that the company's resources will definitely be given to famous artists first. A newcomer like you won't get any resources in a short time. What you need to do is to learn, train and improve yourself." Feng Rui nodded sadly. "You know the rules of the entertainment industry." Qin Zhe lit a cigarette like a big boss. "Then, take off your clothes." Feng Rui was speechless. Feng Rui was shocked. She thought to herself, "What does this mean? Okay, it's obvious. This guy wants to sleep with me. I'm a virgin. You can't sleep with me just because you want to." But if she didn't sleep with him, she would have no chance of getting this role. She might even be bullied by her boss in the future. Feng Rui couldn't make up her mind. She chose to join Tianfeng Entertainment because of Qin Zhe's good reputation. A senior from Beijing Ing told her that the president of Tianfeng Entertainment was Qin Bao Bao. As a female boss, she didn't have to worry about the unspoken rules. She was also a woman, so she understood the plight of women in the entertainment industry. Also, Qin Zhe came to Tianfeng Entertainment occasionally. But unlike the capitalists in the entertainment industry, he never paid attention to the female artists in the company. The senior built a harmonious company environment for Feng Rui with just a few words. But who knew, all crows were equally black. "Man, your name is Beast. What are you waiting for? Take off your clothes and let me see." Qin Zhe said, "Don't be so shy. Do you still want to stay in the entertainment industry?" Feng Rui. "Okay, this was coercion. I want to see your figure so that I can have a better understanding of you." "Maybe I'll change my mind," Qin Zhe said. Feng Rui. "Okay, this was a bait." In the end, Feng Rui took off her jacket. Maybe in this woman's heart, a small sacrifice in exchange for an important role would be worth it. Qin Zhe was too famous in the entertainment industry. Everything he produced, be it songs or movies, seemed to be popular. But she was careful. Before she got the actual benefits, she wouldn't foolishly compromise. Taking off her jacket wasn't important. What was important was that taking off her jacket meant that she was willing to make the deal. Qin Zhe looked at her from head to toe. She had a good figure. Although a B grade wasn't as outstanding as a D grade, she was still slender and elegant. He had high expectations for the quality of this movie. Not only did he want the plot and special effects to be perfect, but he also wanted the actors. Looks were always a barrier that celebrities couldn't avoid. Good figure. Qin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. "I'll give you 3 more days. Come find me then and we'll re-audition." Feng Rui bit her lip and said in a small voice, "What do I have to do?" She waited for Qin Zhe to make his request. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. "Look at me. Remember this smile. It'll help you understand the role." Feng Rui looked over and saw Qin Zhe suddenly give her an extremely lewd smile. It was a smile that all men would understand. But Feng Rui was a woman, so she took a step back in fear. From the casting call to the start of filming, 10 days had passed. An artist from Tianfeng Entertainment obviously wasn't enough to fill the role in the script. Therefore, the production team had to find a suitable scenic spot to meet the stars. All these trivial matters added up and took up a lot of time. In the end, the role of Lady Chun was given to a newcomer, Feng Rui. To become a woman of substance in 3 days was indeed too difficult. Qin Zhe saw that she was good-looking and had a good figure. Most importantly, she was an artist under his company. She was cheap, practical, and durable. The production team flew to the first destination 2 days in advance. Qin Zhe followed behind with the sisters. Yes, the sisters. Hongqiao Airport. Departure level. Qin Zhe walked in front, dragging a white suitcase. Qin Baobao held his arm with her left hand and dragged a white suitcase with her right hand. It was also white, a couple's suitcase. They were all wearing sunglasses and masks. Qin Baobao wore a loose jacket that covered her impressive breasts. Her almost iconic chestnut curly hair was tied into a bun. This way, no one would recognize them. Behind them were Wang Zijin and Su Yu, who were full of resentment. Hey, why is your girlfriend such a piece of trash? She can't even win against her sister-in-law? Su Yu added fuel to the fire. How do you know about my relationship with him? Wang Zijin frowned. In order to hide their relationship, Wang Zijin turned his real girlfriend into the sneaky Mr. Wang next door. However, Wang Zijin's scheming was shrewd. Even if she was exposed, she could still keep a straight face. I'm not stupid, I'm very smart. Su Yu sneered and said, Sister Man also saw it, maybe only Qin Baobao didn't see it. Wang Zijin curled her lips and said in her heart, it's not that she didn't see it. She already saw that I, the wolf in the house, was thinking about her brother. It's just that she didn't expect us to have confirmed our relationship. I'm going to tell Qin Baobao. Su Yu smiled evilly. Are you looking for death? Wang Zijin squinted. My father also has the same intention. Su Yu said sweetly. The two women looked at each other, and electric arcs flashed. Su Yu, this little scum, knew about my relationship with Qin Zhe. She didn't tell Qin Baobao. She must have some ideas. Just now, we were accidentally tested by her. We didn't dare to let Qin Baobao find out the truth of our relationship. We were careless. Wang Zijin, this little scum, was a coward. She deserved to give me something to use against her. The two women each had their own ulterior motives. Chapter 462. It was the end of May and the sun was shining brightly. The green mountains were stacked on top of each other, and the leaves were shining with a colorful halo. The mountains were steep and strange rocks stood upright. A person and a horse were slowly walking on the rugged mountain path. A charming beauty in colorful clothes was sitting on the back of the horse, bathing in the sun. Her heavy chest could carry a few pounds of flirtatious feeling. The camera turned from the woman's face to the side of her face and then to her back. Then it slowly pulled up and captured the undulating mountains. In the grass not far above her head, a few pairs of eyes were peeping at the beauty and the horse. After a while, they quietly shrank into the bushes. The branches and leaves swayed gently. There was a wooden house at the top of the mountain, occupied by a group of thieves. Second master, there's a woman at the foot of the mountain. She's passing by here alone. Should we capture her and have some fun? The scout came back to report. Second master, do you think it's the soldiers? Will the soldiers send a woman? No matter how many soldiers there are, we can make them run away. There was a burst of laughter. This group of thieves was a villager from a nearby village. They were oppressed by the government and simply became bandits. Every day, they were worried that the government would send troops to clean them up. In fact, in this dangerous mountain, not to mention caravans, even pedestrians were rarely seen. The government was too lazy to care about them. The thieves were more like villagers. Each of them looked sloppy. The boss was even more lowly and slovenly. He was full of unreliable aura. He called himself the gang leader. In the midst of the laughter, the woman leading the horse came uninvited. She walked gracefully and swayed her waist, immediately showing the charm of a mature woman. Second master shouted, "Who's there? Can't you see that I'm a woman? The woman took off the water bag at her waist and took a sip. What are you doing here? Do you want us to help you out tonight? There was a burst of laughter. I'm tired from the journey. I want to find a place to rest and wash off the dust on my body. Do you know where this is? Second master's eyes shone. The woman glanced at the group of shabbily dressed guys. The weapons in their hands were either hoes or sickles. They were a poor mess. She blinked her eyes. I'm afraid that your embroidery needles are beautiful but not useful. They were so poor that they were in a complete mess. The second master was furious. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to capture Miss Hua. Who would have thought that Miss Hua would wave her sleeves, and in a split second, a gust of wind would roll up, blowing away the few thieves who were rushing up. The woman flicked out a string of copper coins, which landed on the second master's head. She said word by word, where the peach blossoms pass, not even a blade of grass grows. When the money falls to the ground, the head cannot be kept. Second head's expression changed. Lady Chun Shursan. Everyone's expression changed, and they dispersed. Crack. Mou nodded in satisfaction. We can pass this part. Hearing this, Feng Rui let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. As soon as the movie started shooting, the scene was shot 3 times. The 4th take was finally done. For the first 3 times, the first time was because Zheng Qilong, who played the second-in-command, laughed out loud. For the last 2 times it was because of her. Chairman Qin said that when she came with the horse, her posture was too proper. In the script, Lady Chun was a ferocious and coquettish demoness. When walking, one should sway their waist and butt, and be as flirtatious as possible. For this reason, Chairman Qin gave her 2 breast pads, and forcibly raised her from B class to C class. She was only 1 step away from D class. She forcibly raised her class. Is the scene ready? Qin Zhe asked. Yes, the staff responded. The crew was in a very famous tourist spot in Qing province. There were high mountains and steep ridges, and the scenery was unique. It was perfect for shooting the scene of the 5 Elements Mountain. Most importantly, there was a karst cave here, which was also one of the tourist spots. A group of people rushed into the room, which was built into a simple recording studio. The first scene had just begun. The beginning of the story was in the famous 5 Fingers Mountain. The rebellious Sun Wukong only wanted to hide Tang San and eat his meat. The compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't stand it. She was ordered by Buddha to suppress Sun Wukong under the 5 Fingers Mountain for 500 years as punishment. Qin Zhe had read the original book. The original book was set in a desert. The reason why he changed the script was because the original book setting and some of its logic were very flawed. Then there were the lines. After all, it was an old film, and many of the lines were not suitable for the current environment. It was very awkward to listen to. Qin Zhe changed all of them, changing them into lines that would make young people laugh. He removed the wheat from the chaff, and made the movie perfect. The opening scene was going to be done with special effects. The battle between Sun Wukong and Guanyin was destined to be exciting and spectacular. The compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva was played by the dignified beauty with an oval face, Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe gave her a few lines and asked her to recite them. She had already memorized them. Wang Zijin was very happy when she found out that she was going to play Guanyin. She didn't want to play a flirtatious slut like Qin Bao Bao. Wang Zijin changed into the costume prepared by the props team and appeared. In an instant, she stunned all the male comrades present. She held the jade bottle in her hand, stepped on the jade lotus platform, white clothes fluttering, dignified and beautiful, and her makeup was holy and majestic. Especially when the corner of her mouth raised and showed a smile. It was as if people saw the Virgin Mary. Bah! Guanyin Bodhisattva. 10 minutes of lines and opponents, in fact, were just gestures in the air, and post-production special effects were added. It was very simple, one shot. Wang Zijin lifted her skirt, walked down from the jade lotus platform, and turned around in front of Qin Zhe. Her eyes were watery. It's beautiful, Ace. Qin Zhe nodded vigorously and gave a thumbs up, beautiful like a fairy. Yeah. Qin Bao Bao and Su Yu pinched his waist on both sides at the same time, and his tears almost fell from the pain. Well, he was sandwiched by his sister and Teddy. Qin Zhe equals sandwich. Wang Zijin turned a blind eye to the small movements of the two and smiled gently. If it's beautiful, I'll wear it for you later. Qin Bao Bao sneered. I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Su Yu. You think too much. Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe smiled dryly. Sister Ziwei, listen to me, the role of Guanyin is short-lived in the movie, and your part has been finished. Wang Zijin's eyes were filled with sadness. Qin Bao Bao sighed. The supporting roles are all like Zijin. Su Yu added, Director, add a drumstick to her lunchbox. Wang Zijin's eyes rippled, and she looked at Qin Zhe pitifully. Qin Zhe. Shut up, will you? Is it fun to add fuel to the fire? Aren't you two like fire and water? What's with this tacit understanding? Wang Zijin was very disappointed. It was rare for her to act as a friend, and it was the first time in her life to make a movie. Of course, she knew that her level was limited and it was impossible to give her too important a role. But only 10 minutes? That was too little. This was the standard king of extras, Zijin. So angry. Then what about the two of them? Wang Zijin took Qin Zhe's hand. My part hasn't come yet, but I tell you, my part is not less than that of the second female lead. Su Yu was proud. How strange, I'm the first female lead. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes at Su Yu. Qin Zhe's heart jumped, and he immediately looked at Wang Zijin. Sure enough, Sister Ziwei's face was calm, without joy or sadness. But Qin Zhe, who was familiar with her, knew that she was angry. The jar of jealousy overturned. When the two of them went to the cubicle to change their clothes, Qin Zhe hurriedly explained, Sister Zian, I think that whether the main character is outstanding or not has nothing to do with the number of scenes. Although you have a part in the movie, the moment you appeared, you were simply stunning. The role of Guanyin is the most admirable. Wang Zijin squinted at him. I also know that Guanyin is a scheming woman. Qin Zhe. You have to give up on yourself, what can I do? Sigh, I hope the three of you can get along well and don't fight. In the following time, Wang Zijin really didn't talk to him. When he took the initiative to talk, Wang Zijin would turn her head and pretend to look at the scenery casually. His sister and Teddy were smiling, as if they were very happy. In the whole plot of the Five Elements Mountain, there would be a lot of scenes, which were divided into daytime scenes and nighttime scenes. On the first day, the actors and crew were tired from the long journey. When they reached the part where Chun Shur-san checked if there were 3 moles on the soles of the feet of the thieves, the sky was already dark. Entering the night, it was the battle of wits between the thieves and Chun Shur-san. Here, Qin Zhe added a few minutes of scenes. The thieves used all kinds of methods and tricks and finally knocked Chun Shur-san out with drugs. The unconscious Chun Shur-san showed her true form, which turned out to be a spider demon. The whole scene was a mess, and the shooting was not ideal. After a few hours of shooting, Qin Zhe was still not satisfied. Fortunately, shooting a movie didn't follow the script. The movie was shot one by one and edited in post-production. Qin Zhe asked everyone to skip to the second scene. On the second night, Bai Jingjing appeared, played by Li Wei. This scene was also a bumpy one. The script was handed over to you for almost half a month, but your roles are so bad. MOU was furious on the set. There were extras, artists from Tianfeng, and artists invited by other companies. They were scolded by MOU. During this process, Qin Bao Bao, Su Yu, and Wang Zijin sat in a row, eating melon seeds, eating fruits, and playing with their mobile phones. Su Yu went crazy and asked the boss of the Back Mountain Business District for a deck of cards. The three played landlord. They didn't look like they were here to shoot a movie, but to travel. Why haven't you appeared yet? Wang Zijin asked. The plot changed again and again, but they didn't see Qin Bao Bao, the heroine, appear. I'm still behind, this script is too long. Qin Bao Bao was very calm. The only gain tonight was that the roast chicken scene was smoothly shot. Yes, it was the scene where she wore a samba dance dress and kicked the eggs. This scene was very successful, and everyone laughed wildly after shooting. Her sister and the others were very nervous. As soon as the director shouted cut, the three of them rushed over and asked about their well-being. Where does it hurt, tell me? Qin Bao Bao unscrewed a bottle of water and poured it on Qin Zhe's crotch. Is it burned? The fire is so big, are the props reliable? Wang Zijin frowned. Hey, I'll help you rub. Su Yu reached out and did a hand caressing the penis, sitting and sighing. Slap. Slap. The two slapped each other away. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin glared at each other. Shame on you. Su Yu rolled her eyes. When I was nagging and nagging, you two were still illiterate. Qin Zhe quickly said that he was fine and that the protective measures were very good. Even if it was burned 3 more times, it would still be intact. The sisters immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The fire was too big just now, and it made them a little scared. After shooting, the crew stayed on the mountain for the night. Qin Zhe and the sisters took the cable car down the mountain, drove the car rented by the rental company, and took them back to the hotel. Everyone is tired. Let's wash up and go to bed early. In the elevator, he said dryly. The 3 sisters didn't answer. Qin Bao Bao leaned back against the car and pretended to play with her mobile phone. Wang Zijin threw caution to the wind. She hugged Qin Zhe's arm and squinted at Su Yu and Qin Bao Bao. Su Yu rolled her eyes. There was something called murderous intent in the car. Qin Zhe was stunned. What's wrong with this atmosphere? What's the matter with this face-scratching atmosphere? Did they have a conflict again when I didn't know? Was it because of Dou Dizhu, or was it because of little Qin Zhe's concern? Chapter 463. The hotel room arrangement was very interesting. On Qin Zhe's left was Su Yu, on his right was Wang Zijin, and on the opposite side was his sister. Because of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao's identity, it was not convenient for them to go out to eat openly. At the same time, they were unfamiliar with the place, so they ordered takeout in the hotel. There were not only the 4 of them in the hotel. There were also Qin Bao's assistant, Wang Zijin's assistant, and Su Yu's assistant, a total of 6 people. They also lived on the same floor of the hotel, but they were a little far away. The existence of assistants was said to take care of the daily life of stars and bosses. Many stars needed their assistants to help them wear boots and wash clothes. Life assistants, to put it bluntly, were nannies. It was just like a salesman running errands, with business manager on his business card. But for Qin Bao and the others, the situation was completely different. They were not used to throwing clothes, including underwear, to their assistants. They liked to throw them to Qin Zhe. So the assistants felt that they were just here for a vacation and didn't want to be too leisurely. After waiting for half an hour, the takeout arrived. Perhaps they were used to Qin Zhe's cooking, but they had no appetite for dinner, even though the seller of the takeout was a local specialty restaurant with a relatively high rating. After dinner, Qin Zhe looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Although it was not too late, he had to send the sisters away. The atmosphere during dinner was not quite right. The sisters were silent. Occasionally they would say a few words, but there was a knife in their smile and a needle in their words. Well, it's getting late. Everyone should go to bed early and get up early tomorrow to shoot. Qin Zhe announced. The sister was the first to get up. Holding her mobile phone, she lowered her head and walked out of the room leisurely. After they left, Qin Zhe practiced "The Times Are Calling" in the room for a while. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, put on his pajamas and lay on the bed. Suddenly, he found that he had lost his mind. Practicing gymnastics at night was equivalent to drinking coffee in the middle of the night. How could he sleep when he was full of energy? Hey! Qin Zhe suddenly thought, in the future before having sex, I will practice gymnastics and accumulate energy. Then I can show my power. Is this comparable to teddy bear as the system said? Qin Zhe felt that he knew the truth. Confucius said, I often do not eat all day long, and do not sleep all night long. I can do it too. You're thinking too much, the system's voice resounded in his mind. To reach that level, you still need at least a year or so of cultivation. This lowlife would occasionally jump out to make its presence known. Qin Zhe was already used to it and wouldn't be scared by it. Not eating and sleeping all day long is indeed a bit too much. Qin Zhe nodded. This was even more frightening than 1 day, 1 night, and 3 meals a day. Get ready. Extracting energy in 3 seconds, the system said. Qin Zhe. Unknowingly, it was time to recharge the system again. The low-level system was very grounded. It needed energy to maintain its operation, but its physical body was not in the modern world, or perhaps it did not have a physical body, so it could not rely on electricity. Its energy needs Qin Zhe's support. Look, it's not Xuanhuan, nor Xianxia at all. It's very scientific. Unlike those flirtatious cheap goods, which did not conform to the law of conservation of energy at all. 3 seconds later, Qin Zhe felt his vision go black, and his brain crashed. He had experienced this feeling many times. Every time, he would remember the first time he F***ed, and the sour feeling of his soul flying out of his body. Then it was the same familiar feeling. His body was emptied. A strong sense of exhaustion surged through his body, and he wanted to sleep. His current physical condition was not the same as before. When his energy was extracted for the first time, his knees went weak and he fell to the ground. Qin Zhe felt that it was time for him to sleep, but he was a little worried that his sister would knock on the door in the middle of the night. She had learned a lot from her mistakes. His sister was very pretentious. When they lived together, she never knocked on the door. After Wang Zijin moved in, she took the opportunity to sneak in at night. Just as this thought came to his mind, there was a light knock on the door. Qin Zhe. Why did she raise a flag for no reason? There were 2 more knocks on the door. Qin Zhe decided to open the door. He knew what his sister was like. If he didn't open the door, she would knock until the end of time, and then Teddy and old Wang next door would be alarmed. Why are you here? Qin Zhe opened the door and found that it was not his sister standing at the door, not old Wang next door but a Teddy. Are you surprised? Are you happy? Su Yu turned her head and looked around, sneaking into the room. Qin Zhe closed the door quietly. What? He said. To F***CKU. Su Yu said. Qin Zhe. Do you believe that I will slip you out of the window? I'll be quiet later. You slow down, they can't hear you. Su Yu was wearing a bathrobe and sitting on the edge of the bed. Hotels above 4 stars have good sound insulation. Su Yu swung her long legs on the bed and threw a coquettish wink. They didn't sleep often, and Su Yu cherished the time when they were alone. If there was no chance, she would create opportunities. If it was before, Qin Zhe would sharpen his knife to Teddy, but now it's not the right time. Sleep, sleep. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Su Yu happily got into the bed. Qin Zhe followed and hugged Su Yu's soft body. Breathing gradually calmed down. Su Yu. Su Yu nestled in his arms for a while. Seeing that he didn't move, she put her hands around her waist peacefully. She grabbed Qin Zhe's hand and pressed it on her chest. Qin Zhe stayed on it for a few seconds and put it back on his waist. Su Yu put it again, and Qin Zhe put it back on his waist again. Su Yu was a little discouraged. Hey! She pushed Qin Zhe. I didn't really let you sleep. Qin Zhe groaned. Go to sleep, I'm tired today. Su Yu was shocked. Hey, don't say this kind of line, it's dangerous. Qin Zhe, who had rich experience, was also surprised. He thought about it and changed his words. The night is long, don't rush. Su Yu seized the rare opportunity and was unhappy. She reached out and threatened, I have something on you, so you have to be obedient. Qin Zhe said in annoyance. Are you sure this is something on me? Is there such a weak thing on me? Su Yu thought that for the first time. Qin Zhe was so unreliable. Forget it. I'd better do it myself. But soon she found that this sentence was not reliable. She used all kinds of martial arts, but Qin Zhe stood still. Qin Zhe said angrily, You haven't given up, go to sleep. After that, he proudly added, If you can make me from field to free, I lose. Su Yu. Is this something to be proud of? She was about to cry. My body is no longer attractive to you? Don't think about it. Qin Zhe comforted. Su Yu was even more sad. So you are no longer able to do it? Qin Zhe. I said don't think about it. I just can't do it for the time being. Su Yu suddenly burst into tears. Qin Zhe didn't know how to explain. I need to continue to accumulate strength. I'm very weak now. It seems easier for her to misunderstand if I say so. It's all the low-level system's fault. Su Yu said sadly. You are only 24, why are you like this? You are not 42. Qin Zhe said angrily. I am 42, no problem. Don't set a flag for me. Then did you give the public grain to Wang Zijin? No, Sister Xine's gunny sack can't hold my rations. That's not possible. Shut up, believe it or not, I will beat you. Sure enough, when men can't do it, they often turn to domestic violence. Su Yu took out a few tissues from the tissue box on the bedside table and wiped her tears and snot. Are all the things said on the internet a lie? What? At 15, go to the sea to catch the aircraft carrier. At 20, go to the sky to catch the Buddha. At 30, regardless of its gender. Suyu said, glancing at Qin Zhe. When a man is 25, the sow will suffer. Qin Zhe, who was only 1 year away from the sow's suffering, said, sometimes I miss the cold female president. Let's talk about this later. Tomorrow. Qin Zhe pulled Suyu into his arms. Tomorrow I will make you cry and beg for mercy. He was really tired. Although his physical fitness was very strong, the system had also been upgraded, and the energy it captured was far more than before. Suyu was thinking about ordering Qin Zhe a tonic soup or something tomorrow. Qin Zhe hugged Suyu in his arms. How about this? I am a little tired, but I have a pair of flexible hands, and I can also speak eloquently. If you want, I can help you. Suyu was still several years away from 30. He should be able to cope. At 30 he was like a wolf, at 40 he was like a tiger, and at 50 he could sit on the ground and spit. But it doesn't matter, I will use my hands to achieve your dream. Suyu shook her head. Qin Zhe said, it doesn't matter, I don't mind your acupoints. Suyu still shook her head. I don't really want that, I just want to stay with you and do what a husband and wife should do, so I will be more at ease. This. Qin Zhe was very touched that she became so affectionate without saying a word. He held Suyu tightly in his arms. System, give me back some energy. The system ignored him. System, have a little human touch. The system ignored him. System, 93 returns, the next time you charge, absorb more energy. The system thought about it and made sense. From now on, the charging time is set by me. Qin Zhe. Please, I don't want the bean sack. The system, you want it, I agree. Qin Zhe hurriedly refused. I don't want it. The system. Why? Qin Zhe sneered. Can't you detect my brainwaves? Don't pretend to be stupid. The system. Qin Zhe guessed the system's idea. Why change the charging time? It must want to extract energy when he has sex, so Qin Zhe has to borrow energy again, and the system can get 93 returns every time. It was real leather. At this moment, the door of the room rang again. The bodies of the two people under the blankets stiffened. The exhausted Qin Zhe suddenly sat up, as if he was about to die. Suyu also panicked, pulled the bathrobe tight, and carefully said, could it be the waiter? Qin Zhe shook his head. If it's the waiter, he will definitely talk. Have you ever seen a waiter who knocks so sneakily? Wang Zijin is here. Suyu suddenly realized. It could also be my sister. Qin Zhe said. Suyu was stunned. Qin Zhe added, my sister and I love each other very much. She will come over at night to see if I sleep well, and if I kick the quilt. Suyu. Hee, are you kidding me? Knock on the door to wake him up, and come over to see if he slept well? Chapter 464. Suyu frowned, imagining the scene of her and Qin Bao fighting. Brainiac Teddy analyzed the height of both sides and felt that he had no disadvantage, so he was not afraid. Will your sister hit me if she sees me in your room? She asked. I don't think so. Qin Zhe was very scared. Of course she will. If she knows that you climbed into my bed in the middle of the night, she will tear you apart alive. I'm not afraid even if she hits me. Suyu was full of confidence. Girl, where did your confidence come from? I'm telling you, I won't hide in the toilet or the closet. I didn't do anything wrong. Suyu crossed her chest. Hiding in the closet. Hiding in the closet was a sad story. He remembered the night when he moved into the new house. In the cold night, he slept in the closet. The heartless sister Ziwei forgot about him that night and didn't get up in the middle of the night to ask him to go back to the room to sleep. And hiding in the closet was not safe. If he was found, wouldn't it be a confession without being pressed? He smiled calmly, took out the script from the bag, and threw it to Suyu. It's okay, just say that we are talking about the script. Hiding in the closet was too low. Predecessors' lessons were the teachers of future generations. Similarly, the experience of predecessors was the example for future generations to learn from. Qin Zhe strode to open the door with his head held high, and was surprised again. Standing at the door was not his tall and charming sister, but Wang Zijin. She was also wearing a bathrobe, her hair was wet, and her face was red, making her face look like a red apple. He wanted to take a bite. Sister Ziwei. How can you come? Qin Zhe's smile gradually disappeared. Why is it Sister Ziwei? She doesn't like to talk to me. Isn't she angry? Wang Zijin pouted coquettishly and threw a charming supercilious look. Why did I come, don't you know? Of course, it was to find Qin Zhe. It was normal to find a boyfriend to sleep with. But she was just sleeping. Wang Zijin flashed into the door and saw Suyu sitting on the sofa. The smile on Wang Zijin's face gradually turned ferocious. Why is she here? Wang Zijin glared at Qin Zhe. Let's talk about the script, Qin Zhe said seriously. Talk about the script? What's there to talk about? Wang Zijin said in a deep voice. It's her first time acting, so she's not sure, Qin Zhe said. Suyu glanced at Wang Zijin and ignored her. She sat on the sofa like a queen, giving her pressure. Are you done chatting? If you're done, scram. Wang Zijin was domineering. It's just the beginning. I feel like we won't stop until dawn. Suyu argued. Wang Zijin sat on Qin Zhe's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. She nodded and said in a serious tone, You guys talk. I'll watch from the side and learn while I'm at it. Qin Zhe was shocked at that time. Sister Ziwei must have been stimulated today. She dared to do this? We agreed to be salted fish together. Why did she suddenly become tough? She shouldn't have noticed something and declared sovereignty in front of Suyu? Suyu's eyes burst into a sharp light, her small fists clenched, and she secretly gritted her teeth. In front of me, she sat on my man's lap. Well, you finally got your revenge. Suyu felt that there was a grassland of Hulunber on top of her head. Qin Zhe was very embarrassed. So, how about this? We'll talk about the script another day. I'm a little tired. It's not an excuse. I'm really tired. I want to sleep. Wang Zijin was happy to hear it and squinted at Suyu. The look in his eyes made Suyu very unhappy. Qin Zhe, my head is full of acting. If you don't teach me, I won't be able to sleep. Suyu frowned and looked pitiful. You don't have to learn. You're a drama queen now. It's funny. Can't you wait until tomorrow to talk about the script? Running to a man's room in the middle of the night to talk about the script. Don't you have any shame? Wang Zijin sneered. Why can old Lu talk about the script, but I can't? You know what you're thinking. Do you need to wear a bathrobe to talk about the script? Wang Zijin squinted. Suyu was angry. You're the only one who can squint, right? I'll do it too. Undersir. Qin Zhe silently covered his face. I'm not as good as you. Knock knock knock. The sneaky knock on the door came again. Suyu and Wang Zijin looked at the door at the same time and looked at Qin Zhe at the same time. Qin Zhe threw the blame. It must be my sister. The sound of your quarrel alarmed her. After that, he opened the door immediately. Qin Zhe's heart was calm. There was a kind of calmness that didn't weigh down on him. He knew that his sister would come. When he opened the door, sure enough, there was a tall and charming beauty at the door. When she saw Qin Zhe, she smiled before saying anything. Her bright and beautiful eyes rippled with joy and joy. Qin Zhe sighed silently. I may not be called Qin Zhe. I'm called Mississippi. Everyone wants to have sex with me. Come on, everyone come on to Mississippi. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. It's a bathrobe again. Can't she wear it neatly? Taking advantage of his sister's coquettish tone to say, Little Red Man, sister will sleep with you. Little Red Man, you're lucky tonight. Qin Zhe slightly turned sideways so that his sister could see Teddy and old Wang, who were competing in acting and eyesight skills. The smile on his sister's face gradually became ferocious +2. Why are you here? Qin Bao Bao's face was black. Talking about the script. Suyu said lightly. Qin Bao Bao looked at Wang Zijin. Watching them talk about the script. Wang Zijin was calmer. Suyu. Qin Zhe. What are you doing here? The two women asked. I'm here to see if my brother is sleeping well. Did he kick the quilt? Qin Bao Bao said casually. Suyu suddenly looked at Qin Zhe and thought. Sure enough, they are brother and sister. Qin Zhe looked left and right. It's late, let's play cards. I can't sleep anyway. Suyu said. She was an outsider now, and it was easy to be sent away by the reason of, it's late, let's talk about the script tomorrow. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao looked at each other and nodded. The poker cards that Suyu bought in the scenic spot for 10 yuan finally had a place to use. Wang Zijin threw a look at Qin Bao Bao. Close the door. Qin Bao Bao understood. Understood. Qin Zhe. My teddy bear was completely defeated in IQ. No, the palace intrigue skills were not maxed out. Qin Zhe was crying in his heart. After driving away a teddy bear, the atmosphere in the room was not relaxed. The two friends looked at each other, and their minds were brewing their own conspiracies. Be sure to drive the other party away. Hands on knees, back straight, eyes looking straight ahead. Qin Zhe sat in the standard sitting posture of a primary school student. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Suyu came back with the poker cards and found the door locked. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin gave Qin Zhe a look and let him understand it himself. Qin Zhe read the same meaning from the two's eyes. If you dare to open the door, you're dead. I'm going to sleep, Qin Zhe said. Bullshit, where are they? Suyu cried. They're gone too. Qin Zhe, open the door for me. Silence. Qin Zhe, if you don't open the door, let's see who will regret it. Silence. Qin Zhe, you. Coming. Qin Zhe ran to open the door. Suyu glared at him at the door and was not surprised to see the two women in the room. Play poker. Suyu threw the poker cards on the table. What did you want to say? Qin Bao Bao's eyes narrowed, and the long and curly eyelashes became more obvious. Qin Zhe, you son of a bitch. Suyu, who almost exposed the horse's foot, smiled and turned to Qin Zhe and said, I almost scolded you just now, I'm sorry. What you said was the same as my sister saying that she knocked on the door to see if I slept well. Qin Zhe complained in his heart, and Jia Zijin pretended to be okay and laughed. The four people sat down to play cards. Qin Zhe was sleepy, his brain was not bright, and he often made bad moves. They were playing with money, and whoever lost had to transfer Alipay. Jack Ma, give me the advertising fee. Qin Zhe lost more than 10,000 yuan in half an hour. At this time, Wang Zijin aggressively threw out 4 kings, and Qin Zhe held 4 aces in his hand and took the opportunity to eat her. Wang Zijin immediately regretted, saying that she made a mistake and had to start again. Qin Zhe was stunned and said, Okay. Sure enough, he who stayed with her sister for a long time, Sister Ziwei also got a bad habit of playing dirty. Suyu held her hand and said unhappily, No regrets, you can't accept it, Qin Zhe, right? Wang Zijin looked at him. A's, let me pass? Suyu also looked at him. Qin Zhe. Omega winky face pass. But it was not a multiple choice question, but a question of death. Qin Zhe refused to answer. The master didn't say anything. You don't have to say anything. Wang Zijin insisted on taking back her cards. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Suyu despised. I hate people who go back on their words the most. You are short, and your mind is shorter. Your facial features are flat, and your chest is flatter. Suyu seized the opportunity to attack Wang Zijin, retaliating for the fact that she had just closed the door and played with her. As for why she knew it was Wang Zijin who did it. Because Qin Bao Bao just gave her a look. Suyu was famous for her poisonous tongue, and Qin Bao Bao couldn't beat her. She kept mocking her for a long time. Pah! Wang Zijin suddenly cut her scalp. Suyu was stunned. Qin Zhe's little heart missed a beat. Wang Zijin said lightly, There is a mosquito on your head. Oh, I saw it wrong. Qin Zhe. Suyu was angry and waved her hand to give her a scalp. With a paw sound, it cut Qin Zhe's head. Qin Zhe smiled with exhaustion. Don't make trouble. I received a miracle with this slap, and I got full marks for it. You dare to hit him. Wang Zijin gave a backhand slap on Qin Zhe's head. Aye. Why did you hit me? Qin Zhe was stunned. He didn't take it because it was too late. She is a girl after all. It's not good to hit her. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Qin Zhe's smile was full of forgiveness. I see. Qin Bao Bao added fuel to the fire and said, You should have cried just now. Suyu thought it made sense, and her big eyes were immediately covered with tears. Qin Zhe felt weak from the inside out. He wanted to go home and sleep. Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to act anymore. Qin Zhe, who felt the awkward atmosphere, rubbed his temples. As a man, he had to be mentally prepared to act as a lubricant at all times. What's the point of playing cards? I'll tell you some jokes. Qin Zhe said. You can tell jokes? Wang Zijin was stunned. Okay. Suyu stopped crying. Only Qin Baobao's face changed. Don't let him tell jokes. Why? Wang Zijin asked. He doesn't tell good jokes. Qin Baobao said. Dirty and cold jokes. It was very embarrassing to listen to. Qin Zhe was not convinced. Because I only told jokes to my sister, so I'm not very skilled, and I'm not very good at it. Wang Zijin thought. You black-hearted maggot, you even want to dominate the jokes? You don't allow your brother to tell jokes to other girls? Suyu thought. You don't let him tell, I'll listen. I'll listen, you tell. The two said in unison. It was also a man's accomplishment to make his woman laugh, even though there were a lot of people. Qin Zhe thought for a moment and said, in a certain year and a certain month, foreigners broke into the capital. The emperor was scared and fled with his people, leaving a spy in the city to check the situation. The next day, the spy cried to the emperor, Your Majesty, the enemy has lost their moral integrity, raping and looting. He paused and held back his laughter. Di Renjie was furious. When did IF*CK a zombie? After the joke, he looked at his sisters expectantly. Wang Zijin. Suyu. Qin Baobao held her forehead. Isn't it funny? Di Renjie. Qin Zhe was depressed. Then I'll tell you a funnier one, he said. Wang Zijin and Suyu nodded expectantly. A pregnant woman had a difficult labor, and the situation was urgent. Her husband was outside in a hurry. After a long time, the chief surgeon came out, and the man hurried to ask about the situation. The doctor shook his head and sighed. The child couldn't be saved. Just when the man was in despair. Guess what happened? Qin Zhe kept them guessing. The sisters shook their heads. Qin Zhe said, At this time the doctor laughed. I'm lying, both of them are dead. Qin Zhe laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha, laugh for me, laugh for me. Oh, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep first. I'm exhausted, go to sleep. Hey! The sisters left in an instant. Chapter 465. Don't go, don't go. How is it not funny? I think it's funny. Qin Zhe urged his sisters to stay. Everyone, please stay. I have an even better joke that will definitely make you laugh. His sisters didn't pay any attention to him. Their footsteps were even firmer than those of the Red Army during their long march. Zijin, I'm not used to sleeping alone in the hotel. Let's sleep together tonight. Go away, you plastic sisters. You're worse than plastic. Shut up. It's none of your business. The three women talked as they walked out of the room and closed the door, blocking Qin Zhe from chasing after them. Qin Zhe silently locked the door and sat on the edge of the bed. His frustration was at its peak. System, are my jokes really not funny? Only the system could chat with him now. The system saw that he was depressed and did not pretend to be cold. It said blankly, Was what you said just now a joke? Qin Zhe was speechless. The system said, I checked the internet here. The essence of a joke is to make the audience laugh, not to make the person who told the joke laugh. You're just being self-absorbed. In conclusion, if what you said just now was a joke, then it's really cold. Qin Zhe was not convinced, but when I saw these jokes, I laughed like a pig. The system said, Maybe your posture is wrong. You don't have the talent, you're just being self-absorbed. Qin Zhe covered his chest and said sadly, Don't say any more. Even if I'm handsome and knowledgeable, there are things that I'm not good at. He fell into a deep sleep and woke up at 6 o'clock sharp. He was so tired that his eyelids could not open and his whole body was exhausted. Qin Zhe still got out of bed. Perseverance is the most important thing in everything. If you can persevere, you should do it. When it's raining or snowing, there's no need to force it. Running in the rain or snow is not fitness. It's showing off. After Qin Zhe finished brushing his teeth, he picked up the cold water from the faucet and patted his face. He felt much more energetic. He sent a message to Wang Zijin instead of calling her. If she woke up, she would naturally come out. If she was still asleep, then Qin Zhe would run away by himself. Give me 10 minutes, Wang Zijin replied quickly. They didn't expect to meet Suyu, who also got up early in the hotel corridor. Suyu was about to knock on the door. Seeing the two in sportswear, he blinked. What are you doing? Jogging, Qin Zhe said. Give me a moment, I'll change. Suyu immediately decided to step in. Half of his body walked back to the room, leaned back slightly and straightened his neck. You are not allowed to leave first, otherwise. He couldn't think of any threatening words at the moment, so he glared at them and said, otherwise I'll fight it out with you. What's the matter with Suyu? Wang Zijin was unhappy. She likes you, you know. How am I supposed to answer that? Wang Zijin said, pretending not to know is a very coquettish operation. Qin Zhe. Suyu didn't bring sportswear. She wore a light outfit, a V-neck knitted sweater, gray casual pants, and white slow-running shoes. She knew that she had to travel a long way to shoot. She didn't bring flashy things like skirts and high-heeled shoes, so it was easy to piece together sportswear. The three people left the hotel and trotted to the east. The traffic on the road was endless, but there were not many pedestrians. At 6:30 in the morning, the roadside breakfast shops were already open, and the road sanitation workers had cleaned the street before 6 o'clock. In this city where the pace of life was not fast, it was very leisurely and quiet. Trotting 2 kilometers, they came to the small park in the navigation reality. The park in the third-tier city, the greenery and park equipment were far less than those in Shanghai. The most unbearable thing was that the road here was paved with sections of stone instead of a cement road. It was very uncomfortable to run. Suyu ran 2 kilometers and was already out of breath. She usually did yoga and occasionally ran. As long as she kept in shape, it was enough, unlike Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe, who ran every morning to exercise. After running a lap in the park, she gradually couldn't keep up with the team. Qin Zhe slowed down and waited for her. Wang Zijin was like a proud swan. Suyu gritted her teeth and ran another lap. She couldn't hold it anymore. She fell on the park bench like a salted fish and gasped, "Husband, I can't do it." "Then you take a rest," Qin Zhe said, and he quickly kept up with Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was listless and bad. Every time she passed by Suyu's position, she deliberately flirted with Qin Zhe and said something that she usually wouldn't say, such as, "I hate you." "Bah, I don't like you." "Little enemy, I'll reward you when I get home after shooting." Qin Zhe was full of goosebumps. Gradually, Wang Zijin's physical strength was exhausted. She ran 6 kilometers in one breath, which was almost her limit. It was meaningless to continue to run. So she sat beside Suyu, panting and resting. Suyu had a bright idea. When Qin Zhe ran close, she greeted him happily. After half an hour of rest, she almost recovered. It was time to pay a tooth for a tooth and blood for blood. She would return the shame of just now to Wang Zijin 10 times. But as soon as she got up, Qin Zhe stopped running. He stood not far away and took a posture, as if he was going to play Tai Chi. There was a sneer behind her. Suyu turned her head and saw Wang Zijin sitting with her legs crossed and the posture of a big boss. Her disdainful eyes clearly said, "You are far worse than my sister." She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The two women sat on the bench, resting and watching Qin Zhe play Tai Chi. They thought it was Tai Chi and ignored each other. Suyu gradually became obsessed and felt that Qin Zhe's every move and style was full of beauty and rhythm. It was much more pleasing to the eye than those little fresh meat dancing. "It's good, right?" Wang Zijin said, "Every day after running, I sit aside and watch him play Tai Chi. Watching and watching, my heart will calm down." "You don't show off, we have already seen each other frankly," Suyu thought gloomily. "How many boyfriends have you had abroad?" Wang Zijin said with a smile. "No." Suyu said stiffly. "No." Wang Zijin was taken aback. "You have been abroad for so many years. Have you been in vain?" She remembered that Suyu was 27 or 28 years old, right? She had never had a boyfriend? Qin Bao Bao was 25 years old and had not had a boyfriend. She was almost driven crazy by her family. If Wang Zijin had not been too independent, she would have been married under the arrangement of her parents. Wang Zijin certainly didn't know Suyu's story. Everyone has a story. These stories connect people's character and even their whole life. "What about you? How many exes do you have?" Suyu asked. "No," Wang Zijin said. "I don't believe it." Suyu hummed. "Believe it or not. Why don't you dare to say it? Who doesn't have a few exes?" Suyu teased her. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. "My family is very strict. Other people are not allowed to fall in love in junior high school and high school. My family doesn't allow me to fall in love even in college. My mother said that one day when I have the ability to be self-reliant, I will find a life. I don't care. From childhood to adulthood, I feel that the boys around me are very naive. I am not happy to fall in love with a group of little boys. When I arrived at college, I was entangled by a brother who wanted to fuck me. I wanted to fall in love, and other boys dared not approach me. Want to fuck your brother? Suyu tilted her head, and her eyes flashed with the light of gossip. Don't have any bad ideas. Ace knows about this. The last time I went to the capital, I took him to meet my parents. By the way, I told the brothers who still miss me, I have a boyfriend. You go back home, find your mother, and find your own future. What does your family think of Qin-Zhe? Suyu asked. I don't like him very much. Suyu suddenly smiled. Wang Zijin squinted. But I don't care. I only marry the person I like. You are so capricious. I'm happy. Suyu was stunned and suddenly sighed. I've read a lot of novels these days, and I like a book. It's about two heroines fighting for a man. One of them is a princess with a noble status, while the other is born poor and humble. Wang Zijin looked at her and didn't know why she suddenly sighed. The man didn't like the princess at first. He preferred the white flowers that bloomed in the barren soil. Everyone advised the princess to give up. 8 or 9 out of 10 things in life can't be forced. But the princess said, I want to force it. A woman's self-confidence, domineering, and imposing manner are vivid on paper. On the other hand, the white flower took root and sprouted from the barren soil and was destined to bear the mission of backfeeding. Later she and the man missed. The man chose to be with the princess. Wang Zijin asked. And then? Suyu thought about it and said, they broke up. The man said to her, let's forget about each other. She was silent for a long time before spitting out a sentence. What if I can't forget? Boring, too boring. So readers like the valiant and domineering princess who dares to love and hate. They don't like the humble and restrained white flowers. But, how many people in the world are lucky enough to be born in the royal family? Suyu turned her head and looked at her. I like Qin-Zhe, no, I love him. But in this love, I am humble. Sometimes I am so humble that I even feel disgusted. But you are different, you are more confident than me, more trusting than me. You are the princess, and I am at best a flower in the barren soil. But the flower also has the dream of the flower. I will not give up on him. I will try my best to dig your corner until one day he says the word, break up with you. Wang Zijin looked at her blankly. Although I am just a flower, I also have advantages that you can't compare with. Suyu said. Wang Zijin was almost moved by her, so she asked subconsciously, what advantages? Suyu gathered at the tip of her tongue, as if spitting out the 9 words mantra of Tantra. Because I am more beautiful than you. After that, it was accompanied by wild laughter. Ahahaha. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched, and the blue veins on her forehead bulged. If there was no last sentence, she felt that she would change her view of Suyu. This woman talked for a long time, just to pave the way for the last sentence. But despite being annoyed, Wang Zijin was unable to refute. In terms of appearance, she did lose to Suyu. For the first time, Wang Zijin choked and wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 466. Qin-Zhe found that on the way back, the two women had been sulking, looking at each other with disgust, and kept looking for trouble. For example, Suyu said that she wanted to eat vegetable buns. Wang Zijin immediately said that she felt nauseous looking at the buns and did not want to eat them. Wang Zijin said that she wanted to drink soy milk, and Suyu immediately said that soy milk was not good, and she wanted to drink milk. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to ridicule her and said that soy milk was breast enlarging. Suyu asked, why are your breasts so small? The two almost fought. Qin not long out Yin-Zhe, persuading both sides, being a grandson to both sides, mentally and physically exhausted. Back at the hotel, they each took breakfast back to their rooms, brushed their teeth first and then ate. Suyu must have brushed her teeth, but she was not happy with Qin-Zhe's attitude. Qin-Zhe knocked on his sister's door. His sister, who had never been used to getting up early, was wearing pajamas, her hair was messy, she pouted, glanced at the breakfast in his hand, and said, come in. Qin-Zhe hurriedly slipped into his sister's room to take refuge. By the way, he brushed his teeth again in his sister's room. The hotel's toiletries were double. He smoked a little too much and had to brush his teeth at least 3 times a day. Otherwise, it would produce smoke. The brother and sister stood in front of the sink and brushed their teeth. Qin Bao Bao tied up her scattered black hair with bangs. When she bowed her head and spat water, her loose chest revealed a white and half-full ball. Qin Zhe looked at it intently. "What are you looking at?" His sister hit him with her big butt. "Recently, I suddenly want to play ball." Qin Zhe said shamelessly. "Really?" Qin Bao Bao smiled. "I also want to play ball, table tennis." Qin Zhe smiled and was hit by a hand knife as soon as he finished laughing. His sister rolled her charming eyes. "Virtue." They sat at the desk and had breakfast. Qin Zhe sat in the chair, and Qin Bao Bao shrank on the single sofa, with her pointed chin on her knees, chewing the soup dumplings, and said vaguely, "What about the 2 women?" Qin Zhe sighed. "Fighting spirit not here." Qin Bao Bao was happy. "What's wrong?" Qin Zhe glared at her. "Can you not gloat? Our big group is not united at all." Qin Bao Bao said, "The art of the emperor, pay attention to checks and balances. If I don't do this, how can I make your house stable?" Qin Zhe was taken aback. "Back house." Qin Bao Bao said with a straight face. "It's just an example. Wang Zijin, this silly girl, don't think I don't know what she is thinking, but my ace is a good man who won't marry a wife until he is 30. She can't even think about it. And Su Yu, she is a love-struck fool. Let me tell you, you can't like her. I, as your sister-in-law, will not agree." Qin Zhe took a sip of soy milk. In front of his sister he said sugar-coated bullets. "If I want to marry a wife, I want to marry a beautiful, gentle, considerate, generous and decent woman like my sister." Qin Bao Bao still had a straight face and said angrily, "If you talk nonsense again, let Dad beat you to death." Her little fingers and feet were fighting happily, and the joy on her mouth betrayed her. Qin Zhe changed his words. "Then don't marry, it's not bad to marry Sister Ziwei." With a kick, his sister said angrily, "Can you change your wife?" "If I don't change, then let Dad beat me to death?" Qin Zhe said innocently. "I'm just scaring you." His sister whispered. "How did Wang Zijin and Su Yu get into a fight?" Qin Bao Bao couldn't figure it out. Su Yu and she were enemies, but Wang Zijin and she were also enemies. The wolf in the house coveted Qin Zhe, and as the sister, she desperately protected her brother. The 2 were always scheming against each other, loving and killing each other. In the end, they didn't fight with her, but with each other? "Don't think too much." Qin Zhe interrupted his sister's divergent thoughts and said something to divert her attention. "This is called planting flowers with the intention, but the flowers don't bloom. Bao Bao planting willows, he. Qin Bao Bao? Question mark. She felt that his words were strange. After eating, go to the set and try to improve the progress today. You guys can play cards on the set, but don't fight, Qin Zhe warned. Qin Bao Bao's slender and beautiful fingers formed an orchid shape as she winked and said, "Ah, I just happened to bring a whip and candle, so I can teach them a lesson." Qin Zhe. He should be angry, but half of his body went limp. It was all his sister's fault for being too coquettish. Qin Zhe pretended to be angry, dragged his sister to the bed, and spanked her butt. It still felt good to the touch. Round and perky, soft and bouncy, even more bouncy than Jean Mai Lang. Qin Bao Bao was never willing to be spanked by her brother, so she resisted fiercely during the process, rolling, kicking, twisting her waist in all kinds of positions. But Qin Zhe sat on her waist tightly and pinned her down firmly. His sister, as usual, whimpered and scolded him for being a black-hearted maggot. Qin Zhe knew when to stop. If he spanked her for too long, her glass heart would break, and she would cry, and he would have to coax her. Qin Zhe had just stood up when a pair of slender and strong legs clamped around his waist. The force was so strong that he lost his balance and fell on the bed. Ouch! Qin Bao Bao screamed. Qin Zhe fell on his sister's body, but it did not hurt at all. Instead it felt soft, with the 2 lumps of meat on his chest cushioning him. He enjoyed the fall and felt comfortable. "You hit me with 150 pounds. Qin Bao Bao curled up, hugged her chest, and whimpered. Did it hurt?" Qin Zhe knelt beside his sister and asked nervously. Seeing that his sister was only frowning, he heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not spoiled, or it would be a pity. Thank goodness it's real, or the silicone inside would burst. Get lost, your sister is in so much pain, and you're still talking nonsense. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were red. She bit her lips and said coquettishly, "You're asking for it, aren't you? I'm not hitting you anymore, and you're still thinking of making a comeback." Qin Zhe lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "My bad, does it still hurt? Let me rub it for you." Qin Bao Bao slapped his hand away and said angrily, "It's none of your business." "Then I'm leaving." You come back. Come back and rub it for you? I'll come back and destroy you." Qin Bao Bao leaped up like a strong tigress. She first pressed Qin Zhe down on the bed, then turned around nimbly from 99 to 69. She then put her long legs on his shoulders and twisted her legs. He was really stunned. Qin Zhe took a deep breath and smelled the scent of Dihua Jixio. Qin Bao Bao seemed to be determined to break her brother's neck. He was stunned for a few minutes until Wang Zijin knocked on the door. He had no choice but to let go. The sister was depressed to find that the fatal scissor kick that had always been successful seemed to have lost its deterrent power. Her brother not only did not suffer, but also enjoyed it. Qin Zhe opened the door with a ruddy face. Wang Zijin and Suyu stood at the door and said angrily, "What time is it? The shooting has already started." "That's right. Don't dawdle. If you delay the time, you delay the money." "That's right. How much does it cost every day?" The two women said one after another. Their target was not Qin Zhe, but Qin Bao Bao, who was sitting by the bed and tidying up her image. Qin Zhe said unhappily, "You talk too much. Wait another 15 minutes. Su Yu and Wang Zijin stared at him together. Qin Zhe was suddenly scared. Su Yu and Wang Zijin turned around and went back to the room. Qin Zhe thought that he had to comfort them one by one. At present, he had to comfort the crying monster first. He said, "Sister, don't be angry. I admit my mistake." Qin Bao Bao said, and her eyebrows were extraordinarily soft. She whispered, "You go out first. I want to change my clothes." Qin Zhe left the room. Qin Bao Bao hummed a song and rolled happily on the bed. Qin Bao Bao changed her clothes and dressed up. When she came out, Qin Zhe and others were already waiting downstairs, with 6 assistants beside them. Qin, although he was not long out yet, he had a glib tongue. Zhe successfully coaxed Wang Zijin and Su Yu. 3 cars rented by the rental company drove out of the hotel's underground parking lot and headed for the scenic spot 20 kilometers away. Su Yu drove, Wang Zijin sat in the co-driver's seat, and Qin Zhe lay down on his side with his head on his sister's thigh. This was not his intention. Su Yu drove voluntarily, and Wang Zijin sat in the co-driver's seat because Qin Bao Bao pushed her in. After getting in the car, his sister was considerate and gentle. "Aze, you got up so early. You must be sleepy. Lie on your sister's lap and sleep. There is still a long way to the scenic spot." Qin Zhe missed the taste of Dihua Xiao, so he was reluctant. In fact, Qin Zhe was not very sleepy. After playing a few sets of Times Are Calling, his spirit recovered well. Bored, he took out his mobile phone to watch the news. He happened to see a message. 2 dogs were stuck and hit by a car in the middle of the road. Because there was a video, it was posted on the internet, and the number of hits was very high. "What are you looking at?" His sister bowed her head, and her hair fell. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister. "Didn't they say never let your boyfriend or girlfriend look at your face from top to bottom? Otherwise your worldview will collapse." He found that his sister's angle was not bad, and she was quite beautiful. Looking at the news, Qin Zhe sighed. "That's why I said don't play carts. People will die, and dogs will die." Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and did not understand. She reached out and grabbed his mobile phone to watch the news. "But what does it have to do with carts?" His sister did not understand. "Hey, you don't understand, but the younger brother demon probably understands." Qin Zhe grinned. Qin Bao Bao frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Can you speak human language? What's the point of always saying things that I don't understand?" Qin Zhe was about to speak when he suddenly heard Wang Zijin and Su Yu in the front row scream. Then there was a loud bang. The car hit something, and the inertia made Qin Zhe roll down from his sister's lap. "What's the matter?" Qin Zhe's face changed greatly. Wang Zijin scolded. "Why don't you look at the road? Turn and let us go straight." Su Yu's voice was aggrieved. I was blocked by the bus. Who knew that the car suddenly came out? Su Yu said, unfastening her seatbelt. I'll get out and see. She did not forget to turn her head and warn. You two don't come down. It's not good to be photographed. The two cars driven by the assistant had already gone away. They didn't seem to notice that the boss behind them had collided with someone. It will take a while for them to react. The car that was hit by Su Yu was a Rolls-Royce, black body, a long rectangular box. The appearance is as low as ever, without smooth curves, and without the beauty of a top luxury car. But its reputation is not lower than any branded luxury car. The Rolls-Royce Phantom has a little golden man in the front. Su Yu's vision is very high. At a glance, she estimated the approximate price, between 8 million and 12 million. She frowned. It's not because she can't afford the money. Millions of dollars. She really doesn't care. Losing money is certain. She was just blocked by the bus parked on the side of the road. When she turned, the two cars collided directly. It's this kind of luxury. It's a big trouble to touch it. They have to rush to the shooting site today. Another one, 3 middle-aged men and 2 fashionable girls got out of the luxury car and surrounded them aggressively. The 3 men ran to the front of the car and nervously checked the damage of the car, swearing a few words in the local dialect. Chapter 467. The bumper of the Rolls-Royce was dented and the headlights were broken. The bumper of the Audi driven by Su Yu fell off and the whole front was slightly deformed. Looking at the quality alone, the small Audi was completely destroyed. Although the damage was not big, this is a Rolls-Royce. You can't repair it without $1,000,000. This kind of luxury in the car is more terrible than a road killer. If you scratch it, you will go bankrupt. The pedestrians around stopped to watch. The vehicles also slowed down and looked at the car accident that was not tragic but would be tragic. A small Audi worth less than 200,000 yuan hit a Rolls-Royce worth more than 10 million yuan. The owner of the small Audi should be crying in the car at this moment. How much money would be paid for killing a person? A human life is not as good as a piece of iron, which makes people feel sour but have to accept the fact. Luxury cars are troublesome to repair for several reasons. First, for the larger damaged parts, many 4S stores only replace and do not repair. Second, the spare parts are imported from abroad, and the price is increased layer by layer, resulting in a surprisingly high maintenance price. Third, brand monopoly. Many things domestic technology can't reach, such as paint, domestic 4S stores can't transfer it. The owner of the Rolls-Royce had a big belly and was distressed and scolded Su Yu. When many people were gloating, a tall and sexy beauty came out of the driver's seat of the small Audi. She had a slim figure, slim pants wrapped around her slender and well-proportioned legs, and a pair of slow-running shoes on her feet. First, she glanced at the Rolls-Royce, then at the small Audi, and apologized to the owner of the Rolls-Royce. The owner of the Rolls-Royce had a big belly. When he saw Su Yu, his eyes lit up. He was also a person who could be ranked in the local rich business circle. His mistress was the standard. He had played with all the little stars, but few of them could be as beautiful as the woman in front of him. This figure, this face, and long legs that can squeeze people to death. Suddenly, he stopped swearing and changed to dirty jokes. The man next to him smiled and echoed. Su Yu, who had come to bow his head and admit his mistake, frowned and saw that they were getting more and more excessive. He couldn't help but say a dialect, "Nom que die." Wu Yin's voice was soft, sweet, and sweet. The owner of the Rolls-Royce said, "Oh, people of Shanghai, I haven't had sex with a woman in Shanghai." Others laughed. The owner of the Rolls-Royce was actually very angry. Most of the tycoons in third-tier cities were driving cars that cost a few million. Not many of them actually bought cars that cost more than 10 million. He usually hid it in the garage and treasured it. Today, he brought a big client out for dinner. He was already very unhappy that the client did not get into his car. Who would have thought that he would be hit by someone on the road? Su Yu sneered, "With your toothpick, I'm afraid that with your hands I can't satisfy you." The owner of the Rolls-Royce was stunned and his face darkened. He probably didn't expect this girl to be so sharp-tongued. "Then do you want to try it tonight?" she asked in a strange tone. Su Yu sneered again. "What's so good about toothpicks, picking your teeth?" She looked around at the other 2 men. 3 toothpicks, form a match stem, waste. "Heh, this little slut." The men were furious. The quarrel between the two immediately escalated. The three men attacked one after another. Who do you think you're here to be our mistress? Since you're pretty, why don't you accompany us tonight and we'll forget about this matter? One night is not enough. You have to sleep with me for a week. Look at you driving this broken thing. You can't afford to pay for it. In the car, obscenities floated in through the window. Qin Bao Bao was furious. A few old bastards, I'll help sue you. Come on, you don't even know how to curse. Wang Zijin said. It was just a small matter. They should pay for it. They should apologize. They didn't expect it to escalate into a war of words. Qin Zhe underestimated the quality of the nouveau riche in China, especially in economically undeveloped cities, the rich people who rely on the mountains to get rich. Such people may not even have studied for a few years. They have a rustic spirit in their bones. Their success is not based on knowledge and ability, but on the resources under the earth that gives birth to them. The rich businessmen in the 1980s and 1990s and after the 1990s are two different levels. Don't go down, I'll go. Qin Zhe took out a mask from his sister's bag and opened the door to get out of the car. If you don't meet this kind of person, you don't mind stepping on him. You should clean your mouth and pay for it. If your mouth is not clean, it's not over. In the past, my friend was like a friend, but now his grave is full of green grass. On the other side of the car, Su Yu, although sharp-tongued, couldn't resist the siege of the public. Women are naturally weak. Seeing Su Yu's weak momentum, several men jumped even more, scolding Su Yu for coming out to sell, only a few hundred yuan a night. What's more, they made a gesture of shrugging their waist at her. Several men deliberately teased her. The traffic police had already called. Before the traffic police arrived, they made fun of Su Yu. If it was an ordinary person, they would be too lazy to take care of it and directly let the other party prepare to sell the house. After Qin Zhe got out of the car, he glanced at them. The distance between the two sides was not far. The men glanced at him lightly and didn't care much. A timid man who let a woman come out to take the lead can only watch the play. Maybe he has been scared by the compensation. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe didn't come over. He turned to the rear of the car and took a baseball bat from the trunk. This bat was put in by the rental company. It is very popular in foreign countries to have a bat in the car, specially used to fight against road rage patients. This kind of phenomenon is not common in Shanghai, second and second-tier cities, third and fourth-tier cities and some counties. This thing is standard. The pot-bellied Rolls-Royce owner sneered. Oh, you want to smash the car? He was not afraid at all but fanned the flames. Smash, smash, if you don't smash, I will look down on you. This car is not expensive. Only 12 million yuan. I didn't drive it for much time, but I'm tired of it. I just want to change to a new car. His eyes fell on Su Yu more often. Smashing the car was good. If the car was smashed, the man and woman would not be able to afford it for a lifetime. He had connections in the local area, and they would not be able to bear the consequences. He was even thinking about how to make the long-legged beauty in front of him obediently. Qin Zhe first kicked the man who was pointing at Su Yu and swung the baseball bat. Bang! The little golden man in the front of the car flew directly to the other side of the street. You! The Rolls-Royce owner rushed up and his face changed greatly. Even though he said that, he couldn't remain indifferent when he saw his beloved car being smashed. However, what greeted him was a swift and fierce kick that sent his body, which weighed 180 kilograms, flying 3 meters away. Bang! The front windshield was broken under the huge force, and glass fragments splashed. Bang! The hood was dented. Bang! 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 In less than half a minute, all the windows of the Rolls-Royce were broken, and the body was full of dents. The street was full of onlookers taking photos and videos. There was a lot of discussion. He really dared to smash it? This is a Rolls-Royce. Road rage has to be cured. This is good. He can't afford it even if he goes bankrupt. Hurry up and post it on the internet. I filmed the whole process, and I also filmed the scolding just now. It's so domineering, it makes my blood boil. Why is this person wearing a mask? I can't capture his appearance. Qin Zhe held the baseball bat high, leaned back slightly, and bent his spine like a strong bow. The moment the baseball bat struck, the friction with the air made a sharp whistling sound. Bang! There was an unprecedented loud noise, the edge of the roof was completely dented, and the baseball bat was broken into 2 pieces, flying in the air and clattering to the ground. The three men, including the middle-aged owner, were livid. The Rolls-Royce, with excellent safety features, was beaten like this by a bat. If it falls on a person's head, the skull will burst. Several men were horrified. The Rolls-Royce owner's face was black. Did you record the video just now? It was recorded. Destroying private property. I want to see how he ends up. As he said, he glanced at Suyu. In Suyu's eyes, everyone in the scenery became black and white. Only the sound of Qinze waving the baseball was colorful and dazzling. She knew that Qinze was not a domineering person. After knowing him for so long, she rarely saw him really angry. His actions were most likely to help her vent her anger and stand up for her. It felt good to have a man to stand up for her. Qinze turned and pointed half of the baseball bat at the man's face. Do you still have a luxury car at home? Drive it over, and I'll smash it together. He was really not afraid at all. In a society ruled by law, let's talk about the law. The legal department that the three companies spend millions every year is not useless. For this kind of thing, at most they will lose money. There were no casualties, and the traffic police's consistent style was to mediate and compensate. As they were talking, a luxury car came over, an Audi A8. The Audi A8 stopped on the side of the road, and a man came down from the driver's seat. He looked at the Rolls-Royce in surprise and walked to the middle-aged man. Brother Rong asked me to come over and ask what's going on. The Rolls-Royce owner stared at Qinze with gloomy eyes. This son of a bitch did it. Qinze grinned and turned to look at the Audi A8 not far away. Is that car yours too? At this time, a police car turned from the intersection and came this way. The traffic police came. Chapter 468. Qinze looked around and found that no one dared to scold and refute. Everyone's face was livid. He thought to himself, is this the legendary shocking operation? When the traffic police came over, the men who had been scared for a long time immediately became energetic and pointed to Qinze and shouted, Police comrade, this is the person. Two traffic police, a middle-aged man and a young man, frowned. What's the matter? The owner of the Rolls-Royce said, they hit my car. Not only did they not pay for it, but they also smashed my car with a stick. He also hit me. Several men chimed in and added fuel to the fire. The traffic police frowned again and again. The driver of the Audi A8 was listening, and his eyes fell more on Suyu. This woman is really beautiful. He looked at the little Audi again and saw a very beautiful woman through the windshield. He felt that she was familiar, but the woman took out a mask and put it on to cover her face. The young traffic police looked at the old traffic police. Or, take the car away and hand over the people to the police station? The old traffic police glanced at him and did not say anything. He said to Qinze, young people are a bit impulsive. When the traffic police came, Qinze couldn't continue to smash the Audi A8. He changed from a state of rage to his usual gentle behavior. Yes, a bit impulsive, but he insulted a woman first. The old traffic police suddenly looked at Suyu. He had seen such a wonderful woman for a long time, but he was too lazy to care about these bullshit things. Qinze said again, I will pay for it. Pay your ass, you have fart money to pay. Just wait for the police station. The owner of the Rolls-Royce spat and sprayed on Qinze's face. Qinze slapped him in the face. Pa! The man was stunned. The middle-aged owner was supported by his companion, and his eyes were still a little dazed. The two traffic police quickly grabbed Qinze's shoulders and yelled, Don't hit people. Qinze frowned. Didn't you see him spitting? The old traffic police glanced at the middle-aged car unhappily and looked at Qinze. Do you have the economic ability, Rolls-Royce? Qinze calmly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a rose gold watch. The two traffic police officers were expressionless. Qinze reminded them helplessly, My watch costs 5 million yuan. Unfortunately, he didn't achieve his goal. The two traffic police officers didn't recognize this luxury item and thought it was fake. The driver of the Rolls-Royce was so angry that his face turned ashen. He roared, This is not over yet. If I don't make you pay, my surname is not Zhu. Qinze raised his hand, and he shrank back in fear. The owner of the Rolls-Royce walked towards the old traffic policeman. With half of his face swollen, he squeezed out an ugly smile and offered him a cigarette. The old traffic policeman did not take it. He moved closer to his ear and whispered for a long time. He spoke in a dialect. Qin didn't understand, but he guessed that it wasn't anything good. The old traffic policeman frowned. The owner of the Rolls-Royce made a phone call, said a few words with a smile, and then handed the phone to him. The old traffic policeman listened for a moment and his frown deepened. After hanging up, he said, "We're taking your car. You're coming with us too." Qin said, "Okay." He wasn't afraid of the other party's little tricks. As long as he took off his mask, who would dare to play such bullshit with him? Not to mention the captain, even if it was the chief, Qin just had to post a few words on Weibo and public opinion would drown him. These days, there were too many officials who were investigated because of public opinion. This kind of method was the stupidest. Qin didn't even bother to use it. He could settle it with just a phone call. It was also possible that when he took off his mask, the other party would give up. His identity was there. The influence of celebrities was very great, especially a big shot like Qin who was different from ordinary celebrities. He had countless ways to deal with the situation in front of him. It was inconvenient to take off his mask now. There were more passers-by. The owner of the Rolls-Royce spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed sinisterly. "Wait for your death, you bastard." The other men looked at him with sinister eyes. "You want to get beaten up again?" Qin glanced at him. The owner of the Rolls-Royce stepped back and sneered. "You wait and see how I will kill you. I also want to fuck your woman." He glanced at Su Yu. The traffic policeman frowned and said, "Don't talk, come back with us." The young traffic policeman stood in front of Qin to prevent him from hitting people again. This kind of thing was very annoying. One side had a bad mouth, and the other side had a bad temper. If you were slapped a few times, the police could only criticize and educate at most, but they couldn't really arrest you. The young traffic policeman looked at Qin sympathetically. In his mind, Qin was going to be unlucky. On the other side in the Audi A8. The driver watched the play for a long time and understood. He returned to the Audi A8 to report to the boss. Mr. Zhu's car was hit by someone. The other party took full responsibility. Because of a few words about that woman, the car was smashed by a young man who got out of the car. TSK. Young people nowadays have a bad temper. They can't afford to sell their house. It is estimated that they will be locked up for a few years. The man sitting in the back seat frowned slightly. He had a deep vertical line between his eyebrows, which was formed by a long time of wrinkles. His facial features were ordinary, and his expression was slightly serious. When he didn't speak, he had a natural majesty. This was the temperament that had been washed by the wind and waves. The driver sat in the driver's seat, turned his head, and chattered. "I usually think that Mr. Zhu's words are unreliable. His mouth is full of dirty words. He is such a nouveau riche. He will be neither up nor down in his life." The man came here this time to inspect the project. Mr. Zhu used to work with him. Later, he went back to his hometown and set up his own business. With his support, he developed real estate, mining, and so on. Although the big part was with him, he had saved more than 1 billion yuan in assets in recent years and became a local rich businessman. This time, Mr. Zhu asked him to come to see the project and asked him to invest in tourism. He said that he had a lot of trouble with several competitors in the city and was in urgent need of funds. This industry was really profitable, so he came over. "Ah!" The driver patted his head and looked excited. "I remember." The man in the back seat was startled by him and was slightly angry. "What's the matter?" The driver pointed at the small Audi excitedly. "Brother Rong, the woman in the car is Qin Bao. I saw her." The man was stunned. The driver said, "Qin Bao, why is she here? Is it a commercial or an act?" After saying that, he revealed the thoughts that all men fantasized. "Brother Rong, that woman is really the best." The man was stunned for a long time, and his face suddenly changed. He opened the car door and strode across the street. "Brother Rong." The driver hurriedly got out of the car and followed. Su Yao tried to control his footsteps, but he still couldn't help but speed up, trot, trot. Finally he saw him again. The first time he saw him, he was in a white ward wrapped in swaddling clothes, and his tender red face was wrinkled. He had seen his face many times on the screen, but it was not him. It was unfamiliar and there was no sense of familiarity. He only remembered that ugly face for many years. Finally, they met again after more than 20 years. Su Yao heard his heart beating wildly in his chest, as if it was about to jump out. When he approached and saw Qin Zhe, tears almost rolled out of his eyes. Yes, it was him. He was a little far away and wearing a mask before, so he didn't recognize him. Now Su Yao, who had been paying attention to him for a long time, recognized him by his eyes. Normally, Qin Zhe would be startled if there was a middle-aged man who quickly approached him and stared at him with burning eyes. But the moment he saw this man, Qin Zhe was speechless, and the irritation provoked by the owner of the Rolls-Royce also subsided. At this time, his mood was very complicated. Confusion, disgust, resistance. In a sentence commonly used in elementary school, my mood is like an overturned bottle of 5 flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. He knew this man because Sister Man had checked Su Yao's background for him. His face was ordinary, and his height was ordinary. If he changed this high-end suit into a street stall and threw him into a crowd, you would have to use a magnifying glass to find him. Su Yao, Su Ru's brother. Brother Rong, why are you here? The owner of the Rolls-Royce looked very respectful. Su Yao glanced at him and slapped him. Slap. The owner of the Rolls-Royce was stunned. The traffic policeman was also stunned and then shouted, "What are you doing?" Qin Zhe raised his eyebrows. The owner of the Rolls-Royce raised his hand to block the traffic policeman and looked confused. Brother Rong. What he got in return was another slap. Brother Rong, why did you hit me? Slap. Brother Rong. Slap. Brother Rong. Slap. Brother Rong. Slap. 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 The owner of the Rolls-Royce was able to take the slap at first, but then his whole face was swollen like a pig's head. He almost cried out in pain and dodged. The 2 men beside him didn't dare to say a word. Su Yao glanced at them coldly and then at the traffic policeman. He said lightly, "Officer, we will not pursue this matter." Traffic policeman. The traffic police couldn't figure out this guy's method and looked at the owner of the Rolls-Royce. The guy with the big belly shook his head. Don't pursue it. Don't pursue it. Although it was very strange, the traffic police were too lazy to care about it. When encountering this kind of thing, they also focused on mediation and compensation. Hurry up and drive your car away. You can't go on the road anymore. The young traffic policeman walked to Su Yu and said that he wanted to see her driver's license, but his eyes couldn't help but peek at her beautiful face. On this side, Qin Zhe and Su Yao looked at each other silently. 2 men who knew each other but didn't know each other. After a while, Qin Zhe chuckled. "Who are you?" Su Yao said bitterly. "Su Yao. Do we know each other?" Su Yao thought about this question for a long time and finally shook his head. "I don't know. Sorry to cause you trouble." Su Yao turned and left. Qin Zhe frowned. If the man who called his mother was him and the man he met at Hongqiao Airport was him, then he should know who he was. "Don't you have anything to say?" Qin Zhe shouted. Su Yao's footsteps paused, and then he walked away. Seeing Qin Zhe was not the purpose. It never was. Although he said so to Xiao Lan, both he and Xiao Lan knew that it was not the case. But Sister Xiao Lan didn't agree, so he didn't dare to draw legs on a snake. It's not up to him to decide whether to open old debts or not.